May I request everyone to kindly be seated with their electronic gadgets on silent mode from now onwards. Thank you. Namaskar, good morning, Swagatam, ladies and gentlemen. Warm welcome to the fourth edition of India Energy Transition Summit 2026, bringing together policymakers, industry leaders, global experts, and innovators to deliberate on sustaining momentum towards net zero. The two-day summit aims to feature high-level discussions and focused sessions on pathways to net zero, renewable energy growth across states, energy storage and grid stability, emerging technologies, international collaboration, and alternative fuels, and industrial decarbonization, including CCUS and coal gasification. Designed as a platform for strategic dialogue, partnerships, and investment opportunities, the summit will provide actionable insights across the clean energy value chain. With those words as background, we welcome everyone present here to the inaugural session of this two-day summit, and we begin by welcoming our honorable dignitaries of the dais to kindly join us onto the stage. May I request you all to kindly put your hands together as we invite on our stage Chairperson Central Electricity Authority Shri Ghansham Prasad ji, sir. May we welcome you. Namaskaram and Swagatam, sir. We are also honored to have with us Deputy Head of Mission, Embassy of Austria in India, Ms. Gizela. Warm welcome to you, ma'am. And may we now request Shri Pinaki Bhattacharya, who is the co-chair FICCI RE CEOs Committee and founder, Managing Director and CEO, AMPIN Energy Transition, to kindly join us onto the stage. We request Mr. Sandy Khera, who is the chair FICCI RE Developers Task Force and Country Manager and Chief Executive Officer, NL Green Power, to kindly join us onto the stage. Also requesting Sri Dinesh Batra, who is the co-chair FICCI Power Committee and Executive Vice President Hindustan Power Projects, to kindly join us onto the stage. And we also invite Sri Prabir Niyogi, who is the mentor FICCI Power Committee, to kindly join us onto the stage. Once again, a warm welcome to all our honorable dignitaries on the dais, our distinguished guests, our special invitees, our friends from the fraternity who are present in the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, at FICCI, in keeping our commitment towards sustainability, we present a thicket of trees to our guest. The certificate is a commitment to plant trees in the name of our honorable guest at the Nainital district. May I request Sri Pinaki Bhattacharya, who is the co-chair FICCI RE CEOs Committee, to kindly present a green certificate to Honorable Chairperson, Central Electricity Authority, Shri Ghansham Prasad, and welcome him to this inaugural session. Ladies and gentlemen, can we bring in some energy by putting our hands together? And as we welcome our honorable guest of honor, Shri Ghansham Prasad. May I once again request Pinaki sir to now present a green certificate to Ms. Gizela and welcome her to this inaugural session. A huge round of applause as we welcome Ms. Gizela, who is the Deputy Head of Mission, Embassy of Austria in India. Warm welcome to you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we call the inaugural session to order. And may I now request Sri Pinaki Bhattacharya to kindly deliver the opening address. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, good morning. And so it's my pleasure to welcome you all to the fourth edition of the India Energy Transition Summit. So amidst a lot of conferences, I still believe this is one of the flagship conferences in the industry, which we call the energy transition. So I always start with the four-wheel theory. Imagine yourself in an electric car, and we are driving forward, and there are four wheels actually. So the first is, let's say, is the policy and the government. Second is the finance, because it is a very capital-intensive industry. The third is essentially the energy transitioners, which actually make it happen, which send you the electrons, the green electrons or the green molecules. And the fourth is the are the consumers, be it the CNI consumers or the government consumers, which actually consume the power. So in conferences like these, the idea is that these four wheels can get synchronized much better so that we can move faster towards the goal of energy transition. Now let us take a step back in terms of whenever we are going for a drive. So basically there is a direction. We set the MapQuest or the Google Maps to a particular direction. So in this case, the basic direction is that the government has set up a very ambitious goal, and I would say it is reachable. So the ultimate goal is the 2070 net zero target, and there are intermediate milestones towards that direction. So one is the immediate 2030 target of almost 500 gigawatts of renewable energy and 5 million metric tons of green hydrogen. So these are the milestones that is there. So, okay. So now let me take a step back and talk about where we are today. So between the last Transition Summit and this one, I think so between these 2 years, this 1 year, we've added nearly 44.5 gigawatts of renewable energy. That's a massive capacity addition that has happened in a year. And given the sort of the target of 500, so it is definitely doable. Second is that we are at a point where more than 50%, it's 52% of the generation capacity in this country is actually powered by renewables. So that is again a feat that we have achieved. Third, because the renewable generation is not obviously at the same PLF, so it's almost 30% of the energy, I would say today, is coming from renewable energy, which is again a big milestone. So I think so we have made a lot of solid progress till now. And now if we again sort of look at the perspective of where we are today in terms of the attractiveness of the market. So I would say that this is perhaps the largest and the fastest growing and the most attractive renewable energy transition market in the world. Why do I say that? First of all, the size is extremely big. So no market in the world is a 50 gigawatt a year market, which is a huge market. Second, the growth is amazing. Because I do not see any other market, because I have been involved in the global energy transition space, but there is no market in the world which is growing at this pace. And also third aspect of this market is, which is very important, is that who is buying the green electricity, which is either CNI customers or the utility consumers. And in both the cases, it makes sheer economic sense to go green. So if I talk about the CNI sector, because FICCI is a leading body as far as the industry is concerned, and the CNI sector, I would say, which consumes almost 50% of the power in the country, today they save almost 20 to 40% of their energy costs by switching to green. And second, India, can you mind not talking? Excuse me, sir. So you're sitting on the first row. I would, this is distracting actually. So first and foremost is that in terms of the CNI sector, it is which is 50% of the consumption in the country. Almost, I would say, we have seen people saving 20 to 40% of their energy costs. And India is the only country where there is a clear-cut business model to go 100% green, which is basically in 4 steps. One is behind the meter. Second is intrastate open access. Third is interstate open access, and the VPPA market. So we have the business model to take any company to 100% green in India, which is, I don't think so, exists anywhere else in the world. And given the size and the scale of the market, the CNI market is unstoppable. The second market is the utility market. Again, that is the bigger segment. I would say almost 40 gigawatts a year. Again, in this case, now there's a lot of innovation that has happened, because we have long-term PPAs in place. The credit counterparties have become very strong. There are a lot of mechanisms the government has put in place. And in terms of the type of bids also that is happening, this is unprecedented. I have never seen this kind of innovation in any part of the world. So both the end consumers are gaining by going green. Now then the question is that this has happened in a lot of parts of the world again. So certain markets in part of the world has sort of became very large, and then they crashed because there were fundamental drivers were missing. But here we are driven by 4 very strong fundamental drivers. First is the resource availability. We are blessed with ample natural resources, be it wind, be it solar, that can actually power the renewable energy transition, and we have not tapped a lot of it yet. Second is that there's an industrial demand. The industrial demand and the growth of the economy is one of the highest in the world. And today, if I look at the industrial decarbonization itself, we will need almost 600 gigawatts of renewable energy, between 130 to 280 gigawatt hours of energy storage to completely decarbonize the industrial sector. So there's a massive opportunity there in terms of the demand. third lever that is there, which is very good in India, is the supply chain. The entire supply chain is present in India, be it the contractors, be it the equipment manufacturers, and now with the Make in India sort of policy of the government, we are becoming self-reliant, be it cells, modules, turbines, we were anyway self-reliant. So the entire supply chain is present in India, which is very, very good. And last, because this is a very financially intensive market, it requires a lot of capital, and there are two sources of capital. One is the equity and the second is the debt. So on the equity side, this has become the most, I would say, attractive market in the world, with all the investors from across the world participating. For example, the company that I started, we have capital from North America, from Europe, from Japan, Asia. This is a very attractive market. Second is the capital markets are becoming vibrant. There are successful IPOs that are happening. Third, the infrastructure investment trust market is there. So on the equity, all the three things are in place. On the debt side, the project financing is happening. There is ample project finance available locally in this country, refinancing and bond market. So I would say all the four levers are extremely strong: finance, its supply chain, the resources that we have, and the demand. So I would say you are in one of the largest and the most attractive market in the world, driven by very, very fundamental drivers. And I think so you have come at the right conference also. So next is that it's all positive things I said till now. But as we move in this direction towards energy transition, there are certain 4 or 5 things that we need to sort of discuss in the next 2 days and see what are the solutions that we can find on that. So what can slow it down? Okay, because we have to clock almost 50 gigawatts a year to get to the target of 2030. First is that issue always remains is the land. So although the technologies become much more efficient, so you need less and less land now, but land acquisition obviously is not that easy. So there essentially certain states like Madhya Pradesh has taken a lead in that they have created land banks and invited bids. They have done floating solar also. We did the largest floating solar power plant in the world. And that is very innovative step that the state of Madhya Pradesh, for example, has taken. So some policies in terms of, again, identifying land banks, because it has been left to the energy transitioners like us basically to acquire the land, and digitization of land records and stuff like that. So that is one lever. Second is very important nowadays is transmission. So if we have to reach to this goal, we need like ISTS capacity to be ramped up at a much faster pace, because today we can create power plants. Let's say we get the land, we create a power plant, we need to evacuate it. So the ISTS capacity has to be ramped up at war footing, because if that is not kept in sync with the generation, then this thing cannot happen, the 2030 goal. And also what I have seen is that there are certain parts of the country where certain elements of the transmission system are not in place, and so operating power plants in, let's say in Rajasthan, for example, in some parts of Rajasthan, they have to back them down. So, and that is a national wastage. I mean, the energy that we have in India, it's a national resource. So we cannot afford to waste a minute of that. So that is something we need to solve, the transmission point. The third element is now in terms of whose transmission is in place, land is in place. Now, next is the supply chain. Supply chain, I am a big supporter of the Make in India initiatives, because although we are primarily a generator, but we are also in manufacturing, because we cannot have a sector which is like having this kind of demand and we continue to import from across the world. We are creating our own manufacturing capacity, and that's a welcome move, and a lot of the companies are entering into that. But I think so industrial decarbonization also has a particular pace. So the non-tariff, like certain things like the ALMM, we are very supportive, but at least on the cells, I mean, although there is a huge long way that we have come in terms of cell capacity, I think so we should rethink, maybe give us kind of a buffer of 2-3 months, because we do not want a situation that next time when we are talking at this conference, we do not add 50 gigawatts. We want to add 50 gigawatts this time. So maybe a little bit of breather in the ALMM, maybe in 3 months or so, that will be helpful. But long term, we are supportive of the Make in India strategy of the government. Then the fourth point I would say is actually in terms of the financing. So a lot of the financial models, although a lot of capital is coming into the country, but still I would say the financial sort of investors are trying to create platforms, and those platforms get created, they get sold. And then what we need is innovative business models where these energy companies can stay for a long term. Good that at least the public markets are being active and all. So I think so that is something that we need to solve. And last is, I would say, when we are operating these power plants, certain mechanisms in terms of the DSM and all those aspects are definitely important. You need dispatchable green power, and the biggest change that has happened, I would say, in this 1 year is energy storage. So energy storage is a massive sort of expansion that has happened, and today it is in the money in most of the use cases. And I would say I would never imagine that, and especially with the night connectivity getting open, that is non-solar hours connectivity, that's a very innovative move. But I would suggest that in terms of the DSM penalties and all, because see, a lot of data that we are gathering in the country, we are refining over a period of time. So anyway, the generators are getting a little bit punished because of other 4 or 5 things. So if there is slightly more leniency given in terms of the DSM side, I would say that that is something really good. And last, before I end this, is the approval process. So the central government has been very, very progressive in terms of defining certain rules and regulations for the sector, and a lot of states are adopting it. But the pace at which some of the states are adopting it is kind of needs to increase. And along with FICCI, we are working across all the states and all the regions to make it happen. Having said that, I have situations where power plants are ready to sort of provide electricity, but the approvals take time. So again, that is a national wastage. Actually, if there is some regimented way that, okay, when a power plant is ready, it's a uniform set of steps like it is in the ISTS sector. So that is also then, and then at least we do not waste that energy. So I would say, so maybe these 4 or 5 aspects, I would say, they're not exactly roadblocks. Nothing can stop this. It is just like we need to sort of navigate more carefully as we proceed towards the goal. So I think so I'll end my welcome address, and I think these basically again to sort of summarize. This is a conference where I think so we will be synchronizing all the 4 wheels. There are good, huge, so biggest thing is the government and the sort of the policy direction which has been set. So that there are very sort of senior representatives from the government in this conference. Second is industry, which needs this. Third is financial providers, that is there. And last is energy transitioners, that is people who are manufacturing, who are generating power, and all the intermediaries in the space. So let's hope that we move faster once this conference ends, and look forward to a very engaging conference in the next couple of days. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for that very warm welcome address, giving us an overview and setting up the context. Thank you once again. May I now invite Sri Dinesh Batra, who is the co-chair FICCI Power Committee and Executive Vice President, Hindustan Power Projects, to kindly deliver the industry address.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. It's indeed a privilege to welcome you all to the 4th edition of Indian Energy Transition Summit. I still remember the first 2 summits, and when we raised the issues of adding more thermal capacity, and now that's becoming a reality. I extend a warm welcome to Chairperson, Central Electricity Authority, Ghanshyamji, and all our industry colleagues and partners. Each one of you is playing a vital role in shaping India's energy future. When we come together like this, the policymakers, the regulators, developers, financiers, and technology providers, meaningful progress becomes possible. So over the last decade, we have witnessed extraordinary growth. We have built one of the world's largest unified synchronized grid, a stable grid. We have taken electricity to almost every household in India now. On one side, we have strengthened grid stability, and on the other side, we have rapidly scaled up renewable capacity. These achievements are not small. They reflect vision, coordination, and execution. So today we stand on this strong foundation. And also, we are now entering a more complex phase. India's net zero commitment for 2070 is not just a climate goal. It's a transformation of how we produce, deliver, finance, and consume energy. And this transition must achieve four things simultaneously: clean energy, energy security, affordability, and economic growth. Now, we already crossed 270 gigawatt. I agree with it's a huge achievement. We already crossed 270 gigawatt of non-fossil capacity and are targeting 500 gigawatt by 2030. That's a bold and commendable ambition. At the same time, going forward, success will not be measured only by megawatts that we add. It will be measured by how effectively we integrate them into the system. It's about making sure that clean power is available जब ज़रूरत है और जहाँ ज़रूरत है, when it is needed and where it is needed. This brings us to what I call the time value of transition. That is, electricity must be available when it is needed, and space value of transition. Green electricity must be available where it is needed. To achieve effectively this transition phase, we need to primarily focus on a couple of things. Number one, we need to scale up the energy storage facilities through batteries and pump storage, which would assist us in meeting the demand during peak hours and strengthening grid reliability. At the same time, we need to remember that this is only creating value in terms of, it's a time value that is being created, time value of transition. It's not energy that we are producing, it's just the time value we are creating. Second way of creating value, or the time value, is through encouraging time of the day metering. These are two initiatives which will actually enhance the transition, the addition of renewables into the grid. Since we know in the recent Chintan Shivir also, which, sir, I was attending for a while, and I heard member CRC saying that the grid has reached a stage where it cannot take in more renewables in the current way. We will need to look at some more innovations. You need to bring in more innovations. So these are two ways which I believe we need to look at to encourage more addition of and smooth transition into the grid. And the last resort, another way of creating time value is through flexible generation of thermal assets. We believe that already 30% is available through the assets. From 85% to 55% is already available. This is available to us. At the same time, this should be the last option for us to enhance beyond 30 to 35%, maybe up to 50%, but below that is something that we need to review and should be seen as the last option. Second aspect is the space value of transition, where we need to primarily focus on distributed renewable generation, like rooftop solar and P2P energy initiatives that significantly reduce the burden on grid management as well as need of capital-intensive transmission infrastructure. Further, I would like to say that what makes this summit meaningful is not just the agenda. It is a collective intent. India's energy transition must remain balanced. Vikas bhi and sustainability bhi. Both are important. We must reduce emissions while ensuring energy security. We must innovate while maintaining reliability. We must attract capital while keeping energy affordable for our consumers. Lastly, I would like to say that energy transition is not confined to the power sector. It also touches many industries and many supply chains. We have the options to explore potential of alternative fuels, green hydrogen, bioenergy, nuclear, carbon capture technologies, coal gasification, and industrial decarbonization to participate in energy transition. With these words, I am sure this summit will lead to fruitful discussions and create a pathway for successful transition. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for those very informative notes from you. Thank you once again. May I now request Chair FICCI, RE Developers Task Force and Country Manager and Chief Executive Officer NL Green Power, Shri Sandy Khera, to kindly deliver the industry address.
Thank you. Distinguished guest of honor, Ghanshyam Prasad ji, distinguished delegates, industry leaders, policy makers, and friends. Grateful to FICCI for this opportunity, and it's a privilege to be part of this summit. It's growing by leaps and bounds every year, and it's good to see the level of engagement and enthusiasm increasing day by day, which shows that energy transition in India is no longer a question of intent. It's actually about execution at scale now. The ambition has been established. As Pinaki and Dinesh ji clearly said, that in the last decade, India has shown remarkable progress in creating the momentum for renewable energy deployment, thanks to the vision and policy of the government and an equally impressive response from industry positively. So we have now moved from energy deficit to, as I said, energy ambition now. And now we stand at a very defining inflection point, as we talked about earlier as well, and given the theme of this particular summit, which is sustaining momentum towards net zero. So the real question is, do we sustain, how do we sustain and maintain this momentum and accelerate this momentum towards net zero? Are we structurally prepared to sustain, to move towards net zero now? As again, some issues and challenges we talked about, the next phase will be defined by how do we put everything together, the system architecture, the technology platforms, the financial reforms in place, digital intelligence, and most importantly, how do we put this all into execution discipline? So as industry, we see a few priorities. I want to mention 3 or 4 of them. As has been said earlier, we must now move from capacity addition to system stability. We all know renewable energy penetration has risen rapidly. Affordable, reliable, sustainable power is a practical reality. Now with renewable energy penetration increasing, all we need to do is add flexibility to it. Storage, hybrid plants, transmission planning are no longer optional. They have to be foundational for the next phase of growth. And storage is no longer a technology challenge, as we've seen the use cases that Pinaki also mentioned about earlier. It's essentially now a revenue certainty challenge. With capacity markets and ancillary markets coming in, storage will become easier to manage and scale up. And this is what global experience has also shown us, that with revenue certainty, that precedes large-scale deployment of storage capacity. For this, we need an operational and deep ancillary market, transparent curtailment frameworks, which we are looking at and struggling in many parts of India right now, especially in Rajasthan. And this also leads to synchronized generation and transmission planning, because investor confidence will increase and capital flow will decisively flow into these flexibility infrastructure if we have all these ingredients in place. Grid modernization must be anticipatory and timely, not reactive and delayed. Secondly, we have to aim to lower the cost of capital and to lower the cost of energy effectively. And the most sustainable and easiest way to do is to lower the financing cost, not by reducing tariffs. Right? India attracts strong global investor interest. We must keep in mind that global capital does not chase lowest tariffs or maximum returns. It chases lowest risk-adjusted reasonable returns. So what investors need to price is payment security, contract enforceability, execution delays. Excuse me. So even a modest reduction in the cost of capital and the risk-adjusted cost of capital effectively can significantly reduce the long-term tariffs for consumers. So in this regard, policy certainty becomes critical. I dare say that renewable intermittency is still predictable. Policy certainty is not, or policy uncertainty is not rather, right? And this adds to risk-adjusted capital cost. So whether it's certainty and clarity around ALMM, ALBM now, DSM, change in law, curtailment compensation frameworks as we talked about, all this needs to be looked at from a stability, certainty and long-term visibility standpoint. The next major efficiency, I think gains will come from intelligence, not just hardware. We've seen the euphoria around the AI summit, and it's for real. It's not just a buzzword. AI just does reduce operational risks, improves the asset efficiency, and ultimately lowers the cost of energy. As India scales to hundreds of gigawatts, digital intelligence must also scale physical infrastructure side by side. In India, we have global leadership in digital capability. Now we must integrate digital intelligence as a core part of our energy transition strategy, not have predictive maintenance and analytics as an isolated use case. The future grid must be green and smarter. I just want to dwell on one more aspect of just transition that somehow gets missed out many times when you look at capacity additions and new technology and financing innovations. As developers, we realize that and recognize that sustainable momentum requires community engagement, local workforce upskilling and reskilling, and circular economy integration as well. A just transition strengthens execution by building social license and long-term resilience, creates community engagement and long-term engagement for a project which you're managing in the interiors of the country, in rural areas for 20-25 years. You need the local communities to engage and participate in your growth process. The endeavor has to be profit-making for all stakeholders, including the community where the project resides. Again, as chair of the Renewable Energy Developers Task Force, let me respectfully outline a few requests from industry standpoint. A clear national framework for the ancillary service markets and transparent and enforceable curtailment compensation, uniform payment security mechanisms across states, and faster dispute resolution mechanisms and frameworks for CIL, curtailments, etc. These structural improvements will help reduce tariff for consumers ultimately. May I also request that we have a fully digitized single window clearances for approvals, and thanks to the CA chairman sir for personally and proactively taking this up with the industry as a project at CA, and again for addressing land issues and transmission challenges. May we have pre-approved renewable energy zones and better synchronization of transmission build-outs with auction timelines. Lastly, on the circular economy, have a conducive policy framework to encourage circular economy practices, be it repowering wind farms, recycling panels, and batteries or turbine components. These will, if we embed this early, this will avoid expensive retrofits and costs at a later stage. In closing, I'll just say that India has the scale, India has the ambition, the industry is ready, capital is ready. The question is not whether renewables are variable or can destabilize the grid. It's whether the grid is modernized and ready to accept and integrate more of renewables, right? Therefore, what we need to institutionalize is predictability, flexibility, intelligent grid design, and most importantly, execution efficiency. The momentum is real. The opportunity is historic in India. It's time for India to lead the global clean energy transition. It's all about integrated execution and scaling up. Thank you and wish you all the best for an engaging summit over the next 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for those very insightful words from you. Thank you once again. May I now invite the Deputy Head of Mission, Embassy of Austria in India, Ms. Gisela, to kindly share the global perspective.
Good morning, and thank you very much. I'm very honored to be here. I will, and I mean, even what I have heard now, of course, many of these things I've read, but I really stand impressed by the momentum that India is in, the change that is happening, the goals that have been set, but also what has already been achieved on the way. And it's I've been here for 3 years now, and even in this time, I think I have witnessed so much change so it leaves me speechless, but I will still try to find words to address you. So I will just, as an outset, coming from Austria, it is a very different scenario, but I think we still have similar challenges, and that is also very interesting to discuss. So Austria is a landlocked country with 9 million people. We have, when it comes to, especially to green energy, I think one big success story we have is that around 90% of electricity in Austria is from renewable sources. The government has the aim until 2023 to have it at 100%. And the focus, I mean, as we are landlocked in a very mountainous country, is hydropower. So we have a very strong hydropower sector, and then followed by wind, solar, and biomass. And the government has also been trying and is also setting policies to expand. But of course, it is a very different field because the country is very small. So it is. I stand very impressed by the scale of challenges, but also solutions and speed that I can see in India. The Indian growth story needs energy, which, I mean, as you mentioned, it is not only it's not only about energy, it's about economic development, but it is also about just transition, about green transition, and the way India as a democracy functions also means that an energy policy has to take all these factors in, which I also find very impressive. Now, when it comes to Austria and India, energy and energy transition and green transition is very much also at the focus of our bilateral relations. So in 2024, Prime Minister Modi visited Austria, and the two heads of government concluded bilateral sustainable economic and technology partnership, also with a focus on energy and energy technology. This year, we expect a return visit by the Austrian Chancellor to India, so I do hope very much that this gives momentum also to increase this partnership, where I feel that both sides can learn from each other. Of course, Austria, as part of the European Union, is also part of the EU and India energy cooperation, energy transition. I also feel there has been a lot of momentum in the last years already. And so within the framework of the so-called Global Gateway projects, there's also a special focus on solar power in India. There's also at the recent EU-India summit, it was like green hydrogen, wind energy, clean energy were at the center of discussion. So I do feel and expect that there will be a lot more cooperation in the next years. Now, this, of course, only gives a very small part. I was asked to give a global perspective. And I mean, as we already discussed, even in India, energy is the fuel to everything that happens. So also, of course, globally, it is an enabler, but also then conflicts can severely impact the energy situation, which is something that Europe, especially Austria, very much experienced in the last years. Now that we have 4 years of the Russian war in Ukraine, that still very much impacts us. I think it is also something that has been felt very strongly in India. The effects on the global oil market, and of course the same is true for all other conflicts which impact connectivity and market prices, so on. So, I mean, I think the field that you are in is a very impressive one, but I hope that you sometimes get enough sleep also, because it's not an easy task, and it is a great responsibility that you have and hold for India every day, but also when it comes to the future development. So I'm really very impressed by the way, in a way to conclude this also, the energy story in India has been developing. So in Austria is a country which has quite a pessimistic view on the world, and it has been like this traditionally. So when you read Austrian literature, there's always a way to see the dark sides that are there and not so much the bright future. And that is one thing that I really cherish being in India, that you have this very positive view of the world. And when it comes to the energy sector, I feel that it is also the right view that you have and the correct view. So I want to wish you all the best for the discussions you are having. I do hope to see more cooperation between Austria and India in the energy sector. I think both sides can really learn from each other. I mean, the challenges you were discussing, the adaptability of the grid also to renewable energy that is sourced by households and smaller units and so on. These are challenges that, even though we have such a small population, we face the same issues when we speak about e-mobility, and you want to expand e-mobility, that you also need energy to fuel the vehicles that should drive in a green way. So there are many, many aspects. I think you will have many more India Energy Transition Summits with hopefully good results and paths and solutions to the challenges that keep coming up. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for those very enriching words and giving us the international insight. Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, we've now arrived to a very significant milestone in today's proceedings, and we are moving towards the launch of FICCI's souvenir on India's energy transition. And may I request our honorable dignitaries on the dais to kindly formally launch the souvenir. May I also request Shri Arpan Gupta, who is the director of FICCI, to kindly join us onto the stage for the launch. Ladies and gentlemen, this souvenir brings together powerful insights, perspectives and thought leadership from distinguished industry leaders, policymakers and experts who are shaping India's energy future. As we can see, our honorable members of the dais are now going to formally launch the souvenir on India's energy transition. May we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. This is a moment of celebration for all of us. And we continue with this moment of celebration with yet another launch, which is the report launch. The report by FICCI, supported by CRISIL. We move towards the ambitious renewable energy targets. Once again, requesting our honorable dignitaries on the dais to now launch the report. This report is also about the energy storage and will be the backbone of the reliable and the round-the-clock clean power. This report offers the clear data-driven insights on technology, policy and financing paths to scale storage solution. May we also request Mr. Ashish Mittal from CRISIL to kindly join us onto the stage for the report launch. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a huge moment for us. Please put your hands together. This is a moment of celebration. This is a moment where all our thoughts, all our action led are coming together in a format of a souvenir and a report. Thank you so much for joining us in this moment of celebration. Ladies and gentlemen, a moment of great honor for us. We have with us as our guest of honor Shri Ghanshyam Prasad, who is the Chairperson, Central Electricity Authority, Government of India. Sir, may I request you to kindly address the gathering and may I request you to kindly join us at the podium. And with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, we invite our honorable guest of honor as he comes to the podium to address the gathering.
Good morning all. All the dignitaries sitting on the dais and especially Deputy Head of Mission, Embassy of Austria in India. We do have good relationship with the Australia and I think it's really wonderful to see you here. You said you have a small country and but still you have achieved almost 100% of energy transition. I think probably that's the goal where we are leading to. But our aim is in 2070, which is far off from now. And but the good thing is, at least now we have a roadmap. And I think some of you are aware, the report that has been launched by Niti Aayog very recently. How many of you know about it? None. Oh God. So we are not doing energy transition at all. It took around 8 months to 9 months to draft these reports. It was coordinated by Niti Aayog. And it is supposed to be energy transition, and that is how it involved all the sectors. Power sector inputs were definitely given by CEA, Central Electricity Authority. We did all the groundwork for demand forecast. It was not a easy task to do the demand forecast in a horizon of 2070, wherein not many of the things are not known as of now. There will be a huge amount of changes that will be happening in that time horizon. But still, given the present situation, we did that demand forecast. We could get a good amount of input from the industry in that exercise. And then forecasting in a time frame of the resources that is likely to meet those kind of a demand. Another challenge in that was, what do we see about the growth of the country? Because we have different intermediate targets as well, and maybe in the next 10 years, maybe another by 2047 when we are targeting Viksit Bharat, which is again a target which already declares that India will be a developed economy by then, and all our systems and all our infrastructures will be world class. So what happens then once you reach the top? Then probably what we have seen in other countries as well, that the demand growth starts declining. Declining to what extent, in what manner it will do. So all those challenges were there at that time, but still that report at least gives us a pathway how we are really going to achieve energy transition in that time frame. And if you see the entire report, the role of electricity is going to be a major role because right now we have just around 22% of the contribution coming in the entire energy basket, which will increase to around 45 to 50% in that time horizon. Rest other energy use will continue, but the moment you see a quantum jump from the normal growth and also contributing towards the other sectors, which is hard to abate sectors, what we call as of now. That means the challenge for the electricity sectors is going to be very, very huge. So, as I mentioned, because of the growing economy, and if you have to really keep pace with that economy, what is more important now is energy security rather than anything else. And if you want your industry to grow at a pace which we have already targeted, and they are also incentivized in terms of the cheaper electricity, because that's the ask of the industry as well. And in that scenario, how do we really balance the entire stakeholders? I have on one side Mr. Batra, who always keeps talking to me about the coal and the kind of nuances that the coal is facing. I have on the other side Mr. Bhattacharya, who says I need more and more of renewables, and other industry partners who who keeps on giving their own argument, but how do I balance it? And that is how you must have seen we had been trying to do that exercise of resource adequacy for the last 3 to 4 years, and which has really given a very good result in the country. And we have made it dynamic so that at least we are there and we catch up with the changes that is happening into the systems. And this gives me a visibility of immediate next 10 years, what is going to be my scenario and how do I really meet it. In fact, some of you have also mentioned that there is curtailment that is happening into the systems. It's what we have not envisaged. Demand forecast still continues to be a weather dependence phenomenon. And luckily, the current financial year, that is 25-26, in which we had a good amount of monsoon, good rain, starting from April, continued up to October. So the targeted demand growth what we had didn't happen, and we are still at almost at par with the previous financial year. We had targeted somewhere around 270 gigawatt, but we had to stop at 245 itself. There's no bottleneck in meeting the demand, but until the demand growth happens, the absorption of renewables, which we have already targeted, is facing some issues. Second is definitely a mismatch that keeps on happening. I think it was pointed out by Pinaki that the mismatch that keeps on happening with respect to the transmission and renewables coming together. I think I have not seen anywhere in the world where it happens exactly on the synchronous date. So either somebody will have to come first and somebody will have to come later. Our effort is definitely, since we have started doing a potential based planning in India, and that is how we take off early, but there are chances of having ROW issues and other issues on the ground, which sometimes delays the projects, and that leads to some kind of a curtailment. We are very much aware about the situations that is happening in Rajasthan and Gujarat in particular, wherein a few gigawatts, particularly Rajasthan, it used to be somewhere around 8 to 9 gigawatts earlier, which has now reduced after commissioning of few lines to around 3 gigawatt at present, which will also get reduced further by March and by June, when some more lines which is in the pipeline will get commissioned. Similar happens with Gujarat as well, and we are on there also. I think by March it should get relieved. But then new capacity will keep on coming, new lines will also keep on coming. We are trying to have the matching timelines, but may get slight backlash. But what is more important is we have to see from the other segments as well, because in this entire kitty of curtailment, there is a 3 gigawatt curtailment which is happening to those RE developers who have come early. They were granted connectivity in 27 and they have come early, and we have to adjust them as well. So we face both the kinds of challenge. What is also required in the system is how quickly, I think that point that has been raised by Dinesh, space, time, and the quantum. I think these are the three things you mentioned. This year, in just 10 months, we have added 52,000 megawatt of capacity in the country, which is a huge, I think that's a phenomenal which has never happened in the past. And it's likely that we may add up further around 10 to 15 gigawatt more in the remaining 2 months, which means that in case of renewables itself, it will cross 50,000, and further in the conventional segment, it will have another 15,000 megawatt. And in the pipeline as well, in 26-27, it is again likely to be on the similar timelines, or could be around 60 or 70 gigawatt. That's the kind of things that is there in the pipeline. That means next 2 to 3 years, you will find almost similar capacity addition happening. Now, until we all realize the quantum that can be absorbed into the systems, overbuilding a capacity also does not help anybody. We have to be very, very careful, because we have already burnt our fingers during the period of 2011 to 2016, if I am not mistaken, wherein we had to suffer around 40,000 megawatt of coal-based capacity getting stressed and stranded, and it took us around 8 to 9 years to get them on track. I don't want this thing to happen in case of renewables particularly, because we have a long journey to go, wherein we are targeting, let's say if I take only 2047, almost 4 times the present capacity is likely to be there. That means what we are targeting 500 gigawatt by 2030, that will go to around 2000. By 2070, that figure might reach to around 6,000 gigawatt in that time frame. So we have a long journey to go. We cannot take a shortcuts, and we all have to be prepared to take all efforts to see that the things gets in the right perspective. So that is how we have made another plan, because we have to see how the conventional generation is getting integrated in the systems. We also have a plan of 100 gigawatt of nuclear getting integrated in the system by 2047. To support all this, we have to integrate 100 gigawatt of hydro pump storage in next 10 years. Similar quantum may be required for the battery energy storage systems also in the systems. So we'll have to take a balanced view the moment it comes to the entire perspective of planning. All of us are very keen on energy transition, but one thing probably we forget, and I think only a few days back, press people asked me, sir, people are saying that the renewable have become cheaper in the country. It has reached to 2 rupees 50 paisa, or even the battery energy storage system has reached to 270. So, but still the consumer prices is going high. What is the reason for this? Can any one of you tell me what is the reason for this? Any one of you? I think all of us who are sitting in this particular room is willing to do energy transition, isn't it? Those who are not, raise your hand. I think all of us. Then are we ready to take up the extra mile or extra money that we'll have to spend for energy transition? Because the cost is going to go up.
Sir, I think we are in the capitalization stage. So whenever we capitalize the things and equipments, then definitely we have to spend more, and to mitigate that cost after a period of time, it will come down. But still, I think it is because we are capitalizing the things. That's why this is the reason the cost is going up.
Yes, partly correct. But there are so many other factors. In fact, just to give you a perspective, Department of Economics, DAE, is working on the real cost of power on each segment. What is that real cost? Whether it's coal, gas, solar, wind, in all these segments. Preliminary studies has shown that the solar integration is costing somewhere around 9 to 10 rupees. If you take the holistic cost, which takes care of the storage, balancing, grid stability, etc., 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 it comes to around that figure. So the answer lies somewhere different. So seeing it in an isolated window will not help us to take anywhere, because you have to optimize within the entire framework. Austria, I think you have more of hydro. So our focus has also not now gone towards hydro, and we are trying to accelerate that process. There was a time that had got decelerated because of other segments had taken over. 14 gigawatt of hydro projects, the conventional hydro projects is in the pipeline, which will get fructified in next 8 to 9 years. Some more we are thinking to bring them on course. But what will be more important is there is a policy change in the hydro pump storage, and these policy changes duly supported by MOEF because of some of the relaxation that they have given to us, and the manner in which CWC, CA, even CSMRS, GSI, all of them are on board in appraising the projects and taking it forward. We have the potential increase from 94 gigawatt 3 years earlier to now 270 gigawatt as of now, and it is increasing almost every year. The window of self-identified projects, which has been allowed to the private developers, has really given us a good lead. And the report, the 100 gigawatt report of hydro pump storage, what we have already released, it is already there on the website of CA. You can have a look at it. That gives me the entire potential of 270. And the 100 gigawatt what we have shortlisted, which we can easily harness in the next 10 years time frame, that is also given in year-wise time frame, in which year they are likely to come. Good thing is all of them are coming in the private sector, and the timelines that they are committing is around 3.5 years to 4 years time frame, and it is doable. Already this year, Pinnapuram has been commissioned of 1,680 megawatt. Next year, we have target of commissioning 3,000 megawatt, and then further you will find that 6,000, 10,000, and 20,000 of that kind of a kitty, which is already in the pipeline. I'll only request the industries here, because some of you might be doing in the business of hydro pump storage, kindly do it early, and try to take all advantages of the changed policy as of now, so that at least we are not falling short of storage in the pipeline, because I for one do advocate for the hydro pump storage as compared to the BESS. BESS will be the last resort if nothing else comes in, but definitely hydro pump storage, which has inherent advantage in terms of grid stability and all other facilities, I think we need to give more drive to that aspect. Transmission, I have already mentioned that we are committed with potential based planning, implementation, faster implementation, and trying to see that these transmission lines are commissioned at a time frame in which renewables are requesting for. But because of the increasing ROW issues, I think we'll have to slightly give them more leverage, because there is a pressing demand coming from the transmission service developer as well, that 18 months to 24 months is not doable now because of the ROW cases increasing. So probably we'll have to give them a reasonable time, could be around 30 months or 36 months for completion of these lines. And accordingly, we'll have to align all the RE that is coming into the systems. DISCOMs, who is who is the real buyer and who is the demand creator. And unless they are on board, probably we will not be able to move an inch. Luckily, in India, because of the good coordination with the central and the state governments, we have been able to drive them, and maybe through the RPOs or through the RCOs, even though not fully implemented, but that still serves as a driver to create a demand of electricity, or particularly the green electricity in that time frame. But the next item that is going to come into the segment is data centers and green hydrogen and ammonia. Even the EVs, which is picking up as of now, we have already started facing challenges with respect to the data centers. At certain locations, we were thinking that it may come up to 1000 megawatt or 2000 megawatt, but now the demand that is coming is at a single location roughly 4000 megawatt or 6000 megawatt, which definitely will be a big challenge for the distribution utilities to really connect them and give them a reliable supply, because their demand is slightly different, and we have already changed our concept of earlier designing, particularly in case of transmission. We used to factor in n minus 1 minus 1. I think some of you who are from the transmission business will understand what I'm talking. So any largest contingency, still grid will sustain, one. Subsequent also, grid will sustain. But in case of data centers, it's the other way around. What you need to provide right in the day one itself is you have to give them supply from two different sources and from two different substations. So it's not as easy as what we used to give to any customer. When any consumer comes and asks for a supply from a discoms, he simply connects him to the nearest place, and that's it. But in case of a data centers, probably that's going to be a challenge. And not only that, they demand now for n plus 1 and plus 1 as well. So I think probably we are reorienting ourselves to take it to that level. Market, definitely, I think somebody mentioned about market as well. GDAM, we have the unique product of GDAM in India, which is not available anywhere in the world. But what will be more important in the next phase is we are trying to have a construct wherein some kind of a security of payment is ensured through the market mechanism. And that project, first of that kind of project will be floated by SECI. I think they must have done it by now. And we would like to have those kind of a construct coming through the market, because what we found is PPAs are not happening, and if PPAs are not happening, that means we need to have some other construct to do it. And that's how we are trying to explore some kind of a market construct wherein more and larger capacity can come, and market can support that. Carbon trading platform is on track, and most likely by September you will find that also happening in the country. Probably that will be another driver for RE to pick up, and particularly in the CNI segments, that will be a big driver. Finances, definitely not an issue. What I have, because I keep on interacting almost every week with all the financial institutions who comes and meets me. There only one challenge definitely they keep on speaking is the curtailment part always, and that is where I really face a big challenge, because when individually everybody comes to me, everybody says that I am a must-run utility. Solar, wind say I am must-run. Nuclear also say I can't flex. Then only people who is left out is Dinesh, who supports me through the flexible operation of thermal. And now they have also raised hand. What we wanted them to flex it up to 40%, and they said that okay, beyond 55, please don't ask me to flex to come to 40%. So we are now at a very fix that if all of you say that we cannot flex, then who will flex? So even if you store that energy, somewhere it has to be balanced. What we are trying to do in the flexible operation is, it's not that it is technically not possible. It is possible. The only thing is we need to train the people properly. We need to make whatever changes that is required. Whatever capex that is required in that process definitely needs to be passed through. Whatever operational challenges are there and operational compensation is required to be done, that must be done. So far, we are facing some challenges respect to the state commissions who have not yet adopted the compensation principles which have been adopted by the CRC. So we are after a state commission and they need to adopt that as well. There are certain gaps in that compensation. We are trying to address that as well. But more important is, we are also thinking that can we give them some more incentive to the coal-based generator, because they are the big brothers and they had been supporting so far in the renewable integrations. So we are trying to think some kind of an incentive schemes, which Dinesh had talked to me a number of times. We have already recommended one such scheme to Ministry of Power, and hopefully that will go through. That will address some of their concerns, and people in thermal sector as well, they will like to do their flexing of their own. There are two major policy changes which is likely to happen in 2026, and that is, if everything goes well, electricity bill, which do have certain good reforms in place. If that happens, then probably we'll be at a better place. Second is the electricity policy. We are trying to revise the old electricity policy which was placed in 2005, that has become outdated. We have already deliberated and discussed, and this also we are targeting somewhere by June or July this year. That should be in place. And this gives this policy, we had deliberated in the Chintan Shivir as well. I think Dinesh was there at that time. And 2 days deliberations has really given us some good feedback, and based on that we have modified those. What we are targeting in that is almost all the segments, including the journey of energy transition, that will take us to that place. And how do we become Viksit Bharat by 2047? So keeping 2047 as the target, this policy is being drafted. Good to see that this time government has given some budget on the CCUS as well, carbon capture and utilization, because even at the end of the day of the entire scenario what we worked out, we found that there still will be some segments which will be emitting CO2, and until this CO2 is captured, if you really want to do a net zero, so capturing, and then we are targeting first the utilization, and if we are not able to utilize them in a commercial manner, then only we will go for either storage or sequestration. So this mission is of 20,000 crores, which has been sanctioned by the government, and this is for the 5 years, next 5 years. We will be targeting all segments, all 5 sectors here, particularly power, cement, fertilizer, chemicals, and others as well. There, all the R&D works is initially targeted, R&D and some pilot scale project, if we are able to go, and how do we scale it up to go in future. So we would like to be future ready, so that in case that is required, we should not fall behind in our own technology of CCUS, so that if required to achieve that net zero conditions, we should be in a position to do that as well. Internationally also, it's not that we are confined to India with India's boundary. We are also trying to tap the hydro potentials of Bhutan, Nepal. There are projects which are getting developed. Some of the private players have also now entered into entering into Nepal and Bhutan. So we would like to have those hydro potential also, which can be, because we are the market for the surplus capacity that will be created in these countries. And also we are trying to integrate with all other countries. Maybe tomorrow we can have some trade partners with Austria as well, because we are likely to connect ourselves with UAE and Saudi Arabia, and these grids are already connected with European Union. So under the One Sun, One World, One Grid scheme, probably we are thinking of getting towards the western side and also towards the eastern side, coming towards the Singapore or any other countries which are willing to do so. So the questions that were raised about the DSM, I think a very contentious issue. I will not touch upon much on this, but I must say here is, because now you are a big brother. Earlier, definitely the conventional used to be the big brother, but with 52% of the share in the installed capacity, the renewable has become the big brother. And if that is so, then probably you will also have to take some burden of stabilizing the grid, because what we have of late started seeing is the because of the variability in solar and wind, there are oscillations that has started happening into the grid, and which is really dangerous, and we need to arrest them as quickly as possible. And in one of the oscillations which I was just reviewing 2 days back, I found that the oscillation was generated in Rajasthan, and that was even felt in Kudankulam. So you can imagine the impact, because our entire grid is integrated. So we need to be very, very careful, and that is how when somebody says that relaxation, so probably relaxation we should not now ask for. We should try to adhere to all the grid standards, grid quality, because unless you do that, probably we will not be able to technically integrate more and more renewables into the systems. So what will be more required is we have to adhere to all of them as quickly as possible. So these are all some of my thoughts. I thought I'll just share with you all. But definitely I go back with good feedback, and because I still remember in your initial first and second energy transition summit I was here. I had shared once I had shared with Dr. Saraswat as well. That time we were discussing the initials of all these transition aspects, and now everything is in place. Challenges will be there in the systems, because new challenge will always keep on cropping. What will be more, what is positive side of India's transition is almost all the stakeholders, whether it is the government, the other technical departments, the RE developers, transmission developers, equipment suppliers, the more important, they are all now geared up to have more facilities in India. Particularly, I have been almost discussing almost every month with IMA and other such equipment suppliers, so that we don't face any kind of a supply chain issues in the country. So all these stakeholders are aligned, and probably we will not miss the journey and the roadmap what we have charted out for energy transition. Wishing all the best for everyone to be on this journey. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing such valuable thoughts with us, giving us a very thoughtful perspective. Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, a moment that we have all been waiting for. It's an honor for us to share the video message from Honorable Minister of State for Power and New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, Shri Shripad Yasho Nayak. May I request our console team to kindly play Honorable Minister's message.
Members of FICCI and all the distinguished guests, Namaskar. I extend my warm greetings to all participants of the Indian Energy Transition Summit 2026. Though I am presently outside Delhi on an official engagement, I am pleased to connect with you all through this video message for this important forum organized by FICCI. The theme of this summit, sustaining momentum towards net zero, is both timely and significant. India's energy transition is not a distant aspiration. It is an ongoing transformation anchored in clear targets and decisive action. Under the visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Bhai Modi ji, India has set an ambitious goal of achieving 500 gigawatt of non-fossil fuel capacity by 2030 and progressing towards net zero by 2070. Today, our total installed power capacity has crossed 520 gigawatt, with more than half coming from non-fossil sources. Solar capacity has more than tripled in recent years, and renewable energy is now mainstream, not marginal. This progress reflects the policy clarity, transparent competitive bidding, expansion of green energy corridors, promotion of ultra mega renewable parks, rooftop solar through PM Suryaghar, agricultural solarization through PM Kusum, and strong push for domestic manufacturing. Through the National Green Hydrogen Mission, we are creating the next growth frontier, enabling industrial decarbonization, reducing import dependence, and strengthening India's position in emerging global value chain. However, sustaining momentum require moving beyond capacity addition to system integration. We must strengthen transmission network, scale up storage solution, improve grid flexibility, and ensure financial sustainability of distribution companies. Energy security, affordability, and inclusivity must remain at the core of the approach. Industrial decarbonization will be central to the next phase of transition. Hard to abate sectors such as steel, cement, chemicals, and refining must adopt clean technology, green hydrogen, electrification, and innovative financing model. Collaboration between government, industry, financial institution, and global partners will determine the speed and success of this transformation. India's energy transition is not only about reducing the emission, it is about enhancing competitiveness, generating employment, strengthening energy independence, and building a resilient economy. It is about ensuring that clean energy power growth across villages, cities, MSMEs, and industry alike. I commend FICCI for bringing together stakeholders to deliberate on pathway, partnership, and practical solutions. I am confident that the discussion at this summit will translate into concrete investments, innovations, and collaborations. Together, let us sustain the momentum and make India's energy transition a model for the world, strong in ambitions, steady in execution, and inclusive in impact. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
We thank Honorable Minister Sir for that indeed a very encouraging message from him. Ladies and gentlemen, we also will collate all the recommendation, essentially the industry recommendation from the summit that we gather, and we will present it to Honorable Minister Sir. With that, we have now arrived to the concluding moments of the inaugural session, and may I request Shri Prabir Niyogi, Mentor FICCI Power Committee, to kindly give the concluding remarks and also propose the vote of thanks.
Sri Palraj Joshi, Honorable Cabinet Minister of New and Renewable Energy, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Government of India, through video message. Mr. Ghanshyam Prasad, Chairperson CEA, Mrs. Gisela Christopherich, Deputy Head of Mission, Embassy of Austria in India, Mr. Pinaki Bhattacharya, Co-Chair, FICCI RE CEOs Committee and Founder, Managing Director and CEO, MPIN Energy Transition, Mr. Dinesh Batra, Co-Chair, FICCI Power Committee and Executive Vice President, Hindustan Power Projects, dignitaries of the dais, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, I miss Sam Khera. Yeah. Mr. Sam Khera, of course, an old colleague of mine. My apologies. Dignitaries of the dais, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. As we come to the close of this inaugural session of the Energy Transition Summit, we do so with a renewed sense of clarity and momentum. The inaugural dialogue has reinforced that India's transition is not a single project or a policy framework. It's a coordinated national mission that brings together and shapes an ecosystem comprising industry, government, financiers, technology providers, consumers, and local communities. That's the punchline. Our energy transition is about being inclusive. On behalf of the organizers, I extend our sincere appreciation to our distinguished speakers for setting the tone so meaningfully for the summit. The addresses have brought both strategic intent and practical realism together, reminding us that ambition must be matched with execution capability, investment readiness, and institutional alignment. Let me thank Honorable Minister wholeheartedly for his inspiring video message in spite of his travel plans. We are grateful for his emphasis on the building blocks of transition, reliability, affordability, sustainability, and inclusiveness, and for articulating how these must progress together and how the industry, academia, and policy collaborations will bring us closer to the end result. His remarks underscored that energy transition is not merely about adding capacity, something that Ghanshyamji also reinforced later, but about transforming the energy system, that is generation, grids, markets, last mile delivery, and consumer participation. So that's the second punchline. Our energy transition is transformational in nature. Let me thank Sri Ghanshyamji, Chairperson CA, for his views and the way he charted out the future course of action for us. He simply outlined, in very simple terms, he outlined the policy initiatives that are being taken, especially in challenging times, and balancing the conflicting interests within and among the industry participants, and how difficult it is in order to have a policy which can cut across industry lines. He did mention that solar integration could be as expensive as rupees 8 to 9 per unit, and that the flexibility and not capacity is the key, and overbuilding does not help, and it's much better that we preempt a situation which we had faced with coal-based power plants earlier. A key takeaway from his intervention was the importance of coordinated planning across renewables, storage, transmission, and distribution, as well as demand-side measures. He highlighted that the grid is backbone of the transition, and that strengthening resource adequacy, system flexibility, as well as network reliability will determine how quickly India can scale clean energy without compromising quality of supply. He did mention the balancing act, but more importantly, he went beyond the framework of energy transition to embrace the concept of pumped hydro being reinforced with a policy push as well as guidelines that are now charting the future course of action. We also appreciate the perspectives from our esteemed speakers on financing and bankability, especially the need to reduce risks through predictable regulation, credible institutions, scalable project pipelines, standardized contracting, and transparent market signal. The points on long-term and patient capital, blended finance, and the role of commensurate cost of capital, as well as risk-sharing mechanisms, will resonate strongly with participants across sectors in the next 2 days. Speakers' reflections on domestic manufacturing and supply chain resilience were particularly timely. By linking manufacturing scale up to energy security, competitiveness, and employment, it was emphasized that energy transition can be a powerful industrial opportunity provided policy, procurement, and regulatory frameworks reward quality, innovation, and sustainability. Equally important was speakers' focus on implementation frictions and removing the bottlenecks of land, permits, approvals, transmission constraints, and coordination across agencies. The practical recommendations on streamlining clearances, improving data systems, and institutionalizing accountability frameworks, as also dispute resolution mechanism, offer a roadmap that stakeholders can act upon immediately. We thank the speakers for addressing the theme of a just and inclusive transition, ensuring that the benefits of clean energy reach households, MSMEs, and vulnerable communities, and that the workforce is supported through initiatives of reskilling and new job creation. This human dimension is essential for manufacturing, for maintaining public trust, and ensuring that transition is durable. I would also like to acknowledge the FICCI Power Committee and its members for their continued leadership in convening industry, enabling informed policy dialogue, and championing pragmatic solutions that accelerate India's transition. Our gratitude to all key stakeholders present today, representatives from central and state government departments, regulators, utilities, discoms, developers, manufacturers, technology providers, financiers, development partners, and civil society organizations. Your participation reflects the reality that energy transition is an all-hands effort. Speakers' remarks also brought attention to the role of energy storage as a bridge between renewable generation and dependable supply. The summit takes forward this message. Storage is not an optional add-on. It's central to system balancing, peak management, and enabling round-the-clock clean power. As Mr. Prasad had mentioned, the net zero analysis of NITI Aayog's recent report indicates very clearly that the BESS capacity is going to be somewhere around 3,000 gigawatts and pumped hydro 160 gigawatts under net zero scenario by the year 2070, when the renewable energy capacity itself will be as much as 6,000 gigawatts. A special word of thanks to the summit partners, sponsors, and knowledge collaborators for supporting the platform and setting the stage for high-quality discussion. We also acknowledge the participation of session moderators, panelists, and rapporteurs who would be helping to shape a dialogue over these 2 days that will be both strategic and actionable. To our audience, thank you again for being with us today. Let's treat this session as a call for action to accelerate coordination, investment, implementation across the system. India has everything that is needed for energy transition that will lead to societal transformation. It has scale, it has economics, and it has digital intelligence. As a country, we have made remarkable progress towards meeting our international commitments of decarbonizing the power sector. The next phase, however, is more complex. Demand will rise sharply with urbanization, digitalization, and electrification of the economy, rise in cooling demand, as well as demand for electric mobility, green hydrogen, and data centers. The system is required to absorb much higher shares of variable renewables. Meeting these twin pressures will require not just adding capacity, but strengthening flexibility and resilience through storage, transmission expansion, modern grid operations, and financially viable distribution to ensure that clean electricity continues to be reliable and affordable as it scales. Creating system-wide flexibility will require changes in how power markets will operate, how electricity grids are planned, how storage and demand-side solutions are made to participate, and how policy and regulatory frameworks allocate risks and rewards. As NITI Aayog's report on scenarios towards Viksit Bharat and net zero has analyzed, India's energy transition will be defined by rapid electrification across the economy, pushing electricity demand onto a much steeper trajectory. As Mr. Prasad was mentioning, electricity share in final energy is projected to increase to 21% in 2025 to nearly 40% in current policy scenario and 60% in net zero scenario by 2070. As a result, per capita electricity consumption will increase from 1400 kWh today to 7,000 to 10,000 kWh by 2070, moving towards levels seen only in advanced countries. So that's much beyond Viksit Bharat, which we are visualizing to occur by 2047. Investment requirements are humongous, reaching approximately $9 trillion in current policy scenario and $14 trillion in net zero scenario by 2070. So, ladies and gentlemen, aligned with Niti Ayog's vision, this summit, capturing the headline item of sustaining momentum to net zero, is just timely and a small step in that direction. In closing, once again, our warmest thanks to the speakers for their guidance, thought leadership, and grounded recommendations shared today. We look forward to continued collaboration as we translate ambition into action and outcomes, cleaner power, stronger grids, resilient markets, competitive industry, and last but not the least, inclusive growth. With that, I formally conclude the inaugural session and invite everyone to stay engaged to the next sessions of the Energy Transition Summit. Thank you and wish you a productive and insightful summit. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for that very thoughtful concluding address and also proposing the vote of thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now about to conclude our inaugural session, but we thank our honorable guest of honor and our members of the dais for sharing their valuable inputs with us. May we request Shri Arpan Gupta to kindly join us onto the stage and present the mementos to our honorable guest. We'd like to present a memento to Shri Ghanshyam Prasad. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us this morning. Thank you so much for your valuable inputs, most importantly, your valuable time. We thank Ms. Gisela. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us and sharing your global perspective with us. We thank Shri Pinaki Bhattacharya. Thank you so much, sir, for guiding us with your words. And we now present a memento to Mr. Sandy Khera. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us this morning. A heartfelt gratitude to Shri Dinesh Batra. Thank you so much, sir. And we now present a memento to Shri Prabir Niyogi. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us and sharing your concluding address with us. May I request honorable dignitaries to kindly give us a moment for a group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we conclude the inaugural session and we invite you for a very short networking break. We would request you to kindly join us back by 12:20. That's exactly when we begin with our next session. Our next session is about sustaining the momentum to net zero, setting the tone for discussions. May I request once again everyone to kindly join us sharp at 12:30. That's exactly when we will begin. Thank you. course, and we would want you to participate in the same. For now, we request everyone to kindly settle down as we now begin with our session. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After a very successful inaugural session, we now take you to yet another interesting session in the India Energy Transition Summit. Ladies and gentlemen, this session would be discussing matters around sustaining the momentum to net zero, setting the tone for discussions. We are very honored to have joined virtually by Joint Secretary MNRE Government of India, Shri JVN Subramaniam. He would be joining us virtually. May I now request Senior Investment Professional International Finance Corporation, Shri Tarun Shankar, to kindly join us onto the stage. I also request Dr. Ram Babu Paravatsu to kindly join us onto the stage. He is the co-chair, FICCI Energy Storage Task Force, and advisor and CSO Grenco Group. Warm welcome to you, sir. May we also request Sri Ashish Mittal, who is the Director, Energy and Commodities, CRISIL, and we request Director FICCI, Sri Arpan Gupta, to kindly join us onto the stage. Once again, requesting everyone to kindly settle down with their mobile phones on silent mode. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been joined by our honorable dignitaries on the dais, and we have been joined by our Honorable Joint Secretary MNRE, Government of India. He is joining us virtually. Once again, requesting everyone to kindly settle down, please. We now begin with the session, and we call this session to order. We begin by the opening address. And may I request once again everyone to settle down. We begin the session with the opening address, and may I request Director FICCI, Sri Arpan Gupta, to kindly deliver the opening address.
Good afternoon, everyone, and a very warm welcome to this 4th edition of India Energy Transition Summit. And also one very, very important thing, we also welcome you to the 100 years of FICCI. We have been bridging the policy gap between the industry and the government for 100 years. This is our 100th year running, and you will see a lot of celebrations going forward in the next 12 months or so. We have been honored by the presence of key dignitaries from government, from industry. We have been joined by Joint Secretary MNRE, discussing on how India's energy transition is shaping not only our climate pathways, but also our economic growth and industrial future. We stand at a very, very defining moment in terms of our energy transition journey. This journey is not only about installing or adding megawatts or gigawatts to the total capacities,
But as was also focused in the inaugural session, it also about strengthening the systems. It is about grid resilience, it is about storage deployment, it is about augmenting the transmission and distribution infrastructure and the connectivity assurance to the GenCos. Equally important, financing this journey will require collaboration to mobilize investments at an unprecedented scale across, as I mentioned, transmission corridors, storage assets, green hydrogen hubs, and industrial decarbonization. Therefore, we estimate that, today when we are standing at around 270 gigawatt of capacity and we are looking at 500 in the next 4-5 years, we would require another rupees 8 to 10 lakh crores, of which 15 to 20% will go into the transmission infrastructure augmentation. I repeat, it's around 8 to 10 lakh crores. Industry also consistently emphasizes that predictability is the important factor when we are talking about reducing the cost of capital. Our guest of honor in the inaugural session highlighted that, even while we are adding gigawatts and all, the prices are not coming down. That's largely because of the predictability factor. The credible payment security mechanisms, regularity, consistency, and coordinated central state actions are vital to lower the tariffs and faster the project deliveries. We are also very, very happy to share that India is ramping up its domestic manufacturing capabilities in solar modules, advanced chemistry cell batteries, power electronics, and electrolyzers. On international perspective, when we look at the reconfiguration of global supply chain presents India with an opportunity to be the trusted partner for clean energy solutions and become an export hub for the world. Markets such as EU, Japan, Korea, and Singapore are scaling their demand, and the government-to-government offtake arrangements will be essential. Leveraging our position at G20 BRICS, we can secure premium markets for Indian green products where we are looking to ramp up our manufacturing capabilities. We must also remember this transition is ultimately about development. As I mentioned, it's about strengthening energy security. It's about modernizing our infrastructure, creating high quality employment and regional inclusion, which is also in terms of the just transition we talk about. The growth that we envisage should be equitable, should be equal for everyone, including the society as such. Corporates in India assign a lot of importance to the subject of sustainability. It is becoming part of their business ethos, and decisions are being looked at from the lens of the ESG. And therefore, this FICCI's Energy Transition Summit has been designed as a platform to convert dialogue into actions. Over the next 2 days, as Prabhi sir mentioned in the inaugural address, we will deliberate about renewable energy additions, storage readiness, industrial decarbonization, finance mobilization, global collaborations, and green fuels. The authors gathering that we have here will help us in co-creating a vision and strategy for meeting the energy transition goals. And before concluding, we take this opportunity to applaud the government for one very, very important milestone that we have already achieved, which is the 50% non-fossil fuel installed capacity in the total capacity. So today, with 500 plus of capacity and renewables scoring 270 plus, we have already achieved that target well 5 years before the timeline. So huge applause for the government and the industry on working together on this direction. The commitment of renewables in India is on the right track. The policy push, the industry initiatives aligns very well. It is now time to sustain this momentum, and that's why the theme of today's edition for these couple of days, this particular edition, is sustaining momentum towards net zero. We look forward to a very meaningful, outcome-oriented India Energy Transition Summit 2026. I welcome you all again. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for that wonderful opening address. May I now request Sri Ashish Mithil, Director Energy and Commodities, CRISIL, to kindly share the context presentation.
Can I have the presentation?
Switch to the presentation, please.
Yeah, so very good afternoon to all of you. So I've been given this responsibility of just setting the context, and this is what all this session is all about. I think we had a very exciting inaugural session which really set up the context, and it made my task quite a bit easier. To start with, I think the tagline for this summit sustaining momentum towards net zero is a very, very powerful line. And if we see the tagline, it talks about sustaining momentum. So I think we are on the same page that a momentum has been established and now it has to be sustained. In the inaugural session, there were talks about, and I think Ghanshyam sir very rightfully said that what industry and many stakeholders are looking for is that many things which happened in the past, we talk about the early 2000s. Okay, I think.
Ladies and gentlemen, sorry for that interruption. We have been joined by Honorable Joint Secretary MNRA Government of India, Shri JVN Subramaniam. We request the console team to kindly, we welcome you, sir. We virtually seek the presence of our Honorable Joint Secretary, sir. Sir, may we request you for your address, please? We're requesting Honorable Joint Secretary,
Thank
sir.
you. Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are.
Thank you. So, very good afternoon to all of you, the dignitaries on the dais and the industry partners and colleagues of the dais. Firstly, my congratulations to FICCI on completion of the 100 years and also for organizing this fourth India Energy Transition Summit. I also apologize for not being able to participate there in person due to some official exigencies. I really wanted to be there, be part of the discussions and understand the industry point of view. But I would definitely get the synopsis from FICCI and then see how that can be utilized in our policy intelligence. So, as Arpan was just a while mentioning back, I was hearing that now with the ambitious goal of 500 gigawatts that we have set for ourselves on the non-fossil generation capacity, we have already touched 263. So, we are more than halfway mark on that target, as well as on the 51% of installed capacity today. So, the total installed capacity in the country, you must have seen the PIB release a few days back, which said that we are close to 520 gigawatts of installed capacity in the country, and out of which more than 52% is coming from non-fossil sources. And even within that, if I would speak of some numbers, 140 gigawatts from solar alone, and even within that 140 gigawatts, close to about 35 to 40 gigawatts comes from distributed renewables. So, which means that India has been adding renewables, India has been adding gigawatts, India has been adding gigawatts at distributed scale as well. So, now if you see the journey over the past 2 decades, India's power sector journey has seen a structural transformation. So initially, the deliberations were all about how do we provide universal electrification. Then we were talking about integrations and then about rapid renewables expansion. Because all of you would remember probably in just as good as 10 to 12 years back, our renewable energy capacities in the country was very limited. So this sector's journey has been truly promising, and the world has recognized it. In fact, I had an opportunity to be in Davos last month as a part of India's delegation, and sitting in India, probably at least I didn't realize that the world is amazed with the two things what are happening in India as far as the energy sector and the RE sector in specific is doing. One is the private sector resilience, and more importantly, the scale and the speed at which the projects are getting executed. So this is these be it at utility scale or be it at the distributed scale, there has been a huge scale which has amazed the world. if I can, if I can just put this in perspective, on the distributed RE scale, RE sector, there, you're all aware of a scheme called PM Kusum, which is a farm level solarization program. And farm level solarization program started off very slow. Let me admit that in 2019. But as we come into 2024, 25, there are almost like 23 lakh farmers got benefited. And out of the 23 lakh farmers benefited, 20 lakh farmers got benefited in the last 1.5 years. So, which means that the scale has improved drastically in the last 1.5, 2 years in terms of how consumers and the states are actually taking RE as a whole. So from that, and the same is the story with PM Suryaghar, which where we are going in with a target of 10 million households having rooftops by the end of or by March 2027. So again, the statistics are very promising. We had taken to put up 5 lakh systems of rooftop in the country when the scheme started. We took close to 117 days. So just 3 days short of 4 months. But if I see the same statistic today, to put just 5 lakh rooftop systems as a whole, we are taking just 67 days. So the speed at which the overall transformation is happening is immaculate. So what has changed is, it is basically the private sector participation has come up in a big way, and then the public sector has been or the government policy support has been coming up either in the form of clean manufacturing technologies or PLIs or the ALMMs that are there, or the kind of BCD support. In fact, the last budget has spoken about solar glass manufacturing capacities in the country, sodium antimonate being exempt from BCD. So we take a ecosystems approach rather than just seeing at adding gigawatts to scale. Now, from here, you all would have definitely seen the net zero report what Niti Aayog has recently published. Now, again, this net zero journey provides us with a lot of opportunities as well as with definitely addressable challenges. Let me speak about the opportunities that it would provide. Now, from the 520 gigawatts of installed capacity that we are talking now, we are talking about 6,800 almost to 7,350 gigawatts of installed capacity by 2070, which is almost like 13 to 14 fold expansion. And again, we are adding close to about 51 gigawatts of renewable energy every year, and this year being the largest, we are talking about scaling up to 130 to 160 gigawatts per year. Similarly, solar and wind capacities, which are at 195 gigawatts now, we are talking about close to 6,150 to 6,700 gigawatts by 2070. So these are huge numbers. Now these numbers present an opportunity and also give us the challenge. The challenge today is ramping up our flexibility, ramping up our reliability, so that our grid, which was initially made for the thermal power to transmit, actually takes the other emerging new technologies and RE technologies as a part of the future grid. And I think the speakers have rightly pointed and then spoken about the best capacities to come in the country storage. Now, if you see, there is an opportunity as well as a challenge. Now, what is the opportunity? Best capacities in the country are currently very limited. We are talking only about 0.5 gigawatt hour of best capacity. But where is the opportunity lying? Because the best scaling up has speeded up, and we are talking about almost 411 gigawatt hour of BESS and PSP by 2030, which again will add up to the RE integration story overall to bring in flexibility and also grid stabilization. So it is very important that the advanced grid technologies are deployed. We are talking about grid forming inverters. We are talking about having a strong ancillary services market, and we are talking about distribution level reforms with so the complete ecosystem change is what we are probably looking at, and not reforms or transformation in bits and pieces. So from here, because as you would know that our distribution grids historically were designed for a unidirectional power flow from very large centralized power stations with passive consumers. But now what is happening is, with the distributed renewables also coming up in a big way, the inverter based resources are coming up in a big way, and this is a multi-nodal prosumer framework, a prosumer network that is getting built. So which means that our transmission systems and our distribution systems should definitely be tuned to take that unprecedented scale of deployment that is happening. And states like Rajasthan, states like, for that matter, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra have all taken up this challenge in the right earnest. And along with Government of India, these are the front runner states which are deploying capital, deploying, giving policies, and ensuring that this energy transition happens in a much more smoother and an easier fashion. So what we are looking at probably from here, you I'm sure all of you would have been part of the AI summit. Now, uh, can we make the energy transition, energy flows be as simple as what an UPI is of today? So, can a peer-to-peer trading be enabled? Can consumer networks, can the carry and content be segregated? Can the open access be made even easier to access? So these are all things that we are deliberating, and there is a policy direction on this front. Of course, all this would require capacities within the country in terms of clean manufacturing. All of you would have seen we have very recently touched almost 166 gigawatts of solar module capacities, 27, 28 gigawatts of solar cell capacities. So from that standpoint, we have a backbone ready, we have a policy framework ready, and we have an enthusiastic industry ready. So so from here, as we sustain the momentum towards this net zero, our focus clearly should be on reliability, affordability, energy security, and competitiveness must advance together along with decarbonization. It should also, however, recognize that the rapid expansion of renewables as a backbone of the future system, the essential role of storage and flexibility, and of course, the one which I probably did not mention but very important is the importance of nuclear as a clean, firm power, and with our Shanti, which has recently been passed by the Parliament, and of course, the transitional role of efficient coal and the centrality of grid and distribution reforms. So, I finally, to conclude, I look at this as a long-term structural transformation of the India's electricity ecosystem, which requires sustained policy stability, which the government of the day is already giving, deep market reforms, and massive capital mobilization, which all of you in the industry have been striving towards, and accelerated domestic manufacturing and coordinated grid expansion. So, when we hear about this, it might sometimes sound overwhelming, but the scale, as I have mentioned previously, is historic, but the opportunity is also equally historic. Thank you very much.
We thank Honorable Joint Secretary Sir for his very encouraging message. Once again, thank you, sir, for joining us virtually and sharing your thoughts with us. Thank you once again, sir. We now move forward with our context presentation. Once again, requesting Shri Ashish Mittal to kindly share his presentation.
So this intervention rather made my task further easier. So I'll take it that way. So before I move to the slides, what I was trying to impress was uh, the point that this momentum is there. Now, how do we sustain it and what are the levers around it? And before I move forward, there is one trivia which just struck me regarding this net zero. So we are targeting net zero by 2070. So I was quite inquisitive, and I hope all of you will resonate with it. It's a very long-term target. Like we are, what say, 45 years away from it. So I just did a chat GPT an hour back sitting here. Has there been any other such long-term target in economic history globally? Because to plan something 45, 50 years ahead, and believe me, you can do it. I just found one example, which was, I think UAE is doing it, and UAE has some UAE Centennial 2071 target, that is 100, when they will complete 100 years of their formation. So when we are targeting such long-term thing, it has to be accompanied by many structural changes, and I think everyone is alluding to it. Even the Joint Secretary Sir mentioned it. So again, one important point in this whole journey is what are the key things which has to be kept in mind so that we don't incur or we don't encounter accidents of the past, if I may use the word. So what's happening right this time? And I think again, if we go back to what we just witnessed 10 days back at the AI summit, I think that clearly tells why this is Eureka moment for India and why this net zero will happen. Because the growth forward for an economy as big as India hinges upon the energy security and energy supply chain. All these talks of AI and artificial intelligence and everything, they data centers and everything, and showing what the path of energy security, it hinges upon the energy supply chain of India. So having said that, maybe I'll just move to the slides which I have. The next slide, please. So herein we're just talking about just taking a stock of the 5 targets under the Panch Amrit thing, and just taking stock where are we currently with respect to them. So this number of 500 gigawatt has been the most spoken number. I think we are already at 272 gigawatt. In that 263 gigawatt is the renewable energy, and 8 gigawatt is the nuclear capacity. Then the second one talks about 50% energy requirement from RE by 2030. I think there also considerable growth is happening as we are moving forward. I think we are currently at about 30%. Then there is third target of reduction of carbon intensity by 45% over the 2005 levels. And I think this was one target which I was saying considerable progress has been made, and we have already achieved 40% reduction. Then there is the fourth target of reduction of total projected carbon emissions by 1 billion tons from 2030, and this is also on track. And then comes the ultimate target of achieving net zero by 2070. And I think here I'll go into the next slides where structural changes and structural level efforts are being made to achieve that target. The next slide. So in this slide, what I'm trying to focus upon is the theme which I spoke earlier, that when you are targeting reforms which are 5 decades, which have to span over 5 decades, they have to have structural reforms. And herein we are talking about the financial crisis in the past, and people from the finance domain will allude to this. The demand side risk is the major risk for any commodity, any initiative. If demand of a particular commodity or a particular effort is there, that business, that scheme is bound to succeed. So there is this demand creation for energy transition happening. It has to be supported by policy and fiscal support, okay, for new technologies. And this budget coincidentally was a very good example, and we talked about 20,000 crores, if my numbers are right, for CCUS. So ultimately, if we are talking and not allocating money towards it, nothing will succeed. So that has been the hallmark of Indian government over the past decade or so. Any reforms are backed by numbers and backed by fiscal support. Third thing, and I think this has done wonders across the manufacturing supply chain, at least the production linked incentives for different manufacturing industries. Here again, the PLI schemes are providing that required support, whether it is for the battery, the best projects, or anything related to there. So PLI schemes are playing a very important role in providing that fiscal support or the policy support from the government. The fourth is, I think, and again, focus on base load power. I think this is very important, and this has been my personal view. I think 5-10 years back, when everything was being hinged towards renewable and everything, then and coal became, so to say, a dirty word. But we realized this what importance this black fuel had for in terms of immediate support which has to be given towards the grid, and the numbers prove it. And the coal-based power plants have given that stability. And the last thing is not only so the finance ecosystem. So everything cannot be just left over to governments for providing fiscal and the finance support. I think India is becoming a market where globally funds and money is flowing into the ecosystem, and that is providing the requisite support. Next slide. So here, just in next two slides, I'll just try to conclude what are the pillars, and I think over the next 2 days, today and tomorrow, there are sessions around how these pillars will contribute towards energy transition. Continuous focus on renewable energy. We talked about that, how the share of renewable energy in terms of unit terms have to increase. Role of nuclear energy. I think there is already a draft bill which I'm talking of the Shanti bill, which further tries to broaden the scope of the nuclear power sector. Decarbonizing the transport sector, and I remember Dinesh sir in the last session talking about it's just not about power, it's about the associated different industries. So how the fuel usages and how particularly transport and mobility sector is going to work and contribute towards achieving net zero. Growing role of biofuels. We already have targets of the government mandate of reaching the 20% ethanol blending by 2030. Next slide. It talks about growing EV ecosystem in India. So again, there has been a very important point worth taking stock of is the government of the day, and not just the central government and but also the state governments. We have seen this policy support of which the governments are providing to adoption of EV vehicles pan country. Electrification of Indian railways. This is a big thing, because the quantum the Indian railways energy they use for their operations, I think mission 100% electrification by 2030 will be a major step towards energy transition. And then there are promoting green hydrogen, battery storage and offshore wind, and incentivization of lower carbon footprint technologies. So in nutshell, my submission is that the right ingredients are in place from all the stakeholders. It has to be just sustained, and it may so happen that we may achieve net zero targets well before 2070. That's what it looks like. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for that very informative presentation. Now, may I request our Senior Investment Professional, International Finance Corporation, Mr. Tarun Shankar, to kindly share his address.
Thank you so much, Vicky, and many congratulations on hosting this. Also, my fellow panelists on the dais and all the senior colleagues in the room, as well as I see a lot of youngsters in this hall. So I think it's very heartening to see that all the youngsters would now be taking forward the baton in terms of how the India energy market moves in the next 3 or 4 decades. One very interesting thing I now see in these summits is that nobody talks about long-term capital, nobody talks about low cost of capital, nobody talks about need for capital markets. So I think that is very, very heartening, because all this is already being done and is being done at a very different scale and a volume altogether. India today is, I believe, the frontier market for energy globally, in terms of all the new technologies and the new innovations and the kind of conversations that we are actually having in the power sector is actually second to none. You look at US, you look at China, there are challenges. There are still not such advanced conversations or absorption of such technologies to that scale, or if it comes to transmission or grids, people are not really able to see what a synchronous grid would look like. US and China still today do not have an interconnected grid. So, in India, we are fortunate to have, thought of these things a couple of decades back. And I think we are really reaping the benefits of this spurt in generation. Now, whether this spurt in generation is sustainable, which is the theme, yes, it is. And we don't know what happens next, but definitely the things relating to electrification, where now the proportion of energy in the energy mix, or the proportion of electricity in the energy mix, will move from anywhere around 20 to 25% to 45% going forward, which is in a way predicated upon new things coming up, new things such as the need for electrification in our transport, for instance. There is a spurt and a mushrooming of data centers as a concept, which are in a way really relying on stable power. And then there will be many more such kind of uses. Who knows, 10 years down the line, we will be talking about wireless grids, and we don't need so much wires and transmission grids being connected. Having said that, how does financing look today? I think in India, we have almost every major international investor present in the energy infrastructure space. In terms of equity capital being provided, in terms of debt, we have enough kind of capacity between banks and NBFCs to be able to come and support greenfield construction. We have new concepts such as asset monetization, which has resulted in new structures like investment trust, which have been set up. And those investment trusts essentially are taking capital from the capital markets. So again, some time back, there was this classic discussion on how to involve capital markets in the Indian infrastructure story. I think that has happened. We have seen the success. There is almost $100 billion of assets under management, which today infrastructure investment trusts have under their belt in India. Going forward, if we are now looking at around 520 gigawatts installed capacity, probably going 2x in the next 5 to 7 years, having an implication on renewable energy in terms of that capacity also growing up by 2x. What is the new source of capital that will come in this country, or what are the new things that we will have to think about? And I think, again, as what we have done on the energy planning and moving the energy markets, I think India will have to show the way to the world in terms of how the financing would pan out going ahead. Some of you may be aware there's a Basel IV which is being talked about now. Basel IV is essentially negatively impacting the entire concept of project finance, because that means in a way keeping more capital reserve requirement with the banks, which means that going forward, if renewable energy has to be financed, it need not be necessarily financed out of a traditional project finance concept. And that's just a food for thought. So, at these kind of events, what's a new thing that we can, in a way, introduce in the market to avoid the implication of Basel IV impacting our banking and financial system? RBI has already seized of this. Basel IV will in a way come into effect from July 27, 28. So we have just around 2.5 years to go. And therefore, if you don't have bank capital funding greenfield construction, who is going to come and replace them? Is it the NBFI market? Is it the NBFC market? Is it some other market? Or are we only looking at corporate finance structures? If we are looking at corporate finance structures, then the way we have done investment trust, which is for, in a way, operating transmission assets or operating energy assets, would we have such kind of corporate structures also for greenfield assets going ahead? I think that's a food for thought. Needs to be deliberated upon. But having said that, I think in terms of the finance and the capital providers, we stand steadfast, supporting the entire growth story. And a lot of global funds which have been raised in the last 12 to 18 months with increasing focus on the emerging markets, including on India, are very well, in a way, targeting the 20 to 30% India allocation when it comes to the renewable space. So no dearth for equity, but that is going to be interesting moving ahead, and that's an area which we should be looking at. I'll stop there, but happy to answer any more questions or clarifications which the audience may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for those very enriching, insightful thoughts. Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, we are proceeding towards the concluding moment of this session, and may I request Dr. Ram Babu Paravatsu, who is the co-chair, FICCI Energy Storage Task Force and advisor and CSO, Renco Group, to kindly propose the vote of thanks and also give the concluding remarks.
Thank you. We are coming to a close of this session. So I am here in the next 5 minutes telling you, giving you the concluding remarks. As the session, and more importantly, this session also was setting the stage for the discussions that are going forward. So it's quite important session, and once again we can sort of recall what was discussed in this particular session and what was the agenda. It is very important to notice that the title of this particular conference by FICCI is on sustaining the momentum. So why of net zero is already sorted out. Mostly how of that is also sorted out. We already taken steps, and it has been told to us that the steps have been really giant steps that we have taken. The progress has been very, very good. But as we go forwards, we always know that getting to zero is going to be that much more difficult. The way that we have been doing and made the progress so far may not be the same way that we will be able to reach the goal. So I think we need to change many of these things. So that is the kind of conversation that the next sessions will also have to be indulging in. Mr. Subramaniam, he couldn't be here and he was on online, and he definitely said that sustaining the momentum would require long-term sustained transformation of the energy sector. He wasn't of the illusion that the way that we did till date, will be the same steps will be able to take us to that 2070 net zero goal. So I think that was very clear. But another thing that I could understand from all of you speakers is that it is not just the getting to net zero and the decarbonization, but India seemed to be seeing a great growth opportunity in its journey towards the decarbonization. For the first time, we are in a position to talk about energy independence, and beyond that, we are also wanting to be an electro state while the petro states are collapsing. In geopolitically, the emergence of electro states in the face of not exactly collapse but declining petro states is what is emerging globally. And India seemed to be nursing an ambition beyond becoming energy independent to become an electro state and one of the major electro state power. I think I sense in all the speakers' presentations that ambition somewhere coming up, going beyond even becoming energy independent. Going further, Ashish Mittal, definitely presented key pillars of energy transition. He did mention, Mr. Subramaniam also mentioned nuclear, but Mr. Mittal pointed out from RE, we need to go to be able to get to net zero. I think we need to look at also, RE includes storage for him, and also we need to look at nuclear. And next step is, of course, the much larger electrification. That is what I meant also, the electro state emerging. So then, of course, is the biofuels, the 4 pillars that he talked about, and much more things, many more things that need to be done, he pointed out. And finally, Tarun Shankar, brought in the challenge of it's not just what we need to do, how we need to do, but where the money comes for that, for that doing. And he actually brought forward a big changes that are occurring in the globally, the Basel IV, and due to that, the kind of changes that we need to do. Availability of equity seemed to be not a big problem, but that going forward will become a larger challenge. And what are the institutional changes and tool changes, transformations that we need to do, I think was also brought forward. So overall, to me, this particular session and the conversation going forward has to be discussing not only sustaining the momentum towards the net zero, but also transforming this net zero journey for India becoming a major electro state going forward. I think that sets the agenda. And thanks a lot all the speakers, Mr. Subramaniam, Mittal, Tarun Shankar, and Arpan. I think you opened and set the agenda. Thank you for that. And thanks all of you joined this session, so patiently listened and not exactly participated, but so patiently, listening to all of us. Then thanks a lot, FICCI volunteers organizing this session and also this conference. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, sir, for those guiding words. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we end this session. However, we request you to kindly stay with us as we would take this moment to recognize and thank our honorable speakers of the session. May I request Sri Arpan Gupta to kindly present mementos, when we would begin by presenting a memento to Sri Tarun Shankar. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us and sharing your thoughts with us. Once again, requesting Mr. Arpan Gupta to now present a memento to Dr. Ram Babu and thank him. Thank you so much, sir. And we would like to present a memento to Sri Ashish Mittal and thank him. Thank you so much for sharing your presentation with us, sir. May I now request our members on the dais to kindly give us a moment for a group photograph. We quickly capture this in our lenses, requesting our friends from media to kindly take this moment and click a group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, with that we conclude this session and we request you all to kindly join us for a short lunch break, which is exactly for 30 minutes. We request you to kindly join us back by 1:50 so that we can begin our session. We would want you to be joining us by 1:50 so that we can start our session. It's a very short lunch break for roughly about 30 minutes. Thank you. Our next session would be a panel discussion, Building Blocks for India's Energy Transformation. We request you to again join us in time for us to begin with our session. to the stage. May I request our organizing team members to quickly invite everyone inside the hall, and at the cost of being repetitive, may I request everyone seated inside the hall to kindly continue to keep the electronic gadgets on their silent mode. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin this session, and we are very honored to have with us our honorable speakers of this session. May I also request our esteemed panelists of the session to kindly join us onto the stage. May I request Shri Dinesh Batra, who is the co-chair, FICCI Power Committee and Executive Vice President, Hindustan Power Projects. May I also request Shri Chandramouli Kasina, who is the ED, Safety, Sustainability, Environment and NTPC Limited, to kindly join us onto the stage. Inviting on stage co-founder and CBO, Sunshore Energy, Shri Kartikeya Sharma. Head Energy Business, Hero Future Energy, Shri Ashutosh Vyas. And President and Head Green Hydrogen Ammonia Business and New Initiatives Avara Group, Shri Prashant Chaube. And we also request Director of Asia Pacific Sustainability, Asia Society Policy Institute, Mr. Alistair, to kindly join us onto the stage. Once again, requesting everyone present in the hall to kindly settle down. Warm welcome, esteemed speakers, warm welcome, esteemed guests, for this particular session, a panel discussion on building blocks for India's energy transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, we begin this session with the keynote address by Shri Praveen Gupta, who is a member Thermal, Central Electricity Authority, Government of India. He has joined us virtually, and we will be presenting his remarks virtually. May I request our team, our console team, to kindly let us know if Honorable Sir has already joined us virtually. We have been told that there is a little bit of technical glitch, and Shri Praveen Gupta is going to join us shortly. He would be joining us virtually as mentioned earlier. May I now request Director Solar SECI, Shri Sanjay Sharma, to kindly deliver the special address.
Good afternoon to all of you. Honorable dignitaries, distinguished industry leaders, colleagues from the government, members of FICCI, ladies and gentlemen. It's a privilege to address this distinguished gathering at a defining moment of India's development journey. The conversation around net zero is no longer confined to the climate discourse. It is now central to the energy security, industrial competitiveness, and long-term economic resilience. India has committed to achieving 500 gigawatt of non-fossil fuel capacity by 2030 and net zero by 2070. These are not merely environmental targets. They represent the structural transformation of the energy system, industrial processes, and fuel choices. In this journey, the Solar Energy Corporation of India has played and continues to play the role of an early mover, a market maker, a transition catalyst. When renewable energy in India was still perceived as expensive and risky, SECI stepped forward to build confidence in the market. Though transparent bidding process or competitive bidding process, robust contractual framework, and credible payment security mechanism, SECI emerged large-scale renewable deployment at rapidly declining tariffs. The institutional framework provided bankable power purchase structures and reduced counterparty risk and attractive global capital into the India's renewable energy sector. Over time, SECI evolved from simply procuring solar power to designing increasingly interestingly sophisticated market instruments that align renewable growth with the grid reliability. Moving from the intermittency to reliability. As renewable penetration increased, the question was no longer just about the capacity addition. It was about reliability. SECI responded through innovation. Hybrid tenders we have evolved, RTC we have come out. RTC battery component has to be there along with the solar and wind, you all know. Round the clock, then firm and dispatchable renewable energy bids, which is designed as per the requirement or load requirement of the states. So that is very innovative products, and wherein we have discovered the tariff which is less than 5 rupees also. And right now, if you compare it with the fossil fuel based, the minimum cost as on today, it will not be less than 650 or say 7 rupees. And that too, that will come after 2030. At that time, the cost may go up. Storage linked procurement framework. These tenders marked a fundamental shift from the selling energy to selling assured, scheduled, dispatchable power. By combining renewable generation and storage and diversified resource profiles, SECI enabled renewables to compete not only in price but also reliability. This is a crucial building block in India's net zero pathways. Catalyzing the green hydrogen and ammonia economy. The next phase of decarbonization lies beyond electricity in hard-to-abate sectors such as fertilizer, refining, steel, and shipping. Under the National Green Hydrogen Mission, SECI is undertaking the responsibility of market creation. Though carefully structured tenders for green hydrogen production and green ammonia supply, SECI is providing long-term offtake agreements, assured transparent price discovery, bridging viability gap in early stage market, offering payment security mechanism and maintaining investors' confidence. These frameworks are designed not just to support the pilot projects, but to enable industrial scale transition. As you all are aware that the green ammonia tenders, we have discovered the lowest tariff in the world. The maximum capacity that was auctioned out was 40,000 metric ton per annum only. And SECI came out with the 728,000 metric ton per annum, that two off-takers all already tied up. The prices discovered by the Fertiglobe, which is going to sell to the Hindco, the prices discovered was 811 euro per metric ton. But wherein if you compare it with India's, our discovery was 53 rupees 27 paisa per kg. That is converting into 410 or so euro per 478 euro per metric ton. So that is basically European prices are 80% higher than that of our discovered price. Other part is that our tenders discovered the price for delivery at the doorstep of the fertilizer industry, whereas this is the only 811 euro per metric ton was only the production cost. Delivery another 100 plus euro per metric ton. So you can compare that SECI has built India as a global hub for production of the green hydrogen or its derivatives. We have already stepped and moved ahead. The next phase we are going to come out with the green methanol tenders, wherein the off-taker will be most probably the Kandla Port Trust, and that will be supplying to the shipping lines from Singapore to Europe. In between they are fueling it through green methanol. So India is already taking steps for the future journey. Apart from that, India's transition must go hand in hand with the industrial development. India's renewable deployment ambition required strong domestic manufacturing base, though the implementation framework for production linked incentive scheme. Solar PV modules, we have already crossed 168 gigawatt per annum, wherein our domestic consumption may not exceed 50 gigawatt in near 2 to 3 years. So we are already crossed that. Apart from that, we are also in cell manufacturing. So right now it is around 30 gigawatt per annum, but in the 6 months time, we will be crossing say 100 or so. So that is a very good achievement. As we look forward, SECI is preparing next wave of market instruments. Green methanol, as I have already discussed, is emerging as an important fuel for shipping and industrial decarbonization. Then across all these lines, SECI's core role remains consistent. That is the market creation, reducing the offtakes risk, then payment security. It is, I am proud to say that since our inception in 2011, SECI has not defaulted a single payment for a single day. It is already 15 years. So that gives the confidence to the investors that if your purchase agreements are with SECI, it is almost assured. SECI bridges this gap. Its approach rests on 5 principles: transparent and competitive bidding, risk allocation that enhances bankability, demand aggregation to reduce contemporary exposure, technological flexibility to encourage innovation, and scalable models that can be replicated nationally. In doing so, SECI does not merely procure energy, it designs market. It is basically aggregator. The new products we are doing, that is innovator. Apart from the risk mitigation aspect we are taking care of. India's pathway to net zero will require accelerated renewable deployment, storage, integration at a scale, decarbonization of industry, electrification of transport, green fuel for heavy sectors, financial innovation and carbon market creation and integration. SECI is aligning its future tenders and policy support mechanisms to enable this integrated transition. We are moving from the renewable growth to system transformation, from capacity addition to reliable assurance, from electrons to green molecule also, from energy transition to industrial transition. India's net zero journey is not single project or policy. It is a long-term national transformation. SECI begins as a solar implementation agency, and today it is a renewable energy market maker, a green fuel catalyst, a manufacturing enabler, a risk mitigator. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for those very valuable inputs. Thank you so much for filling in with so much information. Thank you once again, sir. Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, this afternoon is very special as we have been also joined by our former Secretary to the Government of India and former member Central Electricity Regulatory Commission, Government of India. Sir, thank you so much for your presence. We would like to welcome you with a green certificate, and may I request the moderator of the session, Shri Sunil Jain, to kindly present a green certificate to Honorable Arun Goel, sir, and welcome him to this session with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. We've had a great beginning with a very insightful thought, and we acknowledge and thank Sri Sanjay Sharma ji for that. Sir, thank you so much for sharing those very valuable inputs. And once again, may I request Sri Sunil Jain to kindly present a green certificate, and thanks, sir. And also, we are welcoming you once again, sir. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been indicated that Shri Praveen Gupta ji has already joined us virtually, and we welcome him. Warm welcome to you, sir, and we request you to kindly present the keynote address.
Thank you. Thank you. Distinguished guests on dais, of the dais. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You're
Am I audible?
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank
You're
you.
audible.
Thank you. So, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let me thank FICCI for inviting me to this India Energy Transition Summit of 2 days. I just wanted to attend physically, but due to some urgent engagement, I could not attend physically. Uh, uh, so I'll just briefly tell you what is happening in thermal and what is the pathway towards 2070. As we all know that India has already declared 2070 as net zero year for the country. And I think most of you know that net zero doesn't mean that there will be no emissions. There will be emissions, but whatever emissions we are making, that has to be neutralized through other means. We are growing at a very fast pace, around 5 to 6% as of now. And Niti Aayog in its recent report has also projected that our CAGR till 2070 will be around 4.1%. So there is a lot of demand, and this demand will be coming from green hydrogen projections, what we have, shifting towards electric mobility, then cooking. All these factors will increase the demand by 2070. As far as 2034-35, where we have the firm projections, a capacity of 1050 gigawatts will be required, which we are currently at 535 gigawatts. And to achieve this, we have already done a lot of studies in CA, and they have projected that coal will remain substantial in up to at least 2034-35. And recent studies also shows that it will be there till 2047. Substantial amount of coal will be there. So till 34-35, a capacity of 307 gigawatt. We are already planning that. And you will be happy to note that if you see the current capacity, we are already having 40,000 megawatt of worth capacity, which is under construction. We have already 20,000 megawatt worth of projects which have already been awarded, and there is some 5,000 megawatt capacity which is under bidding. Apart from what TBCB projects Gujarat, MP, Maharashtra, UP are proposing. So there is a good future of at least for 2 decades for coal-based power plants. However, with the installed capacity more than 50% from renewable energy sources, the role of coal will be evolving, and they will not be basically for base load suppliers, but they will be required more for system stability and flexibility. So you must have seen in the newspapers recently that a good amount of renewable energy is being curtailed. And there were some reports that on one day there was a curtailment of around 23,000 megawatts. And what I feel that the role of coal flexibility becomes very, very important because now if we see so much of curtailment from renewables, that is not good for the as overall cost. The main reason we have been struggling, why we are not able to flex our coal plants, there are only 75% of units which are showing up to 55%, although central sector units are already showing 100% flexibility till 55%. And we have been struggling to why people are not going for flexible operation. And one of the reasons which has come out is that many SERCs are not giving any compensation for part load operation. You may all be aware that there is a efficiency loss. Whenever you run the plant at the part load, there is an increase in auxiliary power consumption. Although CRC has already given compensation till 40% part load operation. I'll not say minimum technical. But many SERCs, only 8 SERCs, I believe, have been giving this part load compensation. And we have been pursuing with all the state regulatory commissions to come out with compensation mechanism as soon as possible. In this regard, we have already been committed by many that they will be coming out with this regulation very shortly. Apart from this compensation, we are also thinking of giving some incentives to these thermal power stations. So just to encourage, there is a mindset also that there is we will face some problems when we go below 55%. However, as per OEMs, they say that the machines are capable of coming down to 40% without any major problem. Although they have highlighted that the coal quality, which is varying a lot, it is not only the design coal, but the coal which they are getting is also variable in nature, and the flame stability and all those things create a lot of problem in doing part load operation. And another complaint which generally Gencos are making, that very frequent ramping down and ramping up is there. If they tell us to run at some particular load for a particular time, then it will have much less impact than what we have when we have regular ramping down and up. So we are also thinking of saying that can we come up with some solution that only units once in a day they should be able to come, they should be allowed to come down, and that then because it is a merit order thing, so we have to change in that methodology so that one by one each unit is called to come down. So these are some of the things which we are thinking how best we can implement. Another thing which has come out is the training of manpower to operate, because we have been operating subcritical units and they have been quite stable. And the coal plants were running as a base load plants. So we have good experience of running subcritical units. Therefore, we have proposed that a training program for all the operators, including NTPC, although they are doing very good in running the units. But we are planning to have a course module, wherein all these operators can be trained to operate these machines in flexible mode of operation. Going forward, as we are going towards 2070, already projections are available, wherein huge capacity addition from solar and wind is expected. And by 2070, if you see that the about more than 90% of the energy will be, installed capacity will be from renewable energy sources. But I believe that without large-scale storage systems, this may not be a feasible solution. And until and unless we go with large-scale storage and in the form of batteries, energy storage, or PSPs, which we are pushing very hard, then only we can be achieving this 2070 net zero target. Lastly, I would just like to mention also about the CCUS mission, which we have recently been announced by Honorable Finance Minister, and around 20,000 crores have been earmarked for CCUS. And we have already prepared the concept note wherein how the projects will be vetted and in the R&D or in the non-R&D pilot or sizable projects. And we are working on it, and very shortly we'll be coming out with CCUS. The main objective of this CCUS mission will be we have to be technology ready in case we need CCUS in future. Then we should be having adequate technology available with us. NTPC has already shown few projects wherein they are producing methanol. For ethanol, they are going ahead with some other more projects in Pudimatka. And the mission is basically we are just trying to capture around 7 million tons of CO2 from various hard to abate sectors, including power sector. Chemical is there, steel, refineries, all cement, all these sectors have been roped in. And a 5-year period has been given wherein we will be financing R&D projects as well as pilot and sizable projects. And many industries have shown a lot of interest in joining hands in this CCUS mission. And we hope that by 2070, we will be having adequate infrastructure and the technology maps for storing, which can enable CCUS to come into picture if required. But as of now, we are more concentrating on the utilization of carbon capture rather than storing. So that is one of the major highlight which recently has come up. I just want to add last point that people think that why can't we have RE plus storage replacing coal? There have been a lot of questions wherever I go why we cannot replace, because battery costs are coming down. People are coming with bids of 5 rupees, which is less than what we are getting in TBCB of coal-based power plants. The range of coal bids which we are getting is around 5 rupees to 6 rupees, including variable cost. But the major thing is that we don't have large base of storage as of now. And the reliability is one of the major factor which we think that it will take some time to mature, because what if there is a variation in solar or you don't get proper solar generation? So we need to have backup as coal-based power plants, and whatever CA and NITI Aayog are studying, they are it's a temporal demand projections which they are doing, hourly projections they are doing, and then they are coming out with all these capacity addition programs. So it is a very sophisticated study which we carry out, and it is not like that it's Excel based or install capacity based modeling, which we used to do it about 5 years back. But now it is a proper energy and demand both in peak and energy. We try to see how best we can in the least cost model. Other thing, biomass co-firing is also coming up very fast, and although in NCR region, CAQM has already imposed some penalties for not firing the stipulated 5% of biomass co-firing with in coal-based power plants. I feel that it may be replicated to other regions also in case we don't get any encouraging results. But in NCR, we have seen that around 4% co-firing is already being done by 11 number of thermal power stations, which are in NCR region. And Samarth mission has already been created, and they are working very hard to give this knowledge of how best we can fire biomass co-firing. Biomass co-firing being a fuel being a carbon neutral that can play a very huge role in abating the carbon emissions. Torrefication biomass pellet is one of the technology which is the torrefied biomass is almost same as what we have coal. So in case we get to reduce this cost of torrefied biomass pellets, we are working towards that, and more number of manufacturing units are coming up now with torrefication. And we believe that in future biomass co-firing or totally biomass based huge role. So at the end, I will just like to end here, and I'll look forward to of the this conclave of 2 years, 2 days, sorry, and I think that's all from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for those very promising and very thoughtful remarks from you. Thank you so much once again. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a privilege as we now invite former Secretary to the Government of India and former member Central Electricity Regulatory Commission, Government of India, Shri Arun Goel, to kindly share the theme address.
So good evening, everybody. So this afternoon sessions after lunch always difficult sessions. My esteemed panelists, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. So it's my privilege to be here and share some of my thoughts. So I think firstly the topic that is there, pathways to net zero, building blocks for India's energy transformation, is very timely. As we all know, we have commitment under Panchamrit. I mean, this is the declaration that was made in COP26 in Glasgow that we have to be net zero by the year 2070. Just to give a perspective, like China is going to be net zero by 2060. European Union, they have a commitment of going net zero by 2050. So, like India, considering our developmental needs, so we have taken this commitment to be net zero by 2070. Now, when we are talking of net zero for a country like India, it's a difficult proposition because we also want to do development. Having development along with controlling emissions is very challenging. But we as a country have a clear political mandate for that. That is why we are pursuing both the things together, Viksit Bharat by the year 2047 and net zero by the year 2017. So when we are talking of net zero, power sector plays a very important role. The reason is that we all want to control the greenhouse gases, and the major greenhouse gas is carbon dioxide, and power sector emits approximately 50% of these carbon dioxide, and even other sectors which are there which are emitting carbon dioxide like industry and transport, that also we want to electrify. Now so there has been a lot of focus on power generation by renewable sources over the last few years, particularly last 10-12 years, and number of steps have been taken by the government in this regard, say on the supply side, giving must run status to the power plants, exemption from the transmission charges, which of course has been gradually being waived off, getting reduced, renewable purchase obligation, renewable energy certificates, bidding guidelines, green dam, green TAM in the power market. So these are number of green products have been introduced. Now, just to give you an idea that now we are the fourth largest renewable power generator in the world. I mean, when we are talking of renewable, we are also counting hydro in it. Third largest solar capacity in the world and fourth largest wind capacity. So the solar capacity in the last 10 years, 11 years has increased by more than 47 times. It was just about 2.82 gigawatt in the year 2014 and it's now 133 gigawatt. Again, like the wind capacity, which was 21 gigawatt by the year 2014, is now roughly 54 gigawatt, which has also doubled. Like wind generation started much earlier, but solar has really caught on and it's much higher than the wind now. Now, one thing that we did was that now the 50% of our installed capacity is coming from the non-fossil fuel sources, and this we did 5 years ahead of our commitment. So as a part of the controlling the climate change Paris Agreement, every country has to give their nationally determined contribution. So there we had said that we will be having 50% of our contribution from the renewable sources by the year 2030, but that we have done 5 years ahead. So 50% of our capacity is coming from the renewable sources. And just to again give you a flavor of it, like in this year which has just passed, 2025, so roughly around 44 gigawatt of renewable capacity was added, and which is the highest ever. Say as compared to the 24, it was only 24 gigawatt. So a lot is being done on the renewable side, but now while we have the capacity of more than 50% from the non-fossil fuel, but still their contribution is only around 20 to 23% in terms of generation. And if we say exclude hydro, so from say wind and solar, it is only around 12 to 13%. So as a part of that Panchamrit, so there are two other targets that we have to be 500 gigawatt of non-fossil fuel capacity by the year 2030, and another target is that we have to be 50% of our generation should come from the renewable sources. So we are moving in that direction because as you have seen the kind of capacity that has been added in the last year. So today, since the topic is about the building blocks in the India's energy transformation, I'm going to talk about 6 building blocks. So some issues have already been covered by member thermal because they're focusing on thermal issues. So the major challenge that is being faced when we are adding renewables, and which I call as the first building block, would be that how do we tackle this intermittent nature of the wind and solar, and because we are adding that capacity very, very rapidly. Just to again give you a flavor, I'm just giving you an instance that on August 23, 24, the wind generation was 5 gigawatt. I mean, that was what was, scheduled. But in 3 days, by 26th August, it became 25 gigawatt because there was a certain depression which developed. Just want to tell you that how variable and how quickly it can change. Similarly, on June 21, 2020, we had a solar eclipse. At that time, our solar capacity was not very high. So there was a sudden drop of 12 gigawatt of solar generation on 21st June. So these just instances tell us that, and on a day-to-day basis also, the wind speeds are very, very unpredictable. There can be sudden cloud cover, and these all lead to problems because the grid has to be managed. There has to be a balance between demand and generation. So we have to see that how we can manage this. And what is happening is what we call the share of the variable renewable energy sources, that is wind and solar, is increasing at a very, very rapid rate. And just to give you that, we already have had an occasion when more than 40% of an energy at a particular instance was being met from these variable renewable sources. And if we take some states like Karnataka, I mean, they export the rest of it, around 132%, they were all meeting their demand through these variable renewable sources. Similarly, Rajasthan, this instantaneous penetration has been of the order of 67%, in Gujarat of the order of 62%. Now, another thing that is happening, which is becoming a problem, is that we get, particularly because the solar capacity is being added rapidly, the solar energy is available only during the daytime. While in winter, we have one morning peaks when the energy is required, but we do not have the solar energy. Similarly, now in the evening between 8 to 11 p.m., we are getting the evening peaks. I mean, living standards are increasing. A lot of AC loads, cooling load is coming up. Earlier, we used to have one AC, which also used to run for a few hours. Now we have a AC in each room, and children don't listen to you, and you have, lot of AC loads. So the problem with these loads is that at this time, the solar energy is not available. So we have a big problem that we require more and more flexible sources of energy. Now, when we are talking of flexible sources of energy, at present, we are highly relying on thermal power plants. Member Thermal spoke about it. So the minimum technical level at which they are operating, I mean, normally they operate at 55%. But CA has made a regulation. They want that these thermal power plants to operate at 40% up to then go down up to 40%. But something like CRC has also come up with regulations where they're trying to compensate them for degradation, heat rate reduction, increased auxiliary consumption, and so on. But still, if you talk to any big generator, NTPC, they always feel that it is resulting in too much wear and tear, and the compensation should be much higher. They would be happy to operate as a base load plants. So this is one thing happening on the solar, but whatever the projections are there, definitely, like I think for the next, say, 20 to 25 years, thermal power plants are going to play an important role and provide this flexibility. In fact, I'll be talking about little later also. Niti Aayog has come up with a very major report trying to have a projections up to 2050 and 2070 in the net zero scenario, and they have projected that even by the year 2050, thermal power plants are going to play an important role. Now, another is that because once you are using thermal power plants, then they, emit carbon dioxide. So we are now focusing on energy storage. Again, they are very good flexible sources, and already a lot of work is going on. SECI is doing a lot of work in this area. And again, like in the year 2025, around 5.4 gigawatt of co-located solar and storage they have been bid and they have been awarded, and similarly standalone BESS has also been awarded up to 2.2 gigawatt. Now this is something, I mean the solar is something, and there are projections that more and more solar storage capacity will be required, and because this is a clean and flexible source. Now while I mentioned about the peak load, particularly during the evening peak load, so something is also being done on the demand side, and all attempts are being made that how we can reduce that evening peak load. So that is why there is a focus on smart meters, and once you have the smart meters, you can have time of the day tariffs, so that the tariffs during the peak loads are little higher than during the other time. So the second building block which I feel is with regard to strengthening the transmission infrastructure. So at present there are 6 states, I mean mainly western and southern states, say Rajasthan, Gujarat, Maharashtra, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu, which are generating around 75% of our solar and wind. And they are concentrated in say southern or western region, whereas our load centers could be in the northern region or other parts of the country. So we require huge transmission network. So what we call the government scheme of green energy corridors. So phase 1 we had around 20 gigawatt evacuation transmission capacity that was created. Phase 2 is under implementation with another 20 gigawatt. But the phase 3, which was just announced in the budget, phase 3 and 4 together, I mean it's a massive, that the idea is to have a transmission capacity to extract 150 gigawatt of renewable energy, and the total budget outlay is of roughly 56,000 crores. So transmission is going to play a very, very important role, and so while we are building these transmission lines, simultaneously government is also focusing on distribution energy resources, because if we are able to have distributed energy resources, maybe you don't require to build that kind of transmission lines. That is why we have PM Kusum scheme, PM Surya Ghar Bijli Yojana, where rooftop solars are being encouraged. We are trying to have agriculture pumps in the PM Kusum scheme, which are run on the solar basis. So once you have the distributed generation, so it's much easier to manage the grid, and maybe you're not required to construct that kind of interstate transmission line. So the third building block which I consider is with regard to deepening of the power markets. You see, at present only around 7% of the power is being transacted through the power markets, and if you compare this with the developed countries, in the most of the developed countries it is in the range of 40 to 50%. But if you look at the Scandinavian countries, around 90% of the power, more than 90% of the power is transacted through the power exchanges. Because as we are focusing more and more the renewable energy sources, particularly the variable renewable energy sources, so every consumer or the distribution licensee, they want to source their power closer to the real time. So in that context, like CRC introduced real-time market in the power exchanges. I mean, it was introduced in the year 2020. So earlier day-ahead market used to be the major market, but over a period of time, real-time market has also caught on, and now the volumes of both day-ahead market and real-time market are almost equal to each other. So we really have to see that how we are able to deepen these power exchanges, so that actually at present even the tenders that are bid by SECI, so they are on a long-term basis. The contracts, long-term PPAs are there for 25 years. So that is why the share of the power markets has not been able to increase. So once we are able to deepen the power markets, maybe that we can come up with more merchant power plants, which they have some sort of a certainty that the power would be got sold through the power exchanges. The fourth building block which I consider is with regard to domestic manufacturing. So when we are adding so much of the renewable capacity, at present a lot of it we are based on imports, whether it is batteries, whether it is solar panels, modules, cells, so on. So government has come up with number of production linked incentive schemes for various sectors, and the idea is that we have to mitigate the supply chain shocks, currency risks, and geopolitical uncertainty. So this is another area which anyway the government has taken a lot of action in this regard. So the the two more building blocks are left, so you have to just bear with me. The fifth building block I consider is with regard to financial viability of the distribution companies. They are the actual cash registers of the whole value chain of the electricity sector. If the distribution companies are not financially sustainable, the transmission companies will not get paid. Generators will not get paid. They will not be able to turn buy coal and so on. So the distribution sector viability is very, very important. Again, like the total losses, even on the 31st March 24, this is the latest figures available. The accumulated losses of the distribution companies were more than rupees 7 lakh crore. And the main reason for that is that there is a persistent gap between average cost of supply and average revenue requirement. So this gap, AR/ACS minus ARR, which comes to around even 20 to 30 paisa per unit. So in unit terms, it may not be much, but with the kind of units that are supplied, so it's a very, very big, actually, a revenue should be more than this, so that, whatever surpluses are there, you can invest in infrastructure and strengthening our distribution system. So I have done just some calculations. So like in the year 23-24, roughly, 1.25 lakh crore units were sold. So even if the tariff is increased by 10 paisa, it roughly adds to rupees 12,500 crores into the system. Similarly, AT&C losses in the country are at present 16%. Of course, these are the average, so some discoms are doing well, and some discoms in the northeast, they are incurring huge losses. So again, like if there is a 1% reduction in the AT&C losses, it adds to around 9,000 crores rupees into the system. So it's very important that the sector is financially viable, and for that it is important that the tariffs are cost reflective. So actually the ARR should be more than ACS. So we have to focus on reduction of AT&C losses. And again, another issue is with regard to timely release of the subsidies by the government, which is also very important. So what we have seen in Delhi, I've been involved in Delhi's privatization and the Delhi power sector. So the privatization in Delhi has really helped in bringing down the AT&C losses and making the sector financially sustainable. So the last building block I would like to talk about is the financing of the energy transformation. So again, I was mentioning about the Niti Aayog report. So they have said that like in the net zero scenario, so at present capacity is around 530 gigawatt. So that will be roughly 3,800 gigawatt by the year 2050. By the year 2070, it will be 7,000 gigawatt. And the more interesting thing is the share of the non-fossil fuel based in the year 2050 will be 89%, and in the year 2070 it would be 90%. So whatever say remaining share would be, coal is a sort of a reserve capacity, and the kind of investment that is required would be say between 25 and 50, estimates are $5 trillion US, and between 2050 and 70 it is around $9 trillion. Again, to put it in perspective, our current GDP is 4.3 trillion US. So that you can just imagine the kind of investments are required. Of course, if we will be Viksit Bharat in the year 2047, our GDP is expected to around 35 trillion US. So, so with this regard, I am of the view that we are not likely to get much of the international finance because developed countries are themselves into problems. They have huge debt and so many other issues. So we really have to focus on our own policy regime and regulatory regime, and it has to be something which gives certainty to the investors. So whether they're international investors or the domestic investors, so I think that itself will bring in investments, and we have already seen that we've been able to put up so much renewable capacity in India, which is the financing has come mainly from the private sector. So in this regard, again, I feel there are two things which are very important. One is regarding honoring of the contracts, because private sector is going to play a very, very important role in India's energy transition. So honoring of the contracts, we have seen sometimes, there's a change in the government, so old contracts are not being honored. So honoring of the contracts become very important. And another very important issue is with regard to, settling the disputes with regard to change in law and force majeure. So these are the two clauses which are there in most of the contracts. So these also need to be resolved. So I thank you very much. So lastly, just I want to take, highlight the trilemma of India's power sector or energy sector. So that trilemma is that earlier we used to talk about affordability and reliability. So we all know that power is become reliability, everything is dependent upon electricity, and energy security is also very important. And affordability, because there are, income disparities, our population is very poor, so it has to be affordable. But then they are contradictory to each other. If you want to have reliable power, huge investments are to be made into the system. We have to create redundancy into the system. So, but now we have added the third dimension to it, sustainability. We also want this power to be clean. So when we talk about three, reliability, affordability and sustainability, it's a real challenge that how the decisions are taken so that we are able to balance three things. So, but I am sure that all stakeholders present over here, they will have to play an important role. I think if we work together, we can make India Viksit Bharat by the year 2047 and achieve our net zero targets by the year 2000. Thank you for your attention and look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you so much, sir, for those very thought-provoking words. Thank you so much for bringing in such significant points. Ladies and gentlemen, we now proceed towards the panel discussion, and may I request the moderator of the session, Shri Sunil Jainji, to kindly take over. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon to all energy stakeholders on the dais and off the dais. Firstly, I must congratulate FICCI for seeing that there are so many women energy stakeholders. This is the first time I'm seeing so many women in an energy conference. So that you all must pat yourself. And thank you, FICCI, for that. It's good to see the diversification. So, Mr. Arun Goel has spoken a lot about what we have to do, and he has made my life easier. We are talking about net zero, and what about the building blocks? A net zero pathway isn't a straight line. It's a series of building blocks. Let's look at which building blocks are currently valid and solid, and which are the ones need to be carved out. And this session probably will do that. So I'll cut down on what context I was to said because lack of time. But to be honest, we are all gathered here at a genuinely consequential moment. And not just for India, but for the global energy story. I use the word consequential deliberately because the decisions being made in India energy sector today, in boardrooms, in policy corridors, in financing desks, and on the ground in our states, will have implications that stretch well beyond our borders and well beyond our lifetimes. So, people have talked about the 500 gigawatt story and 2070. So, we've got three goals: 2030, 500 gigawatt, 2047, Viksit Bharat. And in Viksit Bharat, energy is interlinked. You cannot be Viksit if your energy mix and reliable energy and 24/7 energy is not there. So that is, and then 2070 is what we are talking about, a net zero future. These are not small commitments. They are in fact extraordinary ones for a country at India's stage of development. And here is the central tension we must hold in our minds as we begin discussions. India must simultaneously do that no country has ever had to do together at the same time and at this scale. It must lift hundreds of millions into prosperity. It must industrialize. It must modernize its grid. It must build domestic manufacturing capability. It must decarbonize. And it must do all this while ensuring that no worker, no community, and no state is left behind in the process. And this is that mandate, and that is what makes this conversation so important. I will skip a lot of my written notes which I had. So today, these panelists who bring perspectives from across this complex landscape, from finance and industry, from policy and regulation, from technology and implementation, I'm not going to ask them for a consensus, because the honest truth is that there may not be a consensus on some of the questions. What I'm going to ask them is candor, the kind of frank assessment of what is working and what is not, and what India must urgently get right. So we've got just 60 minutes now with us, and we will move forward in that. I have a request, and therefore I will start with Mr. Sanjay Sharma, who has to leave for some urgent meeting, and we know SECI is so important that SECI cannot miss Sanjay Sharma in their important meetings. Mr. Sharma, as SECI scales up tenders across solar, hybrid, RTC, and follow the load curve, the FDRE tenders and all, what changes in bid design would you prioritize to accelerate energy storage deployment and reduce curtailment? For example, separate versus bundle storage, availability-based penalties, as peak products, standardized interconnection timeline, and clearer change in law for import and manufacturing policies.
Thank you, Jain Saab. Actually, the first two aspects are interlinked. If you see the curtailment kind of a thing, which Goel Saab has said on a particular date, 23 gigawatt, which is a huge curtailment. For bringing that, storage is a must. What we are planning that in daytime, energy should be stored, solar energy mainly, and in the peak hours in the evening, that can be released to the grid. That will utilize the transmission system in an optimum way. One, curtailment will be reduced. Then peak power also supplied at a cheaper cost once the availability in the peak time is more. So that will address all the 3-4 issues which we are thinking, and for that what we are designing our bids like that. We are normally earlier we used to do the plain vanilla solar or vanilla wind. Now we are having some embedded storage kind of a thing, assured 4 hours or say 6 hours. And I am happy to say that in the last 2-3 bids we have discovered very competitive tariff. In 2 hours bid it was 2.86, wherein plain solar bids were coming at 250 or so. Of course, that was for half the capacity for 4 hours. Similarly, for 3 hours or say 6 hours, we have discovered a tariff of 3.12, which is also very competitive. So storage is a must, but of course, from the technical point of view, what Goel Saab has said, that the inertia is required for the stability of the grid. The battery cannot take over the whole quantum of that spinning reserve kind of a thing. So I think I should be brief enough.
One controversial question to you. We've got 40 gigawatts of PPA which remain unsigned today. Will SECI consider selling this power from these PPAs directly to commercial and industrial users? Number 2, do you think it is time to bring in contract for difference mechanism for PPAs compared to 25 years and move to market selling mechanisms through the CFD PPAs?
Okay. For first question, what should I say? 40 gigawatt, how it has emerged 40? So earlier I was part of that meeting that they were calling 3-4 REIAs that they should bid because we have to come out with the 50 gigawatt every year to reach the target of 50 gigawatt, 500 gigawatt by 2030. So all bids have to be awarded by 2028. I came out with the argument that the problem is not the bidding out, problem is the off-taker. So off-takers, we used to do bidding of say 17 to 18 gigawatt only. Suddenly it has jumped to 50 gigawatt. Appetite is not there in the market, or discoms are not willing to buy, or load is not increasing that way. So bidding is not a problem. I said to the then secretary Mr. Valla, Sir, if you say every week I can come out with a 1000 megawatt bid, but who is the taker? Still at 17 gigawatt we are sitting with the PPAs. So one part is how it has piled up because of the policy. Second part, whether we are thinking of selling it to the C&I consumer or say data center or say whatever. See, in our bids, these are guided by the regulations from the government or say guidelines from the government. Few consideration have been taken. So there will be the issue regarding one, the payment security, whether they are having the same quantum, so risk level will be different. Another part is the regulatory aspect. These are guided by those. So certain aspects were waived or say ISTR waiver or other things were there in the bidding. So those will not be applicable to the data center or these things. So I think in my view, as of now, that cannot be directly go to the, because tariff we have already discovered. So, but we will think innovatively, can we do that? We are open to it. Second part, they have asked about the CFD. So I have a altogether different view on CFD. I think in 1 or 2 meetings I have already discussed. CFD means these are applicable to the matured market, that is West. We are just evolving. Apart from that, we don't have same regulatory framework across the states, right? Third, payment security again an aspect. And now the basic question, why we should come out or why we should not come out. So I am of the view that we should not come out at this stage. One, there are only 3 players. One is the producer, second is say SECI, intermediary, and third is the off-taker. Who is having choice to mitigate their risk? Who? Only the producer. He can quote his price, right? So he is risk-free right now. And if we bind up, if we take the short-term offtake, then that risk they will build in the tariff, and that high tariff the DISCOM will or say off-takers will not be able to take. So left is 2 players. One is SECI intermediary and final consumer. So we should be at risk. If it is my gain, it is their loss, off-taker's loss. If there is a profit to the off-taker or say gain to the off-taker, it is my loss. So at this stage, I don't know CFD is applicable to this sector at this stage when we are evolving. Our policies across the India are not same. If we take the data center or say C&I consumer, say in Maharashtra, the difference will be there. It cannot be come out at this stage. That is my view.
Thank you, Mr. Sharma.
Thank you.
So we move from one Mr. Sharma to another Mr. Sharma, Karthikeya Sharma. So we know there is a problem of demand in the market, and you are into a CNI segment of the renewables. So what are the strongest demand drivers you see for CNI renewables over the next few years? Cost savings and 24/7 clean power requirements. RE 100 /ESG carbon border measures, and how do open access and banking rules need to evolve to sustain the growth momentum?
Right. Thank you, Mr. Jain, for that question. I'm just going to follow through on Mr. Sharma's comments. I think there is no demand problem really. Neither in the CNI segment, definitely the only demand problem is that there is too much demand. In terms of power, data centers as a sector, we've seen the power of that sector as it is coming up in the West. In the United States alone, over the last 4 years, the advent of data center infrastructure on the grid has put the energy demand on a compounded annual growth rate of 4%. For the last 25 years, the American power demand was flat. Right? This is just one sector doing that to the American power demand. In the context of India, of course, our data centers today are almost 1/10 the size of the data center campuses that are coming up in the US. But we are going to catch up, and we are going to catch up fast. I think in the next 5 years, we will start already, seeing gigawatt scale data center campuses coming up, and they are, undoubtedly going to put a lot of stress on the grid. So, and this is just data centers. Even our core industrial sectors such as steel, such as chemicals, which are responsible for more than 50% of the industrial power demand, have not really caught up on their renewable purchase obligations, and that remains the case across states. When they do that, and I think the government has given them time till, or maybe the time has run out, basically, they have to now either buy out their obligations by purchasing RECs, and because of that, over the last 6 months since the release of the new regulations on compliance, we are seeing a lot of demand in the market for carbon credits. Over the last 2 quarters, in fact, I'm actually surprised by the number of inquiries we have received for carbon credits, whereas initially this was all focused on physical supply of power. MNCs, of course, have also come out and are asking for a lot of carbon credits, and the VPPA guidelines that have been released has unleashed a new wave of demand, where a lot of people are coming in and saying that, we want to sign a VPPA. Now, as a power producer who's highly focused on governance and making sure that we don't experiment too much in the regulatory front, we are actually cautious as to how to fulfill this demand. My request to Sharma sir would be that, if SECI can take a first step to prove that, the market maybe to some extent can be used as a driver for these VPPAs, just like you have done it, like you said, in all the things, right? Whether it was plain solar, whether it was solar wind hybrid, solar BESS, the CNI segment always looks towards the utility segment to be able to, innovate and come up with the right kind of solutions. On the VPPA front, we are really looking towards, SECI to see if there is something that can be done at scale. So I would say from a demand perspective, CNI is booming. If at all it is regulatory bottlenecks which kind of restrict developers like us to fulfill that demand in a meaningful way. For example, Maharashtra is a great example over the last 1 year, where a sudden change in TOD structures basis a certain projection has put the entire industry in a place where a market which was on a run rate of gigawatt a year is maybe trailing at 200 or 300 megawatts for the last year.
Well, just small follow-up question, but quick answer, because we have already been warned that we are short of time. So do you believe that it is time for democratization of the open access sales and doing away with the concept of this group captive sales?
So if that means that we can be in a place where if that democratization means that industries will not have to bear the CSS burden when they move out of the DISCOM's ambit, then yes, why not?
Okay.
I think it was time long ago.
Thank you, Karthikeyan. Okay. I'll now move to Mr. Chandramouli. So Mr. Chandramouli is from NTPC, so they are the what do you call the behemoth for the energy sector in India. So from an operator's lens, what are the most urgent interventions, regulatory and technical, needed to keep the grid stable while retiring / repurposing older units with the RE integration, and how much cost should be allocated toward slowing the transition?
Good afternoon. Grid is a cooperative activity. It's a shared responsibility, and the problems are a shared burden. As new players come in the form of RE, it is not only supposed to, expected to make the country go towards net zero, but it also creates problems for the existing assets. For representing a company which is predominantly thermal generation in nature till date, the rate at which RE is being inducted, if you see today's scenario, there is no problem in the generation. We are able to add RE very fast. But are we able to integrate it that fast? There are bottlenecks there. Be it the transmission system, the proportionate infrastructure investment is not going in there. Then Praveen Gupta ji as well as Goel Saab has talked about flexibilization. Can we go down to 40% on a day in door basis? Technically, no, because we're killing the assets faster than expected. Our first unit, Singrauli, is still going strong at 40 plus years. If we flex at this rate, we will be killing the assets faster. But the unfortunate scenario is now only a small section of the players are taking the flexibilization. So this is where the democratization is required. We need all the players in the sector to participate so that the burden on each of us is less. This is one. RE alone is a thing of the past. RE coupled with storage is what is required. That's where the most of the investments will be coming in as per the Niti Aayog's plan also. That's it. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. I would now come to Ashutosh Vyas. Ashutosh, Hero Future Energies is developing utility scale renewables. What are the two top bottlenecks you face today in scaling? Land, permits, interstate transmission, whatever the numbers are, grid curtailment, and which interventions would most move the needle over the next 24 months?
Right. So good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you, Vicky, for having me here, and thank you, Sunil sir, for that question. The couple of major challenges or major bottlenecks that we foresee in development of these RE projects is one, I would say the availability of ISTS substation, the availability of connectivity. There is a dearth of connectivity. If I were to apply, let's say, connectivity in Rajasthan today, I might probably get it in year 2032. With the similar logic, Hero Future Energy, we are into business of developing the complex projects. So gone were the days when we used to build plain solar, plain wind projects. So these days we are working on the high CUF projects. Therefore, the resources that are essential to us are both solar as well as wind. Now, we will require sites in Rajasthan, Karnataka, Madhya Pradesh, Andhra, Karnataka, right? Unfortunately, none of these places connectivity is available. Now, let's say if let's say I had connectivity and I'm developing a project. The second part of issue will come when there would be delay in execution of these projects. So let's say there must be, so I don't want to quote the substation, I don't want to quote the name of the element here per se, but there are, let's say, couple of major connectivity elements. If they do not come up, while the substation would be ready, let's say in 2026 itself, but GNA operationalization will take another couple of years. So these are the kind of challenges which we see. But again, I would say it's not really an issue per se. It is the case of timing mismatch. When you talk about RE projects, generally the gestation period, one would say it's around 24 months, whereas the same in case of a transmission line or 765 kV or let's say the substation, that might be larger, that might be even, let's say, 48 months. So there is this timing mismatch. So in our humble opinion, what can be done is that if these substations can be planned much ahead in advance, one. Secondly, the lower turnaround time, the faster execution, that is what we need to look at. Second challenge that I would want to highlight over here is, again, everyone knows and everyone would agree that land is the trickiest issue. If some sort of interventions could come in, let's say, while we are developing these complex projects, and in some of these states, you have a geo sort of thing, which is first level of approval given by the nodal agencies. We are looking at the major overlaps of these geos. Now, things like these, it's practically, it's a clerical job. These issues should not have surfaced up on the first hand basis. Let's say if these issues have cropped up, these issues should be, disposed of as soon as possible. But these take longer time. Secondly, I would say NA conversion I mean, trivial issues such as any conversion taking 2 years of time. So these are the things which can, I mean, if government can intervene in some sort of manner, and these kind of issues can be resolved. And last but not the least, as I said, as was mentioned, 40 gigawatt of PSAs remain unsigned. While these PSAs remain unsigned, the connectivity, the developers have taken connectivity, and that's not available for other developers to, who are willing to develop projects with or without PPA. So that also remains as a bottleneck. So I think these are some of the issues.
Okay. Thank you, Ashutosh, for giving that perspective. Well, finance has always been a key challenge. There's another way of partially financing your renewable projects through an alternative revenue mechanism, and that's what we call as carbon credits. Coming to Mr. Alistair Ritchie, wide experience in policy and regulations on carbon tickets. So my question to you is, India's carbon trading scheme is in early stages. What is the realistic role of domestic carbon pricing in driving transition investment, genuine price signals, compliance mechanisms, or primarily a tool for international credibility?
Thank you very much, Mr. Jain, and thank you to Vicky for inviting me for this very interesting summit. So yeah, it's a great question. I'd like to firstly say a few words about the benefits of emissions trading systems, which here I'll be talking about India's carbon credit trading scheme, the compliance mechanism, which is the primary mechanism, and then I'll talk about some global experience, how this is working, what are the roles, and then can India follow? So I think firstly it's very important to recognize the momentum globally for emissions trading systems. There's a reason for that. It's because they're cost effective. Emissions are reduced where they're cheapest. Governments can guarantee achievement of targets. The industrial competitiveness can be protected. And these systems can cover a very large percentage of national GHG emissions. So they're ideal for meeting NDC targets in a cost effective way. So we see China, Indonesia, India, as well as Japan, Vietnam, etc., in addition to the EU and North America. So in terms of the roles of carbon pricing, we see two main roles. The original role is the act of the carbon price itself. So the carbon price incentivizes low carbon production. So companies will have an internal carbon price that they will use to make an investment decision. And they may consider, what is the price going to be in 10 years or 20 years? Because it's a long-term investment. And they might choose $40 or $50 or $10. And this, the carbon price driver, has been very effective. In the EU, it's reduced emissions by over 50%. At the same time, the EU GDP has increased significantly. So there's been a huge decoupling, and economic growth is going very, very high. Emissions are going very low. So it's a great example of how this can work. The carbon price, though, really mainly works for low and medium cost measures. So for high cost measures, measures that might not be commercially viable at the moment, the climate finance kicks in. So what we're realizing now, globally, over $370 billion have been generated from emission trading systems to support investment. And this is mainly from auctioning of allowances to the power sector. So it's a great opportunity to support technology like green hydrogen steel making, CCUS, we heard about the mission, etc. The EU has generated over $290 billion. They have an innovation fund, which is 50 billion, modernization fund, 70 billion, social climate fund, industrial decarbonisation bank, which is $100 billion. There's a just transition fund as well. Germany, the member states get a lot of the EU money. Germany gets the most because it's the biggest member state, but it also has its national ETS. So Germany has a fund of $250 billion between 2024 and 2027, which is the Climate Transformation Fund. And then Japan, really interestingly, has got about $130 billion through a climate transition bond. So this bond is already being made available, and it's providing investment support, and it's going to be paid back by auctioning in 2033 in the power sector in Japan. So it's supporting industrial decarbonisation for hard-to-abate sectors. So can this work in India? Yes. What would it need? For carbon pricing, you already have the mechanism, the CCTS. It just needs to be expanded to include the power sector. The power sector is the most important sector to include in any ETS. All the major ETSs globally include the power sector. Huge opportunity for decarbonisation. This is the sector where the EU has had most success. So this will enable coal-fired power to transition to renewables more strongly, demand-side management. Also, there needs to be an adequate carbon price. So a lot of the systems in Asia don't have a high carbon price because the targets aren't tight enough, so it requires proper assessment of the right cap and economic impact, looking at the abatement potential and costs, and also working out where the price can be applied. So can you pass that price through to consumer goods, and if so, you can have auctioning. So there's a huge opportunity to auction the allowances, which is where the revenue is coming from. So South Korea, for example, has recently announced increase to 50% of auctioning for the power sector by 2030, 100% by 2035. China's looking at this as well. And then just briefly to finish off, on the climate finance, if these things are put in place, India can generate well over $500 billion of climate finance. And then we're doing a project at the moment to look at what this could look like. We believe that there'd be a great opportunity for, say, a power and industrial decarbonisation fund, which could then really channel significant investment into CCTS sectors, as well as a state-level social and economic transition fund to support economic diversification and just transition, etc. So great opportunities, and thank you for the question.
Just one more question. The EU carbon border adjustment mechanism, what we call by name of CBAM, it kicks in now. Indian exporters in steel, aluminium and cement face real cost exposures. So India's response with its own carbon price to retain fiscal revenue domestically, or is there a different strategic response?
Yeah, no, thanks. Another really good question. And my answer to the first question kind of answers this question in terms of the CBAM is seeking to impose the carbon cost on imported goods into the EU. So there are two strategies primarily. Number one, reduce the embedded carbon of your product. So the CBAM cost is a function of how much carbon there is in the product that's exported, and also how much carbon cost is already paid. So number one, reducing the embedded carbon will reduce the CBAM exposure. How to reduce the embedded carbon? Carbon pricing. Carbon pricing will provide a financial incentive to switch to lower carbon production, to incentivize investment and operational decisions that move to low carbon fuels, etc. And then the climate finance that I mentioned. So that there are technologies that are not yet commercially viable. So climate finance is a huge opportunity in India, and this will support upfront payment as well. Like if the Japan Climate Transition Bond is applied in India, you could have billions and billions of dollars available within the next few years. All it needs is a commitment by, say, 2030 or 2035, we're going to include the power sector and we're going to start auctioning. Japan hasn't even started auctioning in the power sector yet, and it's already made available tens of billions of dollars. So India could do something similar, make a commitment, have a transition bond, provide finance, decarbonise, reduce CBAM exposure. And then the second point, coming on to your question perhaps a bit more directly. So yes, exactly. Increasing the effective carbon price paid partly would be through what you suggested. So India can respond by retaining revenue domestically by imposing auctioning on CBAM sectors like steel, fertilizer, cement. This would need to be very carefully done because not all products are exported to the EU, and clearly there needs to be assessment of what are the right installations, what are the right products for which auctioning could be appropriate. And then what might be the auction share? Would it be 10% in 2030, 30% in 2045, etc.? And then think about where's the money going to go. The revenue can then be recycled back to the CBAM sectors to help them decarbonise. And also, as India transitions in this direction, may consider its own CBAM to protect industrial competitiveness. One of the key issues is about the carbon leakage, so assessing the risk of sectors exposed to carbon leakage. And then, yeah, so I think this is the intended effect of CBAM.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now I move to Mr. Prashant Chaube. Avada has been vocal about scaling renewables at speed. And the next constraint is increasing firm power and grid integration. Rather than generation capacity alone, how are you thinking about the optimal mix of hybrid IRE plus storage to meet the fast-growing demand from C&I, DISCOMs, and emerging loads, EVs and green hydrogen, while also addressing grid stability, curtailment risk, and transmission availability? And what 2-3 interventions would most materially accelerate delivery?
Okay. Thank you, Sunilji. Thank you, Vicky, for the opportunity. I think question is, it's a great question, but it's a very complex question. It is all the material for one session full, actually. But I'll try to address, and I'll address, as you rightly said, with as much candor as I can. It's right, Avada Group has been, we are across the value chain in manufacturing, one of the largest RE player. We are into green fuels as well, moving into data centers. And we understood that a part of our energy transition is not merely capacity addition, but it's a reliability. And sooner or later, the reliability will become the most important factor, as we are seeing today. And along with it, a lot of constraint will come, which we are witnessing today. So congestion, curtailment, grid-related issues, transmission infrastructure issues, everything. The problem probably is not RE. The problem is reliable RE today. And the sooner we understand and start deploying, that's important. So from Avada perspective, we have never looked at a generation project as an standalone project. For us, it's an integrated power system. And when you look at an integrated power system, I think you'll be able to look at a lot of problems which come down the line, and that has been our endeavor to look and solve them. One of them probably for us is resource complementarity. At what stage, how you really complement solar and wind. India has its own complexities because of regulations, because of diversity, because of land issues in different states. And I think catering them and addressing them will be something which you need to really look at from that point of a time. We also looked at geographical diversification. Today, almost like 90% of renewable capacity in country is concentrated in 5 states. And sooner or later, you will again start having a problem because every state will have a limit in terms of the grid and other issues. And then probably we looked at other states where probably you have interstate connectivity available, land available, and probably a good radiation. So that has been one important aspect, how we started to address it. Third is about storage. But storage again is not a one-stop solution for everything because you need to look at load profile. C&I consumers will need almost 2 to 4 hours of an evening peak. DISCOM probably need larger 6 to 8 hours, morning, evening peak. Data center will look about 17 to 18 hours of a power. Green hydrogen, you need to go for 24/7. And I think each of them, we had planned for a different strategy to cater to each of them in a manner. So for us, basically, we understand that from capacity, energy to reliability, the needle will move and how you prepare yourself for that. 2 or 3 quick intervention because of the brevity of time. Thank you, Mr. Sanjay Sharma, who is not here. I think the country, first important aspect we need is integrated planning. That is missing for a very, very long time. Starting from bid to transmission to storage deployment and to ascertain where is our buyer actually. So if we are issuing is 50 gigawatt of the bids without even knowing who are going to purchase, we are going to land in a big problem. And that's where those 40, 50 gigawatts of LOAs which are stuck up, and they send a very, very wrong signal to the investors as well. So I think we need to address, and that's one intervention to really look at integrated manner at this part. Second, again, linked to it is, while we create a good supply system, supply ecosystem, I think focus has to be there on the demand ecosystem as well. In renewable, the same logic applies for PPA issues which are there. In hydrogen, the same issues apply because we have created a fantastic supply ecosystem, but there is actually no demand for ammonia and hydrogen. And similarly, if you look at a lot of electrolyzer manufacturers as well, they will again be under reeling of pressure because they need to be come across. And third, probably a most important and last summary, I think we need to have agility into the system. We are moving into a energy transition very fast, very ambitious, but we can't handle with the legacy mindset, right? There are a lot of issues. For example, I'll give a just simple single example.
any of a green hydrogen and green ammonia project needs a humongous amount of renewable energy, right? It needs from all sources, state, grid, interstate, everything. You don't have a regulation which probably can give a dual connectivity to him. Now, either we look at from a problem mindset or we look at a supply mindset. So I think we need to have a lot more agility in our policy approach, in our regulation approach, so as to able to handle to a new set of a whole problems which are coming.
Thank you. That was great. Last but not the least, I move to Mr. Dinesh Batra, who is the co-chair for FICCI Power Committee also. From a developer's perspective, which part of the project pipeline causes the most delay and cost escalations today? Land aggregation, forest, environment, transmission connectivity, local permits, and what single window plus deemed approvals approach would actually work on ground?
See, from a developer's perspective, when I look at thermal, all the new capacity is coming through a brownfield mechanism only. So there is no challenge as such. But overall, if you look at across the sectors, the biggest challenge right now is on the transmission side, on the ROW side, right? And that transmission challenge is coming, the evacuation problem is coming. For that only, we believe that we need to focus much more on the distributed renewable generation now, right? As Mr. Subramaniam in the last session, he said that we are adding 1 lakh customers on the rooftop every 67 days. We already have a 35 gigawatt of rooftop capacity. We need to now look at how do we empower those generators, those small generators, and also how do we make sure that they can, there could be consumers who don't have a rooftop. So that is where new technologies like P2P, and that's why we have kept a dedicated session only on P2P after this. So because these are things which will actually solve the problems of the transmission evacuation issues that we are talking of.
And what about the single window plus deemed approvals?
So as such, what we are finding that almost all states, because I keep traveling, they are intentional in making sure that such problems are resolved as in spirit as a single window. Then, as my colleague was saying, there are legacy issues. It's not easy to break that.
So single window is like a Microsoft Windows. You open one, it directs you to another one.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah.
Good, thank you.
Yeah.
I'll steal another 3 minutes from the organizers. They are showing eyes to me, but I must. Each one of you, you can start. If you could change one policy, regulation, or market design feature in India's energy transition architecture tomorrow, what it would be and what outcome it would you expect? Only 30 seconds.
Thank you for the great question. I would add the power sector to the CCTS, as I explained earlier. There's huge opportunities, and it would open up, it would make the system much more powerful, and it would make the system provide a tool to decarbonize in a more effective way the power sector.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Chandramouli.
I think grid stability needs to be achieved by incentivizing, not by penalizing.
Grid incentivizing and not penalizing. Great.
I think the storage, we really have to focus on it and see how do we incentivize it, and also have more and more of domestic production of whatever is required for the storage.
Okay, Mr.
Yeah, I'll say 2 things. One, I agree, we must have a pull mechanism rather than push mechanism for creating flexibility for thermal assets, right? Number 2, I would suggest time of the day metering. That's a regulation that time has come for introducing time of the day metering across India. Yeah.
Ashutosh.
I'll say let's absolutely do away with solar projects. Let's develop only the complex ones, which is solar, wind, and battery put together. And also would request if the changes that are proposed under Electricity Amendment Act, that should be implemented as soon as possible.
Great.
One is obviously, I'll again reinforce that
You handle through integrated planning. That's important. One. Second, please open up open access. Thank you.
Thank you. From my side, I would tell the government, please leave us alone. We'll control the market and we'll do everything. Don't interfere. Thank you so much for everything.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, esteemed panelists, for a very, very engaging session. Wish we had time, we could have taken some interjections also. But we can always make use of our networking breaks. Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been informed that our Honorable Joint Secretary, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, Shri Rajesh Kulhar, has joined us virtually. And we welcome him. Warm welcome to you, sir. And we request you to kindly share your thoughts and guide us.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, all dignitaries, state representatives, regulators, industry leaders, and stakeholders. While national targets set the direction, state determines the pace through land, grid readiness, local regulations, and implementation capacity. India has entered into a phase where renewable energy must scale not in capacity addition, but also in terms of quality of integration. Our approach at MNRE is to work with states to strengthen the full ecosystem. That is, policy certainty, infrastructure planning, transparent procurement, and streamlined approvals, so that renewable-rich states can convert resource potential into bankable and deliverable project pipelines. On investment potential, capital today is looking for predictability. Developers, manufacturers, and financiers, they are all looking towards the states for four major certainties. That is, the first one is land availability with clear titles, evacuation and grid connectivity readiness, bankable offtake frameworks, and time-bound approvals. States that provide these certainties consistently attract deeper competition in bids, more diversified investment, and improved tariff discovery. On state infrastructure, land availability and the cost of capital, we should shift the conversation now from availability of land to readiness of the land. Best practices include state-led land banks, renewable parks with pre-feasibility studies, digitized land records, transparent allotment processes, and clear timeline for conversion and possession. When land is de-risked, project timelines automatically compress and the cost of capital reduces because lenders price uncertainty more than they price technology risk. The next critical pillar, as you all have discussed, is power infrastructure within the states. RE-rich states must support to develop transmission in a way that is planned, with clear visibility on substation capacity, bay availability, and commissioning schedules. Grid readiness needs to be treated as integral to procurement. The best outcomes occur when tenders are aligned to realistic evacuation milestones and when operational frameworks exist for forecasting, scheduling, and grid discipline. On renewable energy policies and state potential, the most effective policies are those that combine ambition with implementable rules. Investors value clarity on open access and banking, changes that are predictable and not retrospective, clear treatment of repowering and hybridization, and defined pathways for storage participation. State policies should also create demand-side confidence. On tenders and bids, the quality of tender design is crucial. States can enhance participation by publishing multi-year tender calendars, creating stable procurement pipelines, and supporting the formats that value deliverability and grid support, such as hybrid and peak-oriented procurement where system needs and it is justified. On approvals and clearances, the objective is to make timelines predictable while maintaining statutory and environmental safeguards. Common friction points include land conversion, right of way of transmission, multiple NOCs, and inspection scheduling. Good practices are to be adopted and harmonized documentation is needed. Inter-department coordination committees and digital dashboards are very much required now. It is also important to highlight support being provided by governments as a partnership model, states enabling land and local facilitation, central ministries supporting through policy guidance, coordination and enabling frameworks, and agencies strengthening standards and processes. The intent is to move from project by project firefighting to an ecosystem approach where the process itself becomes efficient, repeatable, and investor friendly. To conclude, with affects with actionable takeaways, I would summarize the state success formula in 5 major points. 1. Ready land, that too at scale. Second, evacuation planned with RE zones. Third, bankable tenders with transparent risk allocation. And of course, single window time-bound approvals. Time-bound approvals rather. Policies that enable the next wave, that is of storage to address the variability of renewable energy and to introduce new market mechanisms. MNRE remains committed to support the states in adopting best practices and building implementation capacity so that renewable risk states can lead India's transition with speed, reliability, and of course, with confidence of investors. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Sir, for guiding us with your words. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we conclude this session. Once again, thanking all our esteemed speakers for enlightening us with their thoughts. And on behalf of FICCI, we would now like to present mementos to our esteemed panelists. May I request the moderator of the session, Shri Sunil Jainji, to kindly present a memento to Shri Arun Goel and thank him. Thank you so much, sir, for guiding us with your words. With a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I once again request moderator of the session to now present a memento to Mr. Alistair. Thank you so much, Mr. Alistair, for joining us. And we value your thoughts that you have shared with us, and it shall remain with us. It's a huge amount of takeaway for us. We now present a memento to Mr. Chandramouli. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us and sharing your thoughts with us. We now present a memento to Mr. Ashutosh Vyas. Thank you so much, Mr. Vyas, for joining us and sharing your thoughts with us. Now presenting a memento to Mr. Prashant Chaube. Thank you so much. We extend our heartiest thanks by presenting the mementos. Thank you so much. And on behalf of FICCI, may I request Mr. Nishit Jain to kindly join us onto the stage and present a memento to Mr. Sunil Jain for wonderfully moderating of the session. Thank you so much. Requesting our dignitaries on the dais to kindly give us a moment for a group photograph, please. We captured this in our lenses. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us and participating so well for in our panel discussion. Wish we had more time. We could have taken some interjection, but like I said, we can always do so during our networking breaks. We now move straight away to our next technical session, and we have a very exciting moment while we set up our head table for our technical session 2, which is the pathways toward net zero. We request you to now stay tuned for our quizzes. We have very interesting quiz segment now beginning. I request the organizing team members to kindly set up the stage for our technical session 2 for pathways towards net zero regulatory and key infrastructure enablers. Ladies and gentlemen, may we request you to pay attention to the quiz question. We have our quizzes, which will be, we try to deliberate them in the beginning of the technical session and also in the concluding part of our technical session. And these quizzes also would entail some interesting prizes for the right answers. So we are putting forward our first question. This is a question for everyone. Which Indian state has the highest installed renewable energy capacity? We will only take 2 answers. Which Indian state has the highest installed renewable energy capacity? We could give you some choices. Tamil Nadu, Gujarat, Rajasthan or Karnataka. I can see the first hand going up there. Sir, could you just introduce yourself and give this answer after you have introduced yourself? That's not the right answer. We'll go for one more option. Let's give a chance to the ladies there. No, I'm afraid. So this is, okay, we can give the last chance. Yes.
Myself Vishal from Renew. Right answer is Rajasthan.
That's right. Thank you so much. So we have our first winner for the quiz, and may I direct the second question, please? Our second question is Rajasthan's renewable energy leadership is primarily driven by, may I give you the options? Offshore wind potential, high solar or large hydro resources or nuclear power parks. Can we have the right answer? Please don't prompt any answer. We could ask you, yes, the lady there.
High solar.
That's right. That's right. Congratulations. Thank you so much for participating. These were the first 2 questions in our quiz segment. We will come back to you by the end of the session with 2 very interesting questions yet again. And the prizes will be given by the moderator of the session in the end section of the session. Ladies and gentlemen, also just to make it very interesting, we have our panel in the lounge. In the lounge area, ladies and gentlemen, we also have our audiovisual, which showcases the domestic and also international leaders who have sent us messages. And we would want you to just hear the messages. These are very interesting and very encouraging messages. Also, by the end of the day, we have also arranged for a cultural segment. We would want you to tune in for that also. Ladies and gentlemen, at the cost of being repetitive, thank you so much for participating in the quiz segment. We will have yet another quiz segment at the end of this session. And like I mentioned, and the prizes will be given by the moderator of the session at the end of the session. Thank you so much. We've been indicated that our setup for the next segment has been already arranged, and we straight away move to our next session.
We are also setting.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We now move to our technical session 2, Pathways Towards Net Zero, Regulatory and Key Infrastructure Enablers. Ladies and gentlemen, this session will discuss investment potential, policy and regulatory framework, state infrastructure and key enablers for India's transition towards net zero. Please join me as I request honorable esteemed guests and speakers of the session to kindly join us onto the stage. We invite our Honorable Secretary to Government NCTE, Delhi Government of India, Ms. Padma Jaiswal, to kindly join us onto the stage. Warm welcome to you, ma'am. Namaskaram and swagatam. We also invite on stage Director, Central Electricity Authority, Government of India, Shri Shubhra Paul. Warm welcome to you, sir. I now request Co-Chair FICCI, CEOs Committee and Managing Director and CEO Mahindra Sustain, Shri Avinash Rao, to kindly join us onto the stage. I now request Co-Chair FICCI, Energy Storage Task Force and Advisor and CSO Greenco Group, Dr. Ram Babu Paravatsu, to kindly join us onto the stage, and also requesting Global Head BD Vori Energies Limited, Shri Mithil Gandhi, to kindly join us onto the stage. Once again, warm welcome, and we request you to continue to keep your mobile phones on silent mode. Ladies and gentlemen, we're headed towards a very interesting technical session on pathways towards net zero, regulatory and key infrastructure enablers. We begin by welcoming our honorable guest with a green certificate. May I request Shri Avinash Rao to kindly present a green certificate to Ms. Padma Jaiswal and welcome her to this session. Warm welcome to you, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, with a huge round of applause, please, we welcome Honorable Ms. Padma Jaiswal, Secretary to Government NCT, Delhi Government of India. We also present a green certificate to Honorable Shubhra Paul and welcome him to this session. We're once again requesting Shri Avinash Rao to kindly present a green certificate to Shri Shubhra Paul, who is the Director, Central Electricity Authority, Government of India, and welcome him to this session. Warm welcome to you, sir. With that, we call this session to order. Ladies and gentlemen, we begin this session with the opening address, and may I request the Co-Chair FICCI, RE CEOs Committee and Managing Director and CEO Mahindra Sustain, Shri Avinash Rao, to kindly deliver the opening address.
Distinguished members on the dais, my industry colleagues, colleagues from FICCI, and dear friends. Can you all hear me? Better? Yeah, thank you. So, I'm honored to be talking to you and addressing you on this very interesting topic of enablers that will help us achieve our net zero targets going into 2070. And, before I do that, maybe I draw your attention to a book by Marshall Goldsmith, which actually said, it was titled, What Got You Here Will Not Get You There. While this was a book written about skills of a manager as one scales up in one's career, it was very appropriate to what is happening with the renewable energy sector in the country today. So, there's a lot of euphoria around where we've gotten to 50% of our country's installed capacity today comes from renewable energy. And there is a target for 500 gigawatts, but really what got us here, will it really get us to the 500 gigawatt target by the end of this decade, and also to the net zero target? And if at all, what is it that we need to do? So I'm breaking my address into two parts. First, what got us here? There are learnings there, a lot of good things that we did starting the beginning of the decade. And then what do we need to do, big picture, to help us achieve our net zero objectives and also help us achieve the 500 gigawatt target that the government has set for ourselves as a nation by 2030. And for someone like me who's been involved with the renewable energy sector for a little over 2 decades now, I set up the first renewable energy utility scale project sometime in 2006. It was a 50 megawatt, considered very, very big those days, considered to be a baby today. right? So when you go back 2 decades, you look at what really helped us. As far back as 2002-3, we had very good government policy. We had strong regulations that actually gave in a feed-in tariff. There were renewable purchase obligations defined that actually pretty much laid the foundation for where we stand today. Another hallmark of going back to 2003-4 was a very close collaboration between industry and the government, and also the regulators who took a lot of feedback when policy was being evolved. Wind energy sector in particular, because solar didn't exist as much, wind was prevalent. Wind energy sector, wind industry participants worked very, very closely with the government, both the manufacturers as well as the independent power producers. There's a lot of advocacy to the extent that not only did the generation sector blossom, but manufacturing in wind also blossomed very, very well. Today, if we have indigenous manufacturing in wind, if we have technology, if we have R&D, if we have a lot of jobs created on the wind side, it is because of primarily what was done in the sector by the government, more so by the state governments those days, between 2002 and 2010. And all of this led to a lot of investment coming into the renewable energy sector between 2005 and 2010, when many of you who were active participants then would remember the power sector was really struggling to attract investments. Foreign direct investment had pretty much dried up because of everything that went wrong between 1997 post-liberalization era to 2005-6. But at the same point, a lot of private equity strategic investors were beginning to pump in large dollars into the Indian market, into the renewable energy market, buoyed by very good policy support, turnkey solutions offered by wind turbine manufacturers, which pretty much took away a lot of risk that investors actually saw in the sector. There was feed-in tariff, there were power purchase agreements, there were renewable energy obligations, purchase obligations, which were well defined. So the goalpost was known. A lot of things that investors typically worry about was taken care of by the structure in the sector, and that got in a lot of investments. And there are learnings from there that we have to take on board even today, and I'll talk about it in the second part of my address. Come 2010, we had the National Solar Mission. 2011, we had the agencies like SECI getting incorporated. We had a landmark PPA. Learning from wind, solar also went down the feed-in tariff route. Sometime between 2010 and 2012, Government of Gujarat came up with a scheme where power purchase agreements were signed between 5 rupees and 15 rupees, the two tariffs in one PPA. And today, these are considered very, very high tariffs, but back in the day, this was a game changer. This actually gave confidence to investors that you can actually set up utility scale solar projects in the country, pancake that with falling module prices and a pivot towards competitive bidding. Significant capacity started flowing into the country. What the state governments and some of the central government also did hand in hand with the state government was to also set up solar parks, because land evacuation or transmission ROW that a lot of speakers spoke of in the earlier sessions were becoming bigger issues by then. So state government started coming up with solar parks, sometimes in unison with the central government. Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, Karnataka, and a few other states came up with plug-and-play solutions, came up with solid payment security mechanisms, took away the risk of even generation backdown, which was being spoken of earlier today. Madhya Pradesh, in one of the solar parks, also said there would be deemed generation for a backdown. So these structures really helped the sector leapfrog. We were one of the few markets globally that attracted a lot of capital by private equity investors, strategic investors, pension funds, because majority of the risks were taken care of by the fundamental structure around policy, regulations, and products that we had in the market, including solar parks. Group captive and open access markets also opened up. There was favorable policy. One of the fundamental risks that a lot of investors see in open access and group captive projects with respect to changing wheeling, banking, transmission charges, cross-subsidy surcharge. There were holidays extended on these charges by state governments, and that ensured that there was a real uptick in corporate PPA offtake. And the difference that Pinaki spoke of earlier today between high tension tariff and open access tariff was primarily because of some of these initiatives that the governments rolled out. And the rest, as they say, is history. 250 gigawatts, 50% of our installed capacity today comes from renewables. But then, can we rest on our laurels as a nation? The answer is no. Cracks are now loud and visible. There are serious challenges that we are confronting, and that takes me to the second part of my address, which is what got us here. Will it get us there? Can we get to net zero? Can we get to our 500 gigawatt target? And when one looks at it in perspective, what's going wrong? Speakers earlier today spoke of almost 40 gigawatts of power purchase agreements, power sale agreements not yet executed. Investors have pumped in a lot of capital into land development, into connectivity, assuming that bids will continue to come, but they've all slowed down, right? Land acquisition is becoming even more difficult. Earlier it was difficult, but today project sizes are almost 250, 500, 800 megawatts. That means significant amount of land to be acquired, almost 1,000 acres per project for the larger projects, which is not easy. Transmission right of way is proving to be a nightmare for most projects. There are times when the project is ready, but there's no transmission line to feed that power because there are serious transmission ROW issues, and it could just be one tower out of 100 towers that is holding up commissioning of an entire project, which bleeds a project. So ROW transmission is becoming a serious issue, and of course the grid strengthening is not keeping pace with the capacity addition, which is leading to backing down of generation. Put all of this together, investor community obviously is getting very nervous. We heard various speakers talk of challenges, but that is also what, as managers and leaders, we hear from our investors in our boardrooms. Investors are nervous. We are doing a lot of work with the government. The central government on its part is doing what it can to work with the state governments on getting the power purchase agreement signed. The state governments on their part can do a few things. States who do not have renewable resources, solar, wind, etc., or land for that matter, can work with the central governments in finding a solution to the PPA impasse, sign up to the PSAs, and ensure that they meet their renewable purchase obligations through this mechanism. Of course, states have their own concerns with respect to the interstate transmission charges that will kick in full from 2028. So is there something we can do to extend that holiday period to ensure that this 40 gigawatt backlog is cleared? Because having a backlog of scrapping PPAs is the last thing that we would want to do as a nation today, because that dents investor confidence significantly. Capital will dry up very, very soon. That should not happen. So that is point number one. Point number two, can the states start going back to building solar parks, plug and play? Government is in a much better position to deal with land acquisition, with transmission ROW as against the private sector. And if the governments can go back to the plug and play model, it's a win-win. It lowers risk for the private capital, which essentially means risk-adjusted return thresholds go down, and that reflects in tariff. When the tariffs are lower, it benefits everyone, including the end customer, makes the projects viable, makes the sector viable. So can we go back to solar parks? Can states come up with more bids rather than just SECI or an NTPC or one of the REIAs coming? Because then you are setting up projects where power is required. There are states like Rajasthan, Gujarat, which are now a little more congested than other states. Other states like, especially down south, or central part of India, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, there is significant amount of potential. So can those states come up with bids? And finally, of course, deal with transmission issues, backdown issues. There is an issue of the deviation settlement mechanism where generators are expected to forecast the resource and schedule generation. Forecasting resource in a country like ours with limited data is not easy on a real-time basis. That leads to, and the bands on forecasting and scheduling are being tightened by the regulator every year, which essentially means that the generators continue to pay higher penalties, and the more penalties you pay, the more the project becomes unviable. And at some point in time, it appears as if the grid problem is being made a generator's problem. Grid management is essentially the grid and the government problem to manage, and not a generator's problem. Generator should be doing what he is doing best, which is generate electricity, right? And finally, battery energy storage systems. This is a new kid in the block. There is significant interest that we are seeing. As with everything else, anything new becomes very interesting, and everybody, sometimes players from who cannot even spend electricity, on a lighter note, bidding for these projects, which is getting to be a very big problem today. And my request to all state governments and whenever I meet central government functionaries, and this is a little bit of a controversial topic, and I cannot claim that this is a FICCI position, this is my personal position as well, is to basically say, look, we should set very stringent criteria, qualification criteria for people to participate in BESS bids. People who have not been in the electricity sector don't understand sector complexity, grid management complexity. They look at this as a fancy new investment opportunity which they can build and flip to a private equity at 10 to 12 times EV EBITDA, but it is not as simple, right? And if these large BESS projects are bid out to people who have not been in the electricity sector ever, either these projects will never get built because it's a race to the bottom on tariffs, and I don't think you will see a lot of well-known players participating in these bids because there's no way of cracking these low tariffs. So either these projects will never get built, and even if they get built, would they be built to quality? And the risk is a solar or a wind investment going bad, right? Either the equity gets eroded, or the banks, if they've done a bad job with diligence, will lose money. If BESS goes bad, the grid suffers. The country's capacity addition program decelerates. So essentially, my request will be for all state governments and the central government to tighten the qualification criteria around BESS, ensure that core power sector players with an understanding of complex grid management issues are allowed to bid. And put all this together, you solve for all of this, I see no reason why as a nation we should not be able to get to our net zero targets and also to our 500 gigawatt target, RE capacity addition target by the end of this decade. So with this, I conclude my opening address and hand it over to my fellow panelists. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for that very thoughtful opening address. May I now request Shri Shubhra Paul, who is the Director, Central Electricity Authority, Government of India, to kindly deliver the theme address.
Good afternoon, everyone. We did not inherit the earth from our ancestors. We have borrowed it from our children. So this is a quote that is often quoted in climate discussions, and I think it is very apt. And I congratulate every one of you as stakeholders who have taken on this mantle to take the country and the world towards a more cleaner future. Now, starting with the journey of India's renewable, very significant achievements were made in the last year, where we have already crossed the installed capacity of 50% from renewable sources. Operationally also, we have made a landmark achievement on 29th July when 50%, more than 50% of the electricity supplied in the country was through renewable resources. So it is a very proud moment for us, and it establishes the hard work that each one of us from the government sector, from our private sector friends, and overall have taken the pains to get us there. And we are sure that into the future also this collaboration will continue, and as a country we will be able to meet our targets. As per the National Electricity Plan, in 2031-32, the peak demand would be around 366 gigawatt, and the energy requirement would be 2,473 billion units. The coal percentage in the installed capacity is set to come down from 45% to around 29% in 31-32. Interestingly, I was going through some articles in the website, and I found that USA has a 36% installed capacity of RE in its generation mix as of now. So we have actually overtaken USA in that sense. Now, like integration of RE is when we started, since the grid was very strong, the transmission was very strong, the inertia was available. So we had a very fast addition of renewables without the need to take into the impact of the other technical issues that arise during the renewable penetration. For example, with this high renewable penetrations, there is a requirement for backing down of thermal generation. We may share experiences from Europe that flexibilization of thermal is possible, but we should also be rooted in the reality that the Indian coal that we are having has a very high ash content, which tends to fuse under low PLF operations, which leads to more boiler failures, and therefore we need innovative solutions to come out of this issue. In transmission, there are, like already my earlier speakers have said, that RE comes in 2 years, whereas transmission is taking, earlier we also had that idea that transmission comes in 2 years, but recently we find that with ROW issues coming in the system, sometimes we are not able to match that requirement. So there also we need to find out solutions to bring together states so that the transmission lines could be facilitated in a faster manner. In this regard, the Ministry of Power has already issued ROW guidelines which provide for market-based compensation. We hope that the states would take up these guidelines, adopt them, and so that the transmission lines could come up in a fast manner to meet the requirements of RE. Another important point that begs to be answered at this point of time is, where do we put the RE? Initially, what we have done is that we have put RE at its best resource locations, that is in Rajasthan, Gujarat, Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, wherever we have the best of RE resources available in the country. But with time, the locations also have got some saturation on the land front. Also, from the transmission side, continuously evacuating large amount of power from a remote location will add to your transmission cost. In that sense, this may be the right time to start thinking and start applying our mind whether we can put RE more cost efficiently, not only in other parts of the country as well. Even though the CUF will be less, but maybe the transmission cost will also be less. Another important point that we should actually answer, and the government has taken a lot of steps on this regard, is the role of distributed RE. We are aware that under PM Surya Ghar, the Government of India has launched rooftop RE scheme. As of now, around 3 million consumers have been facilitated through this scheme, and around 7,500 megawatt of solar capacity on rooftop has been added under the scheme. So this, I would like to share that around CEW has estimated that the rooftop capacity of India is around 260 gigawatt. So we are only at the tip of the iceberg. So while we talk about RE, we should also look into not only utility scale RE, but RE wherever it is possible, wherever it could be cheaply harnessed, we should go for it. Another important point that we must tackle now, like I think earlier Rao sir was telling that how do we go further? We are there, how do we go further? So in that, one of the most important points will be the strengthening of 33 kV grid pockets. Normally we are focused mainly on the 400 kV grid, which is the interstate system. However, if you see, lot of RE are coming up and getting connected at 33 kV systems. So unless the 33 kV systems are strong, these REs will face problem in grid integration through voltage flicker and harmonic injection. Also, we need to strengthen our distribution systems, our distribution system licenses, and also we need to look into the issue of having a distribution system operator so that the visibility of the data to the distribution people who are managing the distribution grid is also there. Otherwise, it is very difficult to go forward and integrate more RE. I have been given this check to conclude, so I will just take another 2 minutes. We had a recently India AI Summit, and the time has come to take into account the developments in the AI sector, digital twin technologies, so that we can manage the grid at the distribution level and at the interstate level in a more efficient and optimized manner. I would like to end with an experience that Spain had on April 2025, when the Spain grid had a voltage collapse. At that time, the total RE penetration in the grid was 82%, and there is a report by Grid India. I hope that we have learned our lesson, and while it is totally imperative that we keep adding RE as we go forward, but also we should not let go of the grid safety issues that we may face with the increasing RE penetration. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for those very informative words. Thank you once again. May I now request Dr. Ram Babu, who is the co-chair, FICCI Energy Storage Task Force and advisor and CSO Grenco Group, to kindly present the industry address.
Good afternoon. I am already told that all of us have to limit to 5 minutes. So let me condense my thoughts and present it to you. Firstly, I want to give you a caution that we are sustaining our efforts for net zero transition, and we are discussing about the electricity sector and the energy sector. In the net zero equation, if the energy sector contributes what we want it to contribute, all of it, I think it will address around 50% of the equation of the net zero transition. So let that other part be there, and let us address whatever part that is under our control. So, and I am very happy that my previous speakers alluded to a number of historical steps that we have taken in the last 30 years or so, which brought us here, and it's a very proud moment, and all of us are very, very happy about wherever we have come in. And from there, we have to go towards the net zero. And when we are talking about the net zero, I just want to bring to your attention that it is not even, Panchamrit talks about 500 gigawatt of renewables, but the way it is progressing, if at all we are going towards the net zero, it is not only the electricity emission to be zero, it is not even most of the energy consumption has to be zero, right? In that case, we are transitioning to complete energy, because today electricity in the whole of the energy basket contributes less than 25%. So the larger energy basket, if it has to be net zero, a significant part of the electricity will go and actually make it net zero. What I am referring to is
the electrification of transportation, then the green hydrogen production, green methanol production, etc., etc. That is what actually even takes the whole target of 500 gigawatt that we are talking about much larger than what is actually one is talking about. In over and above that, we have in AI, right, and we have the huge data center requirement that again, okay, shifts the requirement of the electricity significantly large. So we are essentially talking about a situation, a sweet spot for India, where we can become, there is a possibility of becoming energy independent, which was not, and that was one of the main drawbacks in our economic progress. We had to significantly import our energy requirements, and we are seeing a possibility in this transition and energy independence. In this transition, we are also seeing an excellent growth opportunity. I alluded to in a previous session, a growth opportunity to become an electro state, replacing the advantages of petro states of earlier. So it's a very, very excellent opportunity, but then the ambition that we are showing is much larger, much bigger, and as the opening, Mr. Rao, Avinash, you spoke about what got us here, okay, will not get us there. And that there is not even net zero. It is much beyond even net zero. We are talking about India being an electro state, okay, taking the advantage of availability of sun, availability of wind, availability of geography, which can create excellent storage opportunities for storage systems, and producing green hydrogen, green methanol, green ammonia, green aluminum, green steel. That is the kind of an electro state that we are imagining, okay, and being a leader and supporting our own sustainable economic growth. So this challenge that we are talking about also throws up various policy challenges. Out of that, I also want to sort of hint on what we have done before that has great advantages for us, and what we did not do, and we need to get there. So if I look at some of the global lessons, some of the states like Norway, Uruguay at a developing country level, and Norway at a developed country level, they have taken excellent steps in making their states as electro states as much as possible. And similarly, much of the Europe also tried varieties of policies that made them towards the electro state positions. Coming down to what positive things that we have taken, steps that we have taken in recent times in India is we all know that RE capacity is no longer the full solution. We need to combine it with the storage. So we are coming out with energy storage obligations, and multiple sessions have already discussed about the RTC tenders and success in our RTC tenders, and also problems in the RTC tenders that some of the capacities are not able to get the off-takers. And also, Avinash also pointed out a very, very important point. I want to second him on that. It is very, very important that the winners of these RTC tenders or participants in these tenders, okay, have to be carefully evaluated, because any failure in that can be extremely, it is going to be a very huge setback. So there is a fear that some of that we have done could be a part of setback. There are a lot of dangers there. Okay. Then we have, of course, an excellent green hydrogen mission, and we have PLI schemes, and more importantly, we have an ISTS waivers. So these are some of the 4 steps, apart from many, many details. And Avinash pointed out in the past what we have done, but in the recent past, these things that we have done actually is putting us at very, very sweet spot. Now, what is to be done, rather than saying what is not to be not done, what is to be done as a path forward, I would look at PLI schemes to be more comprehensive and more extensive. Considering the target to net zero, it is not only about renewable and green hydrogen. Considering the target of net zero, second, considering the ambition of India becoming the electro state, if I combine these two, the PLI scheme could be looked at much more broader fashion. Then at a more operational level, the renewable targets also have to be broadened and possibly administered much better than what we all had till today. Then coming down to ISTS waivers, ISTS waivers are also again extremely limited as of today. They need to be expanded, but there are challenges. There were some questions in the previous panel. Can ISTS waivers or the bids can go to C&I customers, etc., etc. There are challenges, but ISTS waivers also need to get on to, today it can get on to green molecule like a hydrogen or an ammonia, but will it get on to a green aluminum, a green steel? I think the ISTS waivers also have to go there. I think that completely broadens the scope of the way that we are looking at it. The challenge is not simply having 400 gigawatt or 500 gigawatt of renewable electricity with storage, but the challenge is also get to net zero and India becoming an ambition of India becoming a very important electro state. I think these are some of the new issues, the new thought process and a bigger ambition is what we need to look at while we are looking at policy and regulations going forward. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, sir, for those very enlightening words. Thank you once again. May I now request Global Head BD Wadi Energies Limited, Shri Mithil Gandhi, to kindly share his thoughts.
Thank you, Vicky, for this opportunity to talk at 4th edition of India Energy Transition Summit. Part of my job today is very difficult and the part of it is very easy. The difficult part is to keep engaged with all of you just before the coffee break. And the easier part is a lot has already been spoken about energy storage so far, and I will try to kind of summarize what has been spoken and give a manufacturer's perspective on the same. Let me begin by welcoming everyone on behalf of WARI and the fraternity of manufacturers who have kind of accelerated India's energy transition and doing this on ground without compromising on Atmanirbharta of Bharat. A lot has already been spoken about this, but in India's energy transition journey, we have abundant solar, growing wind, but at 7 p.m. every evening, the grid asks the question, solar was excellent today, can we have it a little longer? And that little longer is storage. India has done a phenomenal job of scaling renewable capacity, but the next phase is not about adding gigawatts. It's about firming renewable energy, managing peak demand, reducing curtailment, enhancing grid stability, and strengthening energy security. And this is where storage moves from optional to foundational, becoming an infrastructure layer on the grid. Fortunately, it is not the grid infrastructure that is driving the decision making for storage. The commercial viability also is going to be the driver for storage solutions. Fortunately, this the delta between 1 p.m. tariff and 7 p.m. peak demand is a biggest opportunity that energy storage developers and manufacturers today have in India. We have moved from generation deficit problem to a flexibility deficit problem. Storage is no longer nice to have. It is the infrastructure layer that makes net zero technically viable. While we go on this journey and accelerate our velocity to get to net zero, what we should not forget is to create this domestic manufacturing ecosystem, which is all the more important as we grow in this global context, which is too noisy at times, and you have more enemies than friends. We cannot aim for energy independence while being dependent on critical technologies and critical raw materials. Domestic manufacturing capacity for storage is not an option, it's a must. It provides supply chain resilience, reduce import exposure, fast project execution, and better life cycle management for the batteries. Local employment and skill development is an added advantage as you build the ecosystem. At WARI, our focus is not just on assembling systems, but to create an integrated capabilities across the value chain, starting with BESS, pack, cell, and then getting into raw material at a double-digit gigawatt level, including anode and cathode investments. What are the levers today that we have, apart from policy and from developers' point of view, to accelerate this growth in storage space? First is long-term demand visibility. While we keep talking about the hockey stick growth in the demand in recent years or recent months, there is a lack of continuous demand viability that is needed for investment in the critical technologies and upstream in battery and on mineral processing. The second part is standardization. Today, while we are talking about 45 gigawatt hours of requirement, we do not have ability in India to test 1500 volt systems, which is kind of a default when you talk about BESS. Financial bankability. While we continue to work on the product bankability part, the categorization of storage as a critical building block for the grid will help us reduce the cost of capital for such projects and make it viable and increase the demand as well. And the last and the least, the most important is the safety and reliability part of it. Because storage is not just about energy density, it's also about safety, reliability, and life cycle performance. All the best parts that are being signed are between 12 to 25 years. We should not be taking decisions based on what is the capex today, and then the grid and the projects would have survival issue as you go along. While we are looking this from Indian demand and domestic context, I think for a manufacturer, it is important that we start thinking globally about this. As a country, we are looking to get into different trade relationship with the developed world, and that is going to open a lot of opportunities as we go along. India today have an opportunity not just to deploy storage, but also to become a global manufacturing hub for it. We have all the building blocks. We have strong demand, skilled talent, policy momentum, growing market. If policy and infrastructure and manufacturing scale can align, India can move from being an importer of storage system to becoming an exporter of energy resilience. And instead of just making India net zero, we can really help the world becoming net zero. India has already demonstrated how quickly we can scale solar. Storage will determine how fast we can integrate renewables, how reliable our grids remain, and how competitive our industry become through the cost of energy that we consume. I would like to conclude by saying if the solar and wind are the heart of Indian energy transition, the battery storage is the pacemaker. Without it, rhythm doesn't hold. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we now request Honorable Secretary to Government NCTD, Ms. Padma Jaiswal, to kindly share the state perspective with us.
Okay, thank you for the mention, and good evening to everyone present in the room. So we are here to discuss about the energy transition, and whatever discussions that I've participated today in the room for the past 1.5 hours, I cannot agree more with that. And we have really deliberated at length about various pros and cons and various aspects and nuances of the energy transition system. And this is also one of the sessions in which we are discussing that how do we approach the net zero. So at present in Delhi government, I am looking after the charge of administrative reforms and IT. And previous to that, I have also worked in Goa and Puducherry, and also in Arunachal Pradesh. So from my experiences in the various states and UTs which I have worked, so I would just like to count on those experiences and share my perspectives and views regarding the energy transition. Now, recently we had this AI Impact Summit in Delhi at Bharat Mandapam, and there we were focusing mainly upon the hybrid AI, the unique AI which India will have its own unique model, because India is a very localized country with diverse languages and diverse cultures and various kinds of lifestyles and languages. So the main model, the foundational model has to be revisited every 10 kilometers. So the same is happening when we are talking about energy transition. The participation of the various stakeholders and their various kinds of nuances, needs and requirements have to be considered. The local requirements have to be considered. Some places are very hilly, and whereas some are very dry and some are wet, and whereas some are a very cold region and where the snowfall also takes place. So all these kind of regional variations have to be looked into when we are considering the aspect of energy transition. Now, one aspect in India about the energy transition is that we cannot compare the energy transition which has taken place in European countries or the Western countries, because they have already achieved industrialization, they have already achieved urbanization, and they are moreover very uniform countries with small size as compared to India. But whereas in India, we are still in the developmental trajectory where we are navigating the spaces of industrialization, urbanization, and also digital transformation. So therefore, we have to take a very middle path. And also our energy consumption, as per the data of the UNDP, it has been noted that the energy consumption of India is just 1/3 of what the energy consumption is of the Western and advanced countries. So our energy consumption has to be increased, and that is one of the major parameter that is the major metrics with the help of which we measure our development and our increase in the GDP. So we have to take at one end of the toggle, we have to take into account that how are we going to increase our energy consumption and for the developmental aspects, and at the other time the government's commitments to the sustainability and the net zero goal also has to be considered. So therefore, we have to take a very medium path and a middle path as when it comes to following the energy transition, because we are still on the developing terrain, and at the same time we have to do it in the sustainable manner. Now, the energy requirements in the years to come will be really required in the form of data centers, in the form of energy consumption. And since we have already conducted the AI summit, and where we are talking about DPDP Act, which talks about localization of the servers, and so therefore the energy consumption in the times to come is going to increase by many fold, and for which also this room is deliberating that how do we increase our energy consumption, at the same time we should try to be sustainable. So I would just like to mention here 2 to 3 points that what I have experienced as the government of India, it implements its projects on the pilot basis in Goa and in Puducherry, because these are the small places, and what kind of concept proofs have been evolved after it has been implemented, after these projects have been implemented. Now, since the government has also come out with various energy policy, in which there have now the only feeder to the energy is not just the fossil fuels and the coal. It has increased to bioenergy, it has increased to agriculture waste, to the municipal waste, and to so many solar energy, wind energy, and likewise. So there are so many feeder to the channel, and compressed biogas also is one of the aspects which is feeding our grids. So all these feeders have increased, but then we do not know, and then we were talking about the various kind of transmission losses that takes place. That is about 50 gigawatts, which is a huge quantity. So these kind of transmission losses have to be contained, because there is no dearth of production and creation and generation of energy, and the feeder sources through various channels have already been increased. Now the major aspect and whatever we have to dwell is that how do we channelize to the right sources. Now, since I have already dwelled in the beginning that India is a very diverse country, so we need to implement the model of mini grids. We need to implement the model of decentralized and distributed models. The distributed models means that it's the government policy to empower and to bring about social justice and equity, and also bring about the strengthening and to increase the robustness of the primary level. Now, what is the primary level? Primary level is where our primary schools are situated, where the primary health centers are situated, and where also there are certain kinds of operational of electricity like entrepreneurial ventures are also taking place in terms of manufacturing, small manufacturing by SMEs and by MSMEs. So all these kind of micro units and micro activity, economic activity are taking place at the primary level. So what we have, there is a requirement is that as it was implemented on the pilot pilot project is that instead of diverging our energy which is produced from the various feeder channels to the main grid, which is not yet ready to take the energy from these mini grids, why not we utilize it among the projects which we have created at the primary level? Maybe we can empower the primary health education, primary health centers to go for the telemedicines. Maybe we can empower them to come out with the localized mini data centers of some 20 to 30 node points, or we can empower the educational institutions so that they can take some online education. So this is the kind of various kind of projects which we can think about and which we can create on the mission mode basis, on the basis of the systemic thinking, that how can we contain this kind of leakage which is taking place of the various feeder channels and the energy sources which have been generated at the primary level, how we are able to contain it, because this renewable sources of energy has got intermittency with it. That how do we capture and how do we try to deal with this kind of its intermittency nature of this renewable sources? So now this can be solved first of all with a peer-to-peer distribution of the energy sources, which may be the energy resource sources which I am producing as a part of Har Ghar Bijli Yojana or as a part of Kusum Yojana. Maybe I can share it with the grid which is charging, which is providing the services of charging the electric vehicles in that particular highway. So all these kind of various localized solutions can be thought of and can be created, and we have to rope in our youth, our young mindset, because we are a young country and we have got the demographic dividend also. So therefore this kind of creative activities, economic activities, and which will also bring into account the social justice and equity has to be delivered in order to bring about the energy transition. So which suits the Indian environment, as it has been done with the proof of concept which takes place as a pilot project in the small places like in where I have worked. Now the second part which we were discussing, I will just take 2-3 more minutes. The second part which was being discussed about here was the financial part. That what do we do? How do we create from where do we bring the finance? Because financing is, because we are as a country we are used to having a linear kind of a traditional financing system where immediate returns are expected. Because if I'm an investor or venture capitalist, I want that immediate returns I should get immediate returns. So this is a part of my linear economy and this is the part of my traditional mindset. But then this green renewable energy and anything which I'm investing as a part of sustainable projects, it gives little long-term returns. The returns are not immediately realizable. So therefore arranging for the finance becomes little more difficult. But then the government is so much aggressively working with its G20 member nation and also with the BRIC member nation and so many alliances which are taking place at the international level. Now those people are really very much aggressively, they want to invest in India, but the thing is that the condition of the FDIs and FIIs is that our corporate sector should become more ESG friendly. So the government has come out with the rules that those corporate or private ventures or the renewable sector activities or the projects who are complying with these ESG norms, they are categorized in the private sector lending. And the private sector, investments, the private sector loans are given by our commercial banks, scheduled banks, and also the NBFCs. So we have to become more ESG compliant. ESG compliant means environmental, social, and corporate governance compliant. So as to just bring all these kind of nuances into our compliance mechanism. Now the last thing which I would just like to mention is here that energy transition is not just about the power sector. It is not just about the Ministry of Power. It deals with transport sector. It deals with mobility. It deals with manufacturing, as one of the panelists has at length has dwelled with it. It deals with social justice and empowerment, and also it deals with so many other aspects and touches. So it is a very diverse sector. It is a multi-pronged strategy which involves multi-pronged stakeholders and departments, and various and diverse departments are needed to deal with the energy transition. So India has really the carbon footprints are not very deep at the moment, but then our energy requirements are going to become more and more as the future progresses because of our digital transformation and the very ambitious Viksit Bharat goals to 2047. So I think this room is deliberating about all these aspects, and this is a very fruitful discussion, and I have myself enriched myself out of the discussions that has taken place into the room by the various speakers. So I thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to share my views and experiences and perspectives, and also I thank the audience for the patient listening. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for those very valuable inputs from you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are headed towards the closing moment of this session, and may I request Shri Avinash Rao to kindly give the concluding notes and also propose the vote of thanks.
Thank you. I will keep it very brief. Will not hold you back from your coffee break, a long-awaited coffee break. But just to conclude, while I'm sure you all have your notes, and I will not summarize the keynotes from each of the speakers, I will steal not once but for many more times, with Ram Babu's permission, the statement which I think has really left a mark, which is essentially net zero is not just about reducing the emission intensity. It's about, for India, it's about reducing our dependence on energy. So it is really about moving towards an electrostate and reducing our dependence on petrostates. So with that note, we will call this session to a close. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. We would straight away after this will be going for our next session. And ladies and gentlemen, just to make this moment a little more memorable and special, we would like to present mementos. Once again, requesting Avinash sir to kindly present the mementos. And we would like to first present a memento to Ms. Padma Jaiswal. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for joining us. It's very encouraging to have your presence. We now present a memento to Sri Shubhru Paul. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us, sir. This memento is a token of memory from our side, and we now present a memento to Sri Mithil Gandhi. Thank you so much. And may I now request Sri Arpan Gupta to kindly join us onto the stage and present a memento to Sri Avinash Rao. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, this is also a quick moment for us to acknowledge our participants who participate in the quiz segment. And we have the names. May I request Ms. Anandita Mishra to kindly join us onto the stage to collect the prize. And we request once again Avinash sir to kindly present the small token to our quiz winner. We quickly take this moment first to capture this in our lenses. Yes, yes. Congratulations to Ms. Anandita. May I request you, ma'am, to kindly join us. Thank you for that apt and absolutely quick answer. Could you please come on, and may I request Avinash sir to kindly present the small token to Ms. Anandita. And now may I request Mr. Vishal Yadav, who gets the small token for the right answer for our question 2 in the quiz segment. Congratulations to you, and thank you for participation. Avinash sir, we would once again request you to now present a token to Mr. Vishal. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we don't have any break here. We straight away move to our next session, but we have exciting moments after the day gets over. We have very exciting cultural segment and also a cocktail. We would want you to be there with us for some networking time during our cocktail. Due to the paucity of time, we would now take the next quick segment right at the end of our upcoming session, our upcoming panel discussion 3, which is the emerging technology and innovation in India's energy sector, countering challenges in energy transition. Ladies and gentlemen, do tune in for our quiz segment, which will be by the end of our panel discussion 3. At the cost of being repetitive, we don't have any tea break. We would want you to kindly be with us in the hall as we now slip into our next session, which is a panel discussion 3. And our stage is being set up for us to invite our esteemed speakers of the session for the next session. And also, our quiz segment will be announced at the end of the session. Thank you so much for your kind listening. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all ready for our next session. Our next session is a panel discussion 3 on emerging technology and innovation in India's energy sector, countering challenges in energy transition. May I request everyone to kindly be seated? May I request the organizing team members to kindly invite everyone inside so that we can begin with our panel discussion 3. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we request you all to kindly join us inside. We now headed towards our panel discussion 3, emerging technology and innovation in India's energy sector, countering challenges in energy transition. May I request everyone to kindly settle down, please? Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you all to kindly settle down as we are about to begin with our panel discussion. May I request the organizing team members to kindly invite all our guests, our special invitees, our delegates who are outside the hall to kindly join us inside. We've been indicated that our speakers are arrived and we would like to begin with our panel discussion 3, which is on emerging technology and innovation in India's energy sector, countering challenges in energy transition. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we call this session to order, requesting everyone to kindly be seated. And welcome to our panel discussion 3. As just announced, the theme of the session is emerging technology and innovation in India's energy sector, countering challenges in energy transition. This session, ladies and gentlemen, shall focus on how technology can enable large-scale renewable energy additions in India while addressing grid stability and curtailment challenges. With rising RE penetration, new technologies and system-level innovations are essential to integrate variable renewables, improve offtake, and accelerate capacity deployment. With those words, may we request our esteemed panelists of this session to kindly join us onto the stage. We begin by inviting Scientist F, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, Shri Jeevan Kumar Jethani, to kindly join us onto the stage. We request the moderator of the session, Director Hindustan Power, Shri Arman Puri, to kindly join us onto the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, can we all put our hands together and bring in some energy in the hall? Inviting on stage Professor Mohammad Rihan, who is DG National Institute of Solar Energy, Shri Abhishek Ranjan, Chief Executive Officer BRPL, Shri Atul Bali, Director NSGM, Ministry of Power, Government of India, Ms. Chain, who is the Councillor, Resources, Energy and Climate Change, Department of Industry, Science and Resources, Australian High Commission in India. Warm welcome to you, ma'am. And may I now invite Shri P.R. Gopal, who is the Chief Technology Officer, Envision Energy India, Shri Puneet Chitkara, Senior Vice President, IEX, and Shri H.C. Sharma, Chief Technical Services and Advanced Grid Management, TPDDL. Warm welcome to our esteemed panelists once again. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to continue to keep your mobile phones on silent mode. Thank you. We begin this session with the theme address, and may I request Shri Jeevan Kumar Jitani to kindly present the theme address.
Good afternoon, everyone. Distinguished panelists on the dais and delegates and participants. First of all, I would like to thank Vicky and the all in this list here, because of your investment in the sector, we are progressing. It is because of the private investment, the present RE capacity in the country is touching 263 gigawatt as of now, out of 520 gigawatt total installed capacity in the country. It means 52% of the installed capacity in the country is now from renewable energy. And therefore, we have already achieved our NDC target of reaching 50% of non-fossil capacity in the country, which was targeted to be achieved by 2030, 5 years ahead. So from these 263 gigawatt, if we see the VRE or the variable renewable energy capacity, 140 is solar and 55 gigawatt is from wind. So around 200 gigawatt out of 263 is the variable renewable energy. Integration of this variable energy poses certain challenges on the grid, and that's why we are here discussing the emerging technologies for the energy transition in India. Of course, the DRE is one of the solution, but it is a limited one. We are implementing a number of schemes in the DRE, the distributed renewable energy. One of the ambitious scheme is the PM Surya Ghar, where we are targeting 1 crore household to be installed by rooftop solar. At present, we have reached 30 lakh households under the scheme. Around 10 gigawatt capacity has already been installed under the scheme. In PM Kusum scheme, we are solarizing the agriculture, so including the standalone solar pumps, the small solar plants for feeder level solarization, and also the small plants installed by the farmers, as has been announced in the budget of 2018. We want to make our Annadata Urja Data. In that scheme also we have progressed well. We have already solarized 20 lakh pumps, 10 lakh standalone and 10 lakh the grid connected pumps. And we have sanctioned all 50 lakh pumps under the scheme, and balance are at various stages of implementation. So around 30 gigawatt is likely to come from that PM Kusum scheme. 30 gigawatt we are targeting under the PM Surya. Other DRE application have also been installed. So at present, if we say how much is the DRE in the country, there is around 30 gigawatt as of now, which includes 25 gigawatt from the solar and 5 gigawatt from other sources. In solar, of course, when we talk about the utility scale, the projects like Khavda, where we are targeting say 30 gigawatt at one place. Now you can imagine if there is a cloud coverage, suddenly the 30 gigawatt may become say 10 gigawatt or 5 gigawatt or so. And then the grid operator is have very much issue regarding how to ramp up my capacity from other sources. And that is the worry of the grid operator. And these projects also face challenges on the ground of the land requirement and the transmission. Presently, the transmission connectivity is not available from in the state of Gujarat or Rajasthan. If you want to ask the grid CTU to give us connectivity in these states, they will say no, we can't give you connectivity prior to 2028-29 because they have to construct large transmission line, HVDC lines for evacuating power from these sources. And because of this, we need to work out what are the other ways. One option is, of course, we talk about the energy storage. So we were discussing with all stakeholders, one option came that why don't you promote the energy storage in the household itself. In PM Surya Ghar, why don't you include the subsidy for the households along with the rooftop. So we have analyzed and we are of view that if energy storage system is installed within a household, the distribution company may not have a control on that. And it is also not economically feasible for them. Rather than we can go with the energy storage capacity at substation level, where it is visible to the distribution company, they can manage as per their load requirement the storage. During daytime, when the solar power is available at cheaper rate, they can charge it and then they can discharge it during the peak hours. Abhishek is here from BESS. They have already installed 20 megawatt and 40 megawatt hour energy storage at Kilokari. It's very nearby from here. And they are saving a huge money. They are charging during the daytime and then discharging during the peak hours. So such a type of initiatives we have to take. We have to make our country also the self-sufficient, because if we are dependent on other countries, then we have to face the price shocks as we are facing now, the tariff and other things. Suppose for the solar manufacturing, we are now self-sufficient in module manufacturing or the cell manufacturing. But the ingot and wafer, we are still bringing from the other countries. And therefore, we have to work on these lines so that we can have the manufacturing capacities within the country. Similar is for the energy storage. When we talk about the energy storage requirement in the country, the Central Electricity Authority has already worked out that we need around 400 gigawatt hour by the next 5 years. And at present, we are having only just 1 gigawatt hour in the country. So that much capacity, if required during the next 5 years, we are highly dependent on these countries. So we need to work on the innovative technologies for energy storage also. Apart from the LFP, the sodium ion batteries, flow batteries, and in flow batteries also, when the chemical that is used, you can use the iron
bromine or so. So there is a need to have R&D on these aspects. Dr. Rehan is here from the National Institute of Solar Energy. He may be giving the more light on what different R&D are being done in the solar. The CA, the Central Exchange Authorities, have worked out the resource advocacy plan for the distribution companies, the states. And it is now with the distribution companies, suppose 2 distribution companies, CEO or officers are here, Abhishek is there and Mr. Ashish Sharma is there. Of course, they are from private company, but still, when you are assessing your requirement for the next year, what is your marginal increase in the demand and what is the pattern? And based on that pattern, you have to work out what is my source of generation, which is cheaper. If it is continuous base load kind of thing, of course, I think they may go for the coal power plants. But if it is not, it is a substantial dip in the demand during certain hours, I think they can go for solar plus BESS. Solar plus BESS or the solar wind plus BESS can give a reasonable reliability and affordability for the distribution company. So it's up to the distribution company to take a decision on which resource they can procure power from. So new markets are also being emerging. We are already having the green day ahead market, GDAM. RTM is also coming, the real time market. So in real time market, we can see that how we can integrate the renewable energy also. Another concept is the contract for difference, CFD. We are working on the CFD and how we can bring CFD in the renewables is also being analyzed. Virtual power purchase agreement is another mechanism, and recently the buyout mechanism has also been introduced by the CRC. So all these things are there, and I hope while the expert panelists here discuss, we can get more insight, and of course the feedback from your side will help us in bringing more conducive policies for promotion of renewable energy in the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for that very thoughtful beginning to the session. We now move to the panel discussion, ladies and gentlemen. And for that, may I request the moderator of the session, Mr. Arman Puri, to kindly take over. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Jilhani, and good evening, everyone. India's energy transition under Prime Minister Modi has been nothing short of extraordinary. I think, as Mr. Jilhani referred to, we've crossed over 500 gigawatts in installed capacity, more than 250 gigawatts from non-fossil sources. On top of that, we have PM Surya Ghar Yojana, which has brought rooftop solar to more than 30 lakh households since 2024. What's exciting is that we're no longer just adding generation capacity. We're now also building the digital infrastructure to make that capacity work harder. Smart meters, distributed energy resources, battery storage are all coming online at scale now. Just as India led the world with UPI, Aadhaar, and FASTag under PM Modi's Digital India vision, we're now applying that same DPI approach to the energy sector with the India Energy Stack. Last week at the AI Summit, IES launched its first use case, which is peer-to-peer energy trading. A farmer from Meerut sold 6 units of surplus electricity to a garment shop owner in New Delhi. The building blocks for these distributed consumer-driven energy systems are now starting to come together, and it's a really exciting time to be in India. I want to thank all our panelists here today for taking the time to be here. I'm excited to examine and discuss the technologies, frameworks, and regulations that can make this possible. So let's get started. think first question is for you, Mr. Bali, on the foundational building block of a lot of these digital technologies, which is smart meters. Given that NSGM is overseeing the 25 crore meter rollout, can you maybe talk about where we stand today on deployment and what are realistic timelines for interesting mechanisms like TOD tariffs to go live at scale?
Namaskar and thank you, Arman, and thank you, Vicky, for having me here. I think as far as smart meter deployment is concerned, I think we all now very well appreciate that is a building block of the smart grids. And as far as the journey is concerned, I think nearly 2 years back, when we are doing pilots and other smart meter deployments, at that time we have just few lakhs of smart meters on board, on ground. Now I'm happy to share this year alone, on the run rate if you ask, now we are standing nearly to the 6 crore smart meter on ground, nearly. And the run rate presently is more than 1 lakh smart meter per day. I'm associated with NSGM. We have been doing pilots. At that time, 3 years back, we just have 1.5 lakh smart meters nearly under the pilots and other things as such. But now we have the smart meters of nearly 6 crore volume and nearly 1.5 lakh is the last 3 weeks average per day. But of course, it's a long way ahead because what we have targeted at that time under RDSS is nearly 25 crore meters. Now it would be, as per the growth rate, it would be not touching 30 crore, you can say, as per the growth and all that. But even then, I think if I say, as far as the achievements and the target lines, they're now a little bit shifted to 2028. I think the awarded smart meter nearly to the tune of 15 crores, I think with the run rate, we'll be able to meet that. That is not a target, I think not achievable at the moment. But I think what we know, what we want to have is much more than that. It's not the deployment alone is enough. Because smart meter as a equipment, as a smart device is not alone for just metering and billing and collection, etc. I think jaisa Jethani ji ne bola, we have H.C. Sharma ji and Abhishek Ranjan ji from BSES and Tata Power. They have not deployed smart meter to reduce the losses. They have been able to do that very well. But smart meter as a device, I think that will be very much essential. Now they are adopting also because that will provide us the grid visibility. As I think Jethani ji has well mentioned about the RE penetration and everything into that. Transmission sector, since I come from Power Grid, we have been able to manage one nation, one grid, one frequency. But now with that in distribution sector, that will be a key element to manage and see the, not only the RE induction managing, having the all to manage other things like that, but even the EV and other thing induction that is being done regularly. TOD, you referee, I think rightly mentioned, not only TOD, many, I think use cases which need to be implemented. That will be only possible very effectively through the smart meters. I think electricity amendment rules and everything that have expedited that rule. Now, if you'll ask, I think nearly more than 20 states and I think 4 or 5 UT have already implemented TOD. But they are primarily to the C&I consumers, 10 kilowatt and above. And they generally have the 2 time zones, I think peak and off peak, and they give guidelines. And happy to share that utilities like Assam, Andhra, and even Maharashtra, they have proactively adopted that. Even Delhi is going ahead with that. And they have been able to pass on the tariff even to the domestic consumers per unit. But I think there is much more desirable to be done in that effect. And I think with many use cases coming up, and we are focusing, Ministry of Power is focusing on data analytics, I think, and demand response, and then even not only the passive or static 2 time zones or depending on the season, we have to go on a dynamic state of affairs as well. And keeping that in mind, I think the field is quite open. And I am very much optimistic with the going ahead with the IES, that we already mentioned at the in energy stack, and other use cases coming forward. And everybody, private and public, and everybody on board. I think next few years are quite exciting enough to look forward to that. That is the base start I would like to get.
Thank you, Mr. Bali. I think slight pivot, we can come back to IES in a bit, but Professor Rehan, would be good to understand from you what key initiatives NICE is undertaking to support scaling up India's solar capacity. What are those, unique R&D schemes you are looking at as well?
Thank you, Amar. Good evening, all of you. So I'll first quickly share one of my observations on the discussion so far. So, you rightly mentioned the revolutionary solarization happening in the country, especially in the last decade. So, it is primarily driven by decarbonization. But I would like to highlight here that it is leading to decentralization. So, those of us who are from electrical engineering background, we recall that we used to say that distribution system is the easiest to study and to manage because it is in the radial system. But with all these solar power plants, this is not true anymore. So, it is bringing all sort of challenges from its distributed nature. And to manage this new system, which is highly decentralized, we come to another D, that is digitalization, because this is the theme of this session, that you need new techniques. So, I will cite only one or two main examples. One thing is, in the conventional system, we used to forecast the load, and the coal based systems were very easy to plan, and we call it easily dispatchable systems. Now, this solar based generation and wind based generation is not easy to forecast. Now, you combine it with the variability which has come on the load side also. You have air conditioning load which is there for few months, but it is a huge spike. Then in the winters, you have heating load which is again there for few months, and then it is not there. So, it is a double challenge for the planners and managers. So, here comes the role of AI based forecasting. So, that is important, that is going to play an important role. Then the sort of example you have mentioned, P2P trading, that is again something which will gain momentum. And in fact, we can look for in the long term, it can lead to Internet of Energy sort of thing. Now, coming to what NISE is doing, so being the National Institute on Solar Energy, and solar is the focus, so we have a huge task. So, one thing is we are supporting, as Dr. Jethani mentioned, that apart from the environment aspect, it is also related to energy independence. So, that independence can come only if our manufacturing is localized, which is already there up to cell level. So, our institute is the technical implementing agency for the ALMM schemes as well as the PLI scheme related to this. Then there is a domestic content requirement provision, so we are the implementing agency for that also. Then R&D part, if we talk about, so we are sort of working in the middle layer between the academic institutes and the industry. So, our focus is on the projects which are more towards the practical aspects of those projects. So, for example, we have a very good testing and testing infrastructure. So, two industries right now are working with us on coating. So, a coating which can be applied on panels, and that can reduce the soiling of panels, improving the generation. And it is not simply testing, because based on the results, we work with them and how to improve the product. The same we are doing with the perovskite based panels also. So, the industry which has developed perovskite based panels, we are testing and working with them how to improve that. The second category of R&D I will classify as the new initiatives or the areas which are important from the future point of view. So, Agri PV is there, we are working with Indian Agriculture Research Institute on that. Then BIPV is there, Building Integrated PV. Then this forecasting, as I have mentioned. So, recently we have started a project with Grid India. So, Grid India is there, we are there, and 5 large solar parks are part of this. So, we are working on forecasting and seeing the impact of cloud movement in a large solar park, and how AI based techniques can help us in predicting that. And of course, recycling is a very important area. So, we are working on that also, developing there are 2 parts to it. One is on the research part, the other is on the implementation and policy part. Now, apart from this, we believe this training of manpower, because this is a completely a new type of system which we are developing. So, we need people trained from the basic level of installers and O&M people, going upward to engineers and managers and all. So, we have programs starting from the installers level to national level programs, some international programs are there. and we conduct regular programs for industry also. And we are supporting the state nodal agencies working in the renewable energy area and industry in terms of addressing these questions and all. One more thing which I would like to highlight here is that we need to review the engineering education itself in the light of this transformation. So in this line, we have done some exercise with the Ministry of Power and MNRE and all. So we have developed a report in which we have highlighted that what are the gaps which should be filled and how these gaps can be filled. So this is also an important area for us. So I think these are the points from my side. I'll address your questions later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Rehan. Question for you, Mr. Gopan. From a battery standpoint, how are you seeing the battery landscape change, from a utility standpoint, but also from a CNI or residential standpoint, enabling distributed batteries to come up at scale?
So thanks, Arman, for that question. So as we see, right from morning, we are discussing on the battery side, and definitely whether it is on the utility scale or whether it is on the distributed energy storage, now the LFP chemistry has really helped us, and then different other chemistries are also there. But definitely we see that these chemistries now, the implementation has happened last year, maybe like 500 megawatt hour to 1 gigawatt hour. And these solutions, energy storage solutions, can be given for the storage for 5 years to 15 years. And nobody has seen like 10 to 15 years how the performance will happen, the degradation will happen, the climatic conditions, how it will impact in the operational of the things. But we see that with respect to this energy storage, in terms of safety, in terms of reliability and quick response to the grid, for the grid management, this energy storage really is helping. And that's what we see that now even the curtailment which is happening in the solar side, that can be addressed with respect to the energy storage. So what I see is that, as other panels, in the previous panels also we discussed, we have a lot of dependency with respect to the supply chain of these energy storage devices. So definitely we need to see that how we can have some independence or the localization of the things here, not at the initial upfront phase, but at least in the implementation integration phase. So definitely we see that in terms of the energy storage and usage and the grid stability, this is energy storage technology is going to help. What I also see is that with respect to energy storage, because when it comes to the energy storage, it is always like hybrid projects where maybe a wind, BESS, solar or BESS. So at the end of the day, we need to do the proper sizing of these resources and optimize the things. And wherein see that the AI tool or the AI features can help to optimize the things, to manage these energy storage systems, to have better efficiency with respect to that hybrid projects. So definitely the AI also will help us for having a better efficiency, better storage, better planning of or sizing of these storage devices. Thank you, Arman.
Thank you, Mr. Gopan. Dr. Jithani, quick question for you. What are some innovative and interesting areas that have not been discussed so far that you think could be interesting for innovators and investors to look at in the renewable space?
So when you say not discussed so far, I don't think that it's not discussed. It
Sure,
is
just
being
anyone.
discussed. So there are many innovation that can be done. One you have also already mentioned about the digitization. So under our PM Suryagar also, we are mandating the machine to machine based SIM based communication, so that when there are large number of DRE sources in the distribution company itself. They don't know how much demand is being met through these resources. So it's essential that they should get the data from these sources to manage their own load and the generation balance. So that visibility is not there. That's why we have mandated, and we are creating a platform wherein we are going to get the data, and going forward, not only for the PM Suryagar but also for the distribution companies, we are asking them to make a platform where you can get these data from all DRE resources which are not at present with the SLDC or the distribution SCADA system, and then you can manage this. And this is also essential when to monitor the performance. Otherwise, you don't know how much generation is being done. You have installed the capacity, but what is the actual generation? You have invested so much subsidy in the sector, and if you are not getting the output, it's all in vain. So that's why the monitoring is creating assets is a very easy thing, but later on maintaining the assets, getting the performance of the asset is also equally important, so that we can work out on more conducive policies thereafter. On innovation, of course, the R&D has also, what R&D is being doing, Dr. Rihan has already mentioned. But I think more efforts are required on the energy storage side, because we are adding more and more VRE in the system, and the grid operator is going to tighten the band for the DSM, the deviation settlement mechanism. Earlier it was say 15% for the wind and solar. Now it is being tightened up to 10%, and maybe they are asking for making it at par in the next 5 years with the conventional sources. So there we need more R&D, how to get the data regarding the forecasting more accurately, but simultaneously we can suggest them to put storage so that they can manage their variability with these storage. So there are different options. We have to think out of box, not the conventional solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chani. I think pivot to peer-to-peer trading. Mr. Ranjan, do you mind walking the audience through your participation in the pilot that took place last week? And also answering the question, which is like I think on top of a lot of people's minds, around the revenue loss a DISCOM might see from peer-to-peer energy trading, as they would likely lose their highest paying customer in a commercial user. So do you mind maybe walking everyone through that and answering that question, please? Thanks.
Thank you, Arman and Fiki, for having me here. Yes, the peer-to-peer launch that happened last week at India AI Impact Summit is a very historic one as far as India is concerned. And this is one of the use cases of what we are talking about, India Energy Stack. So primarily the P2P, this was tested out as an interstate pilot. Intrastate we had done earlier as well in Delhi, as in UP as well. But this was an interstate pilot, wherein, as you had alluded to in the beginning, so UP and Delhi, and in Delhi 2 DISCOMs, TPDDL and BRPL participated in it, and in UP I think it was Paschimanchal PVVNL. Now the idea is simple. I mean, as we know, the wholesale power market in India, India Energy Exchange, if you talk about day-ahead market or a real-time market, that is a double-sided closed auction. That means it's a collective transaction. The buyer doesn't know who the seller is, seller doesn't know who the buyer is. And there is one price per slot per day. So all the buyers and sellers have to adhere to a single price per slot. So there are 96 15-minute slot in a day. Okay, these are the nuances. But come to P2P. P2P is totally democratic and democratized concept, where peer-to-peer A, for example, as per the Act, they are not allowed to do the trading. Number one, we should understand that, because only the licensees can do the trading and consumers are not licensees. So therefore, to allow this, an exception was made, a sandbox was created, and the regulators in the respective states came out with their respective regulatory orders and frameworks, which is there on their respective websites. Now, as per this, the peers, that is consumers or prosumers within or outside the states of Delhi or UP, they were allowed to come together and do this. So, how to do this? The ecosystem created was of a number of power trading apps and platforms who were coding their platforms as per open access protocol, open protocol basis. Okay, the idea was to allow collaboration and participation from any number of TSPs, basically technology service providers or the power trading platforms. And this is the idea to create more job opportunities for startups and more participation. The consumer and prosumers can directly onboard the same through the app of the respective power traders. They can get their verification certificates generated using DISCOM's website, meaning they are a consumer or a prosumer registered with the bill of the DISCOM. And then simply this is rolling T-4 kind of trade. I mean, in a single slot, there could be millions of prices, as many prosumer-consumer pairs, as many prices discovered. Okay, so as you mentioned, from UP, some farmer sold and lady in Delhi bought. So that is all financial transactions. Electrons flow the way they have been flowing, injected in UP, and this lady, her meter is recording what is, she is drawing from the grid. Okay, only settlement happening is the energy settlement. So in a consumer bill, it will be settled by the DISCOM of the consumer in volumetric terms, that X number of units which was settled on the trading platform, because that information is coming to the DISCOM through a central ledger, and that will be subtracted from a bill. So therefore she doesn't pay for that, because she has already paid for that separately on the trading platform at a rate agreed between her and the prosumer. This has nothing to do with the regulated rate. Similarly, prosumer also, when he sells the electricity on the trading platform, so from his bill, the net metering bill, that amount is volumetrically debited. That means the DISCOM is not going to pay him for that particular quantum which is traded on the platform, and therefore DISCOM saves on that account. Okay, so this is primarily ONDC enhancing participation across the consumers. Mostly it is touted to be promoting energy, you can say transition at the bottom of the pyramid, low consumption, no income strata of the society, where they have access to technology. They do not understand the technology, that is not becoming a barrier. So they can use it to, trade electricity, surplus electricity, buy electricity at a cheaper rate, or maybe as a gift from their relative to somebody else from other places. Now, coming to your second point as to whether it is a revenue loss for the DISCOM or not a revenue loss for the DISCOM. In Delhi, for example, there is already a mechanism called group net metering and virtual net metering. So what does group net metering mean? Group net metering means that a big C&I customer, maybe a hotel or a mall, they invest into some solar farm within the DISCOM in, say, outer periphery, and there they take a connection which is a dummy connection, and then as per the GNM, what happens is anything surplus above the dummy connection, the local consumption is being adjusted in the bills of the main C&I premises, which may be situated in a separate grid but within a DISCOM. So when a C&I consumer does this, there is a revenue loss. Okay, now what does it mean? It means that the cross subsidy burden on the rest of the consumer, primarily residential, increases. Okay, now if it is created as a regulatory asset, then there is a burden on the DISCOM. But if it is allowed in the tariff, that means the tariff of the residential customer has to go up to compensate for the loss. And if that consumer is already under free net, that is within 200 units consumption net of the I mean, as per the policy in Delhi, for example, and many other states have similar policy, then what happens is the tariff burden of the DISCOM is not impacted. I mean, it is the government, state government's tariff burden which is going up. Okay, so because DISCOM is just an entity which is filing the tariff petitions before the commission and getting paid as per the ARR. Unless until an RA is created, then there is a different story. So to answer your question, ultimately there is maybe no loss, but yes, there is a skewedness in the overall calculations. But P2P is primarily meant for, as I said, low consumption, low income category, where cost to serve via DISCOM is high because their tariff is artificially lowered, collection is a challenge, and therefore if these people go out through P2P route, as I explained, the prosumer, if he is selling to a residential customer, that means the cross subsidy burden to that tune, whatever minuscule it is coming down, because cost to serve that energy is not there now, because that is being paid from somebody else. As far as DISCOM's power purchase is concerned, definitely there has to be a more accurate forecasting of what is going to be traded on a day-ahead basis or something. Otherwise, DISCOM will end up purchasing extra power where the power may not be settled. So therefore, accurate forecasting is needed. So that is the change that has to come in the system. Forecasting of the distributed solar, forecasting of the net demand of the consumer. So if that is made accurate, so P2P is not going to have any adverse impact on the DISCOM finances. Rather, I feel that this is going to help proliferation of more load-centered generation and therefore reduce the losses, T&D losses, because this is going to displace the need for the DISCOM to procure more at its periphery. And therefore, that T&D loss across, like purchasing 10 units from say 1000 kilometers away plant versus getting that from embedded within, there is a huge saving in terms of losses, in terms of transmission charges, both CTU and STU charges and losses. So therefore, this is going to result in proliferation of more and more rooftop solar and therefore reduction in the overall power purchase cost. If I see a trend tomorrow, the batteries could also be clubbed with the solar, and therefore it can also result in, if planned optimized, network planning of the DISCOM as well. So if it is go to, like for example, in Delhi, the off-peak or non-solar hours, there is a peak in the evening, in the summers. If the battery storage is used by the prosumer and is being allowed to participate in the P2P trading through particular pricing signals, that can help DISCOM optimize the network also, apart from power purchase cost saving during the peak hours, because then the battery is discharging and therefore avoiding the DISCOM to purchase higher cost power from say exchange or otherwise else. So overall, it is a win-win for the DISCOM and for the consumer as well. Over to you, Arman.
Great. Thank you for that, Mr. Ranjan. Next question is for you, Mr. Chirkara. How does IEX see its role evolving with the introduction of distributed energy resources, peer-to-peer trading, then obviously market coupling as well? How do you see your long-term strategy changing over the next few years?
Okay. This is definitely an opportunity for IEX, and we are looking at it in a very positive manner. Now, coming to the point on whether it is a natural extension of what we have been doing, yes, so far as Abhishek explained, the process, we have a double side closed auctions on the day ahead and the real time market, but we have continuous trading in the term ahead markets also. So this is in some sense what he explained was a continuous trading process where you come in and the buyers and the sellers get settled. Now, so from the market clearing point of view, yes, we have the technology, we have been doing it, and we can continue to do that with a large number of buyers and sellers also.
Now, but this system, as we see it, P2B, is essentially a combination of a cyber physical and a social system. And here we need to appreciate that here we are dealing with a lot of consumers and prosumers who are not professionally into power sector, right? So we have to kind of one, see to it that they are properly connected. By connected, I mean connected through the ICT technologies. Their devices are connected, and from that perspective, this becomes beyond IoT. It becomes Internet of People, because you have like a lot of people participating in it. They are taking their decisions at a very micro level. So this is a very strong cyber system that evolves, and then add to that the challenges of settlement and all, which obviously happen through a distributed ledger system, which is a blockchain or something. Now it happens to that, but then this is something which kind of we need to get in. We have not done this in the energy sector as of now. Then coming to the management of the physical systems, if you look at it, what was being discussed by the earlier panelists and earlier speakers today was that each household has solar rooftop, each household has a battery, and each household has a demand response also. So in some sense, each household is a power system in itself. And that means that this power system has to be managed at a household level first. So you have a household level flexibility that has to be managed, then bring it up on a community level. So you have 11 kV transformer and below. So those guys need to be managed at that level. And as Abhishek said, that what happens is a financial transaction. What physically happens is the flow on the network. That means that my network should be capable of taking this power, which is being put into it by the solar rooftop and by the batteries in the evening time. It should be able to take that. Now, when we talk about inverter based resources getting connected to the distribution network at that level, you have huge negative sequence and voltage problems which need to be managed. Otherwise, the systems with large participation, systems could conk off. I draw parallel of this with our existing exchange. Whenever transactions happen, so you would have seen unconstrained market clearing prices and unconstrained market clearing volumes being discovered. Then the information goes to Grid India. They put up the ATC constraints, and then we compute what are known as constrained market clearing prices. Now here in high level, high voltage networks, we are comfortable not dealing with so much with voltage and reactive power issues. But at the distribution level, we'll need to take care of those things also. So it is a very complex physical system where the role of the distribution system operators becomes very critical. And finally, the social aspect, because as I mentioned, it's a cyber physical social system. The incentives should be there in the system so that all the players participate. Otherwise, we don't have any P2P. So the regulatory mechanisms must kind of ensure that these guys participate, and then we'll have a complete cyber physical social system. And so to finally answer your question, yes, we are looking at this as a natural extension of what we do. But having said that, there are a lot of developments that have to be done both in-house and in the regulatory frameworks that we have. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you for that. Mr. Sharma, I think this is a nice segue into a question I have for you, which is around, on the ground level, what are operational changes that are needed to support technologies like the India energy stack come into mass proliferation?
Thank you, Arman and Vicky. Actually, I will go in a normal way. See, if like it is just introduced, it is in the pilot stage, probably nothing is required. At least Delhi discoms are able to deal with it without any big thing being done in their system. But if we have to run the system, we have to think long way. P2P, if we think of a long way, probably we have to start from like a smart meter from both the ends. And like prosumer side, we have to have a smart meter with net metering. Buyer side, we have to have normal smart metering. Of course, smart meter are like going up, deployment is going up. So probably I don't think any issue on that part of it. Where we see the issue, or where we probably as a country we have to evolve, is the communication part of it. Because we have like T-1 day, we have to finalize the quantum of bidding, and the T+1 day we have to carry out the settlement. So the communication of the data from the field has to happen, like there should not be any failure. So probably the communication is one part, and when like as you have rightly said, that success would come when we use it like a UPI. Many consumers doing it, so many complex situations being added one by one. So probably that is one thing, like communication has to go up. Then the hardware, software, of course, on like metering part of it, it has to go up. Then come to the planning part. So this is, there are many layers that earlier we used to have like 20, 30 generators, fixed output already declared. Now we have like hundreds of the generators. We have DER, we have solar system, we have variability because of wind, solar, all those things. So this is another layer of variability where consumer can draw, consumer can overdraw, consumer can underdraw. So a lot of complexity would be added into it. So we have to have really strong communicating machines so that they take care of it. On PMG, like power management part, of course, the complexity will further increase, even with the best of our efforts as of today in our country. Almost the intraday accuracy is around 1.5%. If we add this, probably even 1.5% looks very small. But if we talk of number of customers, even in our area, this would convert to 50,000 customers being without power. So that accuracy of forecasting has to really go up. And this variability being added, this has to be taken care of. Then coming on the sizable energy, that if the sizable energy is coming through P2P route, probably planning has to think of like when this energy would be declared, because we have the day ahead time also from the exchange. Around 9 o'clock we finalize it. So this data has to come before that. So that the complexity would be added on those terms, but it can be handled. That's not an issue. On network part of it, we are quite good, almost all the utilities, but with P2P coming in, I feel there would be some automation requirement on LT side also, because ultimately these are small consumers connecting on LT level. So LT level per se, not much automation is there, but to handle it really well, it is to be done, like automation has to be created on LT side also, so that the energy flow and the action on that to control the energy flow can be taken at that level also. Of course, advanced distribution management system that has to be there. We don't feel like this, but distribution management system capability has to increase, because the moment you add the numbers, and the number may be few lakhs, like they are giving energy, and then somebody is taking energy from the grid, so that those systems capability has to increase. So that is right, and right now that like slot wise we have pilot stage, we have 2-hour slot, whereas the energy when we take it is a 15-minute slot. So he is free to give me in the first slot. He is the other consumer is free to take it in the 8th slot, but I have to match it slot by slot as a distribution utility. So those things are also these are uncertainty, but those things are to be taken care from the systems by AI, ML, and all those things. If we deploy, the probably accuracy would come in, and we are able to right now do with the DER. So probably the P2P is not an issue. We will be able to do it. So that's all from my side on this.
Great. Thank you for that, Mr. Sharma. Next question is for you, Ms. Edquist. Given that Australia has the highest rooftop solar penetration in the world and has also deployed virtual power plants at some meaningful scale, what were some critical enablers and what were some pitfalls India should watch out for in our journey?
Sure. Thank you. And thank you for having me here today. And also, I'd just like to reiterate the deep impressiveness of India's renewable energy rollout, and in particular, hitting the milestone of 3 million solar rooftop installations is very, very impressive. Australia is a world leader in rooftop solar installation. So we have 1 in 3 households have a rooftop solar system. We have an installed capacity of 26.8 gigawatts, and that crosses 4.2 million homes and small businesses. And just a word on scale, this is for a country whose population is smaller than the city of Delhi, in case 4.2 sounded not too impressive. Solar generation in Australia now surpasses coal. Our expertise and experience in the rollout over the last few decades, I think, definitely has some lessons for India, and we're doing our best to share those as we can. Some important key enablers for this process. So ones that Australia has, and I think the challenges are also pretty similar across both Australia and India. Firstly, Australia has a climate that suits solar generation immensely. It is a famously sunny place. Australia receives 58 million petajoules of solar radiation per year across the continent. It's about twice the solar energy per metre squared as Europe has. So that low to mid latitude geography, low rainfall, large number of sunny days definitely helps us. The world-class universities and researchers in Australia have been absolutely essential and really have been world leaders in photovoltaic tech. So not limited to these 2 institutions, but I'll just mention 2 very, very high quality institutions that I'm sure people here have heard of. So UNSW, University of New South Wales, and the CSIRO have just been phenomenal in this space. The passivated emitter and rear contact PERC system, which is now used in 90% of solar panels worldwide, was invented by our very own Martin Greenwood at UNSW. And CSIRO is still investing and putting out impressive innovations in smart inverters, smart meters, and more efficient photovoltaic systems. We had some targeted government support for households that has been immensely valuable in bringing on that number of rooftop solar, particularly, in the sort of 20 years ago mark, when it was more expensive. And so a little bit of government support to make it more affordable for households, while innovation and investment and scale happened across the market and the costs came down. And that is something that we are seeking to replicate again with our cheaper home battery scheme. So again, government support for households to invest in battery systems for their home. You're completely right that VPPs can only operate with a large number of smart meters across the grid and inverters in all places. We're also investing a huge amount in both transmission and distribution lines. One of the features of a distributed grid with a large amount of photovoltaic and other renewable energy on it is that you need to facilitate two-way transmission. So gone are the days for Australia where we have a centralised coal power plant that pushes out power to its local area. We are now looking at big shifts in transmission across the network, and we are planning to invest in another 6,000 kilometres of transmission lines over up to 2050. I think the challenges, again, sound very similar to what we have heard about today. Social licence continues to be something that we work on in Australia. How do we make sure that the communities that are most affected by these big infrastructure investments feel that they have a say in how it's being developed, that it works with their needs? How do we maintain that support for the government's programs? Skilled workforce is an ongoing challenge in Australia. I think, remembering from Jobs and Skills Australia's recent reporting, we need something like 35,000 more electricians by 2050. Just the carpentry workforce is phenomenal. And obviously these jobs are the ones that AI can't replace for us. They are hands-on and they are highly skilled. So we need to make sure we're continuing to invest in them as they go forward. And then the other one I would flag, which I think is really similar between our two countries, is that coordination between government and business and government at different scales. So, similar to India, Australia has a federated system. We have various mechanisms for maintaining that deep connection between state and federal governments, including a council of energy ministers that meets regularly. So yes, they're the sort of challenges that I would encourage people to think about. I'll just touch briefly on some work that Australia and India are doing together. So we have a tech commercialisation challenge, which is funded under the Renewable Energy Partnership. The Renewable Energy Partnership was announced by our two Prime Ministers, Prime Minister Albanese and Prime Minister Modi, in 2024 at the Australia-India Summit, which we actually did in the sidelines of G20 in Brazil. The Tech Commercialisation Challenge plans on bringing together that excellent Australian research capacity and R&D with India's growing manufacturing sector. So looking at taking pilot activities that have performed well in a research setting and bringing them into a manufacturing space. It offers small amounts of funding to sort of kickstart those relationships and support the scale testing. So far we have focused on photovoltaics, battery and hydrogen technologies.
Great, thank you for that. I think we're running out of time, so can open up the floor to maybe one or two audience questions. Anything? Doesn't seem like there's anything. So we'll thank all my esteemed panelists for joining us here today. And yeah, thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, moderator of the session, for a very engaging session. Due to the paucity of time, we couldn't take the interjections, but we can make use of the networking time. Thank you once again, esteemed panelists. On behalf of Vicky, we thank each one of our esteemed panelists, and we would like to present mementos to our esteemed panelists. May I request the moderator of the session to kindly present a memento to Mr. Puneet Chitkara. A big thank you to Ms. Jain. Thank you so much for your valuable contribution. We now present a memento to Mr. Atul Bali and thank him. Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we can keep the energy a little more higher by putting our hands together. We thank Mr. Abhishek Ranjan. Thank you so much, sir, for your thoughts. Thank you for sharing them with us. May we now present a memento to Mr. P.R. Gopan. Thank you so much, sir. And a big thank you to Mr. H.C. Sharma. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us this evening and sharing your valuable insights with us. And on behalf of Vicky, may I request Mr. Arpan Gupta to kindly join us onto the stage and present a memento to Mr. Arman Puri. Thank you so much for wonderfully conducting and concluding the session. We quickly request our panelists to give us a moment for a group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, in the meanwhile, as we promised, we are back with our quiz segment. May I pose this question to our august gathering here? This question is about emerging technology and innovation in India's energy sector, the current panel discussion. And the question is, technology used to store excess renewable power would be, and the options are turbines, batteries, boilers, transformers. Any takes for that? Okay. Would you want to give us your name, please, sir? To Namrata, please. Thank you. That's a right answer. And may I ask the next question, which is, which sector is increasing electricity demand rapidly due to emerging technology? Agriculture, data centers, textiles, and tourism.
Data center.
Thank you. Yes,
Data
sir.
center.
Data center. Thank you. May we request both the gentlemen to kindly come onto the stage and receive a small token of appreciation, and it's a very small token by our moderator of the session. Thank you. I'm so sorry I missed your name. Can I have your name? Mr. Anup Pandey, congratulations. Thank you for participating and thank you for answering absolutely right. And we request you to kindly, may I request the ushering team to kindly bring the prize as we request our moderator to present it to Mr. Anup. And we also have Mr. Sharad Sharma. May I request both of you to kindly join us onto the stage, and we have a small token to be presented by the moderator of the session. I can see the beautiful lady with a red sari. She's coming to present the prize to our moderator of the session. Mr. Arman Puri is now going to present it to Mr. Anup and to Mr. Sharad Sharma. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now headed for our next panel discussion. Thank you so much, moderator of the session, for doing the honors. We're all geared up for our next session. Our next session is a panel discussion 4. It's about the India's energy future, international perspective and collaboration. May I request you all to kindly be seated, and we straight away move to our panel discussion without any further delay. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the last session of the day, and this will be followed by a cultural evening and also a networking dinner. May I request you all to kindly be seated as we now begin with our next session. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Our session on India's energy future, international perspective. This is our panel discussion 4. We are now beginning with it. The session will focus on international perspective and global partnerships to accelerate the transition pathway towards clean energy. And we request our honorable speakers of the session to kindly join us onto the stage. May I request Chair, Energy, Green Economy and Climate Working Group under BRICS Business Council and Chairman CVC Infrastructure, Shri Kuluru Krishnan, to kindly join us onto the stage. Namaskaram, sir, and warm welcome to you, sir. May I also request the moderator of the session, Shri Ashish Mittal, Director, Energy and Commodities, CRISIL, to kindly join us onto the stage. And now inviting on stage all our eminent speakers of the session. We begin by inviting Ms. Christine Anderson, who is the first Secretary, Royal Norwegian Embassy. Warm welcome to you, ma'am. And may I request the first Secretary, Embassy of Japan, Mr. Yuto Hikichi. May I request Mr. Hikichi to kindly join us onto the stage. We also invite on stage lead energy economist, World Bank, Mr. Moise, to join us onto the stage. Warm welcome to you. I now request CEO India, Janara Power, Shri Naveen Khandelwal, to join us onto the stage. We also invite on stage Ms. Namrata Mukherjee, Strategic Planning Specialist, International Solar Alliance, Mr. Thomas Joseph, who is the Director, International Engineering Center, Envision Energy India, Ms. Kritika Kumar, Advisor, GIZ India, and Mr. Bernard, General Manager, Green Tech Valley, to kindly join us onto the stage. Warm welcome to all our esteemed speakers, panelists of this session. Ladies and gentlemen, just to make this moment a little more effective, we request you to kindly continue to keep your mobile phones on silent mode. And this is our session, which is a panel discussion on India's energy future, international perspective and collaboration. We begin this session by a theme address, and to present the theme address, may I invite Shri Kuluru Krishnan, who is the Chair, Energy, Green Economy and Climate Working Group under BRICS Business Council and Chairman, CVC Infrastructure, to kindly present the theme address.
It's a pleasure and a privilege to be part of this panel. And with such esteemed speakers, I will not really make a thematic address as much as share some facts and maybe give some visuals and quotes to stimulate thoughts and invigorate the dialogue. Can I have the presentation, please? Yeah. So just starting with the, energy transition status. As on end of last year, 81% of the world's energy came from fossil fuels. It's supposed to stabilize in the mid-30s and go down to about 42-43% by 2050. Hence, fossil fuels phase down will take place, but in a calibrated fashion. When it comes to CO2 emissions, last year we saw a rise of 1.1%, and this is across the board in all fuels. Natural gas a little higher, which is good as a transition, coal the least, oil in between. Then when we look at the sectoral emissions, electricity and heat is 29.7%, which will get impacted by renewables. But then we have mobility, we have the hard to abate, we have manufacturing, construction, we have agriculture. So now this is the status after the lofty goals of Kyoto and Paris. So I'm now giving two quotes, both iconic, for the 19th century and the 21st century. One a playwright, another a chess champion. But they both say that goals are not important for us, it's outcomes. So I think we have reached a phase where technologies have evolved, policies have evolved, financing instruments have come about. So we got to kind of move ahead. It's just not talking of goals, but can we start getting results? Like, for example, Carlson. Now, among the energy transition, electricity is obviously the most easiest, and it has electricity and heat, and it has tangible progress. With renewable energy, solar, wind, and energy storage, we are displacing fossil electricity. Worldwide, it has overtaken coal, which has come down to 33%. Nuclear power plants do give carbon-free emissions, and they are very lofty global ambitions, which will increase with its, of course, the NIMBY effect. It'll take time, but hopefully it'll increase. Heating is being shifted to electricity as well as solar and biomass. Especially for data centers, natural gas CHPs are being integrated to give low carbon energy to supplement variable RE and BSS. Energy transition is impacting transport. Electrification of railways in India has been achieved 100%. Electrification of road transport for passenger vehicles has made rapid progress, private vehicles and buses. Likewise, e-fuels
are being spoken of for marine and aviation. Marine transport shifting to green ammonia and green methanol through hydrogenation of CO2. Sustainable aviation fuels, power to liquid, combining captured CO2 with green hydrogen. But what's the 2025 status of India? 75% of electricity supplies in India comes from coal-fired power plants. I'm giving this quote because actually this book, Made in Japan, had a very major impact on me when I read it. So I'll just give one very short anecdote from that. Post-war, he had invented the tape recorder, and he thought it will transform education. So he had this outlet in Tokyo, right next to an antique shop. People came, people saw it, didn't buy. They went to the antique shop, they bought. So one day, out of frustration, he caught hold of a person who had come out from the antique shop and said, "But why are you buying this?" And he said, "Because I like it." So I need to realize there is nothing as intrinsic value. The value lies in the eyes of the beholder. So now we've been talking so much about solar, wind, becoming so much cheaper than coal-fired power. It's wonderful. But is that being perceived by a grid operator? Is that being perceived by the distribution utilities? Is that being perceived by consumers? So I think that is the vital point. Because unless we do that, we won't address the concerns of the grid operators. We won't address the concerns of consumers. And we're now having the situation where we are saying, oh, we don't get power transmission 18 months after we have done. But why? A hotelier goes and sets up capacity before he expects traffic. So there has to be a far more greater communication. Definitely AI, ML, IoT is going to improve things dramatically in the next few months. But we do need to have this kind of, thing to address the anomalies of taxation. For example, you have in many states, you are charged for generation, self-generation of renewable energy, you have a tax. Because the distribution feels they are being deprived of energy. So these kind of anomalies have to be removed. Then we come to, energy transition as a fuel shift. So yes, in transport for LCVs and MCVs, we've got ethanol blended petrol, E20 being achieved in 2025, 5 years ahead of schedule, is a great achievement in India. CNG, yes, we have over the last 25 years, we've got a large gas pipeline network. Most of our districts have CGD networks. We have about 6,000 CNG stations. But yes, it's taking about 25 years. Bio-CNG or CBD as we call it, it has a very ambitious target, 15 million tons. Actually, if you see the IEA report, IEA projects that India has the potential of 30 million tons of bio-CNG. But we have connectivity issues. How do you connect the bio-CNG producer with either the consumer or a CNG outlet? So the good thing is for heavy-duty trucking, there's now a very conscious shift to go to direct LNG. That means already we have reached a stage where imported LNG is catching up with domestic production, and from next year it will exceed. So the question is, why do we go through regasifying LNG, have a gas pipeline, have a CGD network? We go directly into SSLNG and LNG trucks. Likewise, now hydrogen. Now, hydrogen is touted the future, definitely carbon-free source, and RE power will come down, electrolyzer cost will come down, green hydrogen cost will come down, blue hydrogen should also be an option. But the question is, how do we make it a commodity? So if you look at natural gas became a commodity, became LNG. So frankly, for hydrogen to become a commodity, we have to also get into liquid hydrogen. Therefore, really, it's a game of logistics. Now, here's this iconic Danish company. And for me, it's very interesting that they call themselves as a logistics orchestrator. So when you talk of a high gravimetric energy density, but a low volumetric energy density, like methane or hydrogen, It's really a game of logistics. It's not a game of low-cost production. We have to find out how we have logistics. So we have to have multimodal transport. We have to have various methods, how we reduce the delivered cost of the product. And I really think this quote of the founder is very important. No law should hit us, which can be avoided with constant care. Because right now we're having situations of people investing a lot of money on hydrogen, but the access is not taking place. The last conceptual point I'd like to bring is CCUS. We are not going to be really doing away with fossil energy totally. We will need to have CCUS and CDR. So we can have CO2 direct removal. In India, we're giving quite an impetus to biochar because we have a lot of agricultural residues. So we could have a fairly large biochar program. We are having an ambitious CCUS program in the last budget, 200 billion rupees over 5 years. We have identified under the Niti Aayog report various geological storage potentials. But one major short-term, medium-term potential should be engineered mineralization of CO2. So here is an instance where you're really mineralizing the CO2 directly through utilizing either gypsum or phosphogypsum and producing useful compounds like calcium carbonate or H2SO4. And since we have Norwegian friends out here, I'd like to flag this because with the huge resources of phosphate now discovered and your natural gas resources, you could be the supplier of blue hydrogen and phosphoric acid to Europe. I end with this quote because arguably the most gifted human being in the modern era. And what Da Vinci says is, I've been impressed with the urgency of doing. Knowing is not enough, we must apply. Being willing is not enough, we must do. In the last 6 months, India has signed the bilateral with Japan for Article 6.2. I was present when we had the free trade agreement signed between India and EFTA. We have had a commitment of India and EU having an FTA. So I think the time has come to do. Indian industry and businesses are ready to collaborate in EPC, project development. FICCI as an organization representing Indian industry and businesses is very happy to collaborate with their businesses. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for that very interesting beginning to the session. May I now request the moderator of the session, Mr. Ashish Mithil, to kindly take over. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Good evening, everyone. I really feel blessed to have such a distinguished panel with me today. The only limiting factor is time. I'm told I have flat 45 minutes, and I think that makes, what we'll try to achieve is in one round itself, maybe just try to bring each panelist's perspective on the questions. So straight away, just hitting the ground, and I think the global perspective is the key theme today. So I would like to start with you, Ms. Anderson. Basis Norway's experience in renewable and offshore energy, what do you see are the potential collaboration opportunities at a G2G level between India and Norway? Also, maybe when you are telling this, maybe the Norway Lights project is said to be a very hallmark in the CCS segment. You can talk about briefly key learnings from it. That would be helpful. Over to you, ma'am.
Sure. Thank you so much. And first of all, thank you to FICCI for organizing this great event and for inviting me on this panel. And I also must say some compliments to my fellow panelists here for this wonderful introduction, where you have quoted not only one, but two very important Norwegians in history, the great playwright Ibsen, and also the great chess player Magnus Carlsen. And not only that, but you were also using numbers from Norwegian company DNV's Energy Outlook, which is also a Norwegian company, also very active here in the energy space in India. So unlike Magnus Carlsen, who says he doesn't have a goal, the Norwegian government does have a goal for our cooperation with India. We actually have a strategy for our cooperation with India where energy is one of the 5 top priorities of our collaboration. And our energy collaboration goes far back. Actually, the Norwegian company Statkraft was the first international player to invest in the hydropower sector in India over 20 years ago. And they've installed hydropower plants and invested in hydropower plants that are up to 500 megawatts of hydropower. So it's quite a big feat. And as you also mentioned, we recently entered into force the free trade agreement between EFTA and India on 1st October last year. And this agreement really will help catalyze more trade, more investment between the EFTA countries and India. And we're very happy and proud to be the first bloc in Europe to enter into force an agreement with India. And we also, of course, welcome the EU agreement that has been recently announced. But back to your question about the most promising avenues for collaboration between Norway and India. I have to say that India has very ambitious goals in renewables, and renewables is, of course, a very important aspect of our collaboration. Norway is a small country, but we are a large energy player. And we have been active, in the oil and gas industry for the last 50 years. But our adventure started with hydropower over 100 years ago. And now we are also into renewables. We have companies who are doing floating solar technology. We have companies who are doing tidal energy, and all of these very interesting new upcoming technologies that can be very important for India going forward. And also, you mentioned hydrogen, you mentioned decarbonization in general, CCUS. I will come more into that in detail. Energy storage, for example, batteries, and grid optimization and upgrading of transmission lines is, of course, important. And I also wanted to mention electric vehicles. Norway is the world capital of electric vehicles. So we are quite advanced in this field. That could be a very promising area of collaboration, as well as everything related to green maritime industry and decarbonizing that important industry. So just to give you a very brief example then of the Northern Lights projects. I know you've all heard of the physical phenomenon of Northern Lights, and some of you may have even traveled to Norway and seen it. But the CCUS project called Northern Lights is the world's first cross-value chain open source CO2 capture and storage project. And it opened officially in June last year, where they started capturing emissions from a cement plant on the east coast of Norway. And they captured that CO2, they transported it by ship to storage facilities on the west coast of the country, where it will be injected back into the seabed, deep underneath, and be stored there permanently. And this is a fully commercial project that is also about to expand to other companies in Norway, but also potentially also in Europe for other off-takers. So this is a very important project to decarbonize industry. It's a very hard to abate industry that you just mentioned, and a very promising area of collaboration also between Norway and India. We are small, and we're coming into this, with a certain humility. We do have the technology that we are eager to share, but we are trying to do this in partnership with India. So technology partnerships is really the way to go. And that is what we are doing, trying to co-develop solutions with India for your scale and for the challenges that you are facing. So we want to be a partner on India's energy journey.
Thank you, ma'am. And let me tell you, Northern Lights is among the bucket list for many of us here for sure. And also, while as a nation you might be small, but in intent, what partnership you have done, and clearly the Statkraft is a real live example. I think it started when international collaboration was still at a nascent stage but Statkraft is a live example of Norway's commitment in India. So thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your response. So maybe from Norway, I move to Japan, and we have Mr. Hikichi, First Secretary, Embassy of Japan, with us. Mr. Hikichi, Japan has strong capabilities in hydrogen, ammonia co-firing, batteries, and power electronics. So, basis this, what collaboration opportunities again do you see between India and Japan on a G2G level? Yeah, I'll follow up on that.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm Yuta Hikichi from Embassy of Japan. Nice to meet you, and thank you for the introduction regarding our capability and the strong point regarding the ammonia co-firing and the batteries and power electronics. Thank you very much. From the embassy perspective, based on the ongoing dialogues, we have been facilitating between Japan industry and the Indian counterparts. I would argue that the green hydrogen value chain offers the most structurally promising avenue for Japan-India collaboration in near term. But obviously, the challenge is the cost. And the demand creation domestically, but I think that Japan has identified India as a priority partner and green transformation strategy, and the two governments has already established the dedicated Japan-India Clean Energy Partnership since 2022. And within that framework, hydrogen and ammonia have been explicitly highlighted as a priority areas. And we have also another MOU regarding this. So within that, the Japanese companies like JERA, Mitsubishi Corporation, and IHI Corporation are actively exploring ammonia co-firing demonstration project. For example, the IHI has accumulated significant operational experience with ammonia co-firing at the thermal power plant in Japan, and is keen to replicate that in Indian context. Actually, they are doing the pre-survey with Adani in Gujarat. On the green hydrogen side, I would significantly point obviously the east coast of India is the good destination for that kind of the demonstration project as well. So and also the IHI and the Sojitz, the trading company in India, also supporting the green hydrogen project, the production side of the green hydrogen. So we have a few demonstration projects in India regarding the green hydrogen and e-methanol as well. So I think we would like to perform our capabilities through these kind of the demonstration project. Also, regarding the batteries, we actually last year we conducted the matching event in embassy, and we also carried the big delegation. We took the big delegation to India with so many the SMEs for the battery suppliers. So the main purpose of that event is to match the big player in India for battery giga plant and the suppliers of Japanese companies. So it was very successful, and actually a few one or two a good example will be announced the next few months, and maybe this kind of the work make a good result. So I think that is another way to contribute to the Make in India for the batteries. So thank you very much. These are the promotion of Japanese good point. Thank you very much.
So, thank you, sir. I have a small follow-up here. Because what we saw in terms of public finance, Japan through institutions like JICA, when it always came to access to large funds and long-term funds, whether it be the Delhi Metro and now the bullet train, Mumbai, Ahmedabad. So can the Indian storage sector also expect that support from Japanese counterparts while supporting projects in the offshore wind and the renewable and the energy storage space?
Yes, basically speaking, regarding the finance, maybe yes, we are of course as through ODA by JICA, we are supporting a hydropower plant and other new renewable energy as well. So we have so many finance finance project by JICA in India. Actually, India is the biggest. Japan is India receives the biggest amount of the ODA from Japan. So we are contributing through the finance, and also also we have the another international bank called JBIC to the private sector project. It also can support the low cost finance to the private sector project. Thank you.
Thank you. So I will now turn to you, Mr. Khandelwal. My question to you would be, what structural policy and reforms need to be taken while we move from sheer just isolated renewable energy development to a more integrated RE development while taking care of bankability of the project, stability of the grids and associated things? You can comment on that.
Thanks, Ashish. So yeah, before we come to maybe required or expected policy level interventions, let's talk maybe 90 seconds about where have we come in last 2 to 3 years.
Okay.
Because when we look at India as a market, especially energy market or electricity market from the global lens, what has been delivered / demonstrated is not just resilience, but significant level of evolution and very fast evolution. So we are not just fastest growing economy, but we are actually very fast evolving energy sector, which is basically responding to the needs of the grid technology or the overall market. Why I say so, when we look at the construct of FDRE tenders, which have now become or rather transitioned towards solar plus BESS tenders, all that is happening at very fast pace. The complexity of tenders and the pace of change is even from the global standards unprecedented. Because when we talk to other global markets, be it US, be it Australia, and be it other markets, I think FDRE tenders, the way they were conducted and the kind of outcomes which came, I think they have been very phenomenal. So that's point number one. Now, point number two is what has also been delivered is de-risking of the sector by introducing various de-risking measures, whether it is intermediation on PPA to take care of counterparty risk, whether extending central transmission utility network, not just length and depth and breadth of it, but maybe enabling provisions like giving preferential access, or let's say some waiver on charges and all that. So that added a lot to the capacity addition. So now coming to, so that's why we are very close to 270 gigawatts, and we are running significantly ahead of our own targets to the world, what we will deliver by 2030. We have already beaten those targets across parameters. So I think that has been delivered or demonstrated by the market. Now time has come where we start focusing on next level, which is one, integrated planning and growth. I think the integration was talk of the this event through the day. At least I heard 2-3 sessions or panels where integrated planning is becoming very, very important, because mere capacity addition, whether of wind or solar or wind plus solar, I think could have brought us so far. Now challenges of grid integration are coming, where we need to not just introduce battery storage, which is one low hanging fruit, but I think we need to do a little bit more medium to long term integrated planning. What kind of impact these DREs, renewable systems not having inertia, system becoming more and more IBR, inverter based resources, all these technical problems I think have to be addressed now, because we could have come this far only without taking care of those technical aspects. So first and foremost is integrated planning and holistic planning across power sector. And in fact, I would go beyond power sector. Maybe we start looking at energy as a major pillars of economic transformation. Energy is becoming that critical now, and we all know now energy does not mean any kind of energy, that has to be sustainable. Second is maybe we start looking at combination of industrial policy with energy policy. So what we have seen at other multiple other countries is industrial policy talks to energy policy, where we are trying to do that, but maybe at slower pace. Industrial parks which are completely powered by green energy, I think we are yet to see those. We are discussing those, but we are doing a couple of those. But I think if you go to other countries, including China, you have industrial parks which are complete ecosystems in themselves, starting from manufacturing of component or equipments, then generation of green power, and then consumption of green power at the same place, so as to avoid the issues which we are facing at the grid level, or reactive power issues, or DSM issues, or various issues of renewables percentage going up in the grid. Those can also be taken care when we start integrating energy policy with industrial policy. Now third is FDRE. What we have heard and seen, we started in 2022 with FDRE as a construct. We did great amount of volumes in 23 and 24. Now of late what we are hearing is, no, this may not be the right answer, or even if it is technically right answer, is it the cost effective or efficient answer? I think our take on that is FDRE term can be redefined as a flexible and dispatchable renewables, not just firm and dispatchable renewable, because flexibility is need of the hour now. If you talk to more and more DISCOM MDs and regulators, they are saying peak hour is one problem, needs to be solved. But I think flexibility of generation, because demand response is becoming the most critical aspect. So adding flexibility to the grid, or rather to the generation, is third dimension I would say we should consider. One more aspect, and then I'll kind of summarize, is the quality of growth. So quality of capacity addition, not just quantity or volumes. I think that is becoming very important. Otherwise, the sustainability of this sustainable energy or renewable energy is going to face problems. And I think towards this, I think battery storage we all are talking about, and in fact in last 18 months or so we have got more than 30 gigawatt hours, close to that number, tenders out, and now we'll start execution or implementation of that. But I think time has come where we start looking at other technologies beyond just batteries, and that too only lithium ion batteries. And that's where we believe that partnership with other countries, including Japan or Norway or all other countries, Germany, I think long duration energy storage, LDES, also has to be prioritized, and maybe non lithium ion based batteries. I think that also is very important from not just technology diversification perspective, but maybe from supply chain security perspective, because supply chain disturbances have been major kind of concern for last 4 to 6 quarters at least. So I'll take a pause here and
yeah, so maybe just the supplementary would be, given your experience in developing projects on the RE side, would you like to talk about some specific risk mitigation instruments which can lower the cost of the clean energy? Because ultimately the cost is what matters at the end of the game.
Sure, but you once I start sharing, then you'll say all these issues we means developer community has been raising for quite some time. So typical risk rather de-risking measures have been talked about through the day, like we need to address land first, we need to address evacuation first. All those things I will say are there, and significant amount of work has already happened. Not that it is over, but it will continue to be there. I would go maybe to the next kind of extent or next point is, when we say cost of energy, we need to reduce, or rather cost of capital. The question is, given the economy and given the cost of capital for the larger economy, I think renewable sector has already achieved significant amount of improvement in cost of capital. Talk about project finance. When we started the sector, let's say 1.5 decades or 2 decades back, since then versus now, minimum 200 to 250 basis point reduction cost of finance, cost of debt, I'm saying, has come. I'm not talking about interest rate cycles. I'm saying spreads, right? Leaving aside
the project specific premiums.
So that de-risking has been delivered. So cost of capital has come down to that extent. Now coming to cost of equity, I think if we start doing at least 3 things, we can talk about more later. One, ensuring capital recycling, where again a lot of work has happened, be it InvITs and those kind of structures which enable capital recycling, capital markets, and then basically letting the ecosystem of asset churn evolve. I think capital recycling is very important, because that's where global or institutional investors want to kind of do that. That will reduce cost of capital further on the equity side. But my point is, let's start now addressing the upcoming risks or the newer risks. Land evacuation and PPA counterparties have been there. We have done a lot of work. Now let's start addressing technical constraints. How much more renewables can we absorb? What percentage of energy supply or electricity supply we can do from the green energy on a sustainable basis without getting hit by significant curtailment, significant DSM, those kind of things. Third, and the last point is, all these renewable sources are significantly weather dependent. Let's invest in tracking the weather, forecasting the weather in a significant manner, because when we discuss with ministries and other bodies, then we are generally given example of European standards, that their DSMs are significantly better, our variability is higher. Developer community is willing to work on that aspect, but for that we need to invest into associated adjacencies which are tracking the weather at much more deeper resolution level, so that our forecasting improves. Once forecasting improves, your generation becomes more stable, and once cash flows become stable, cost of capital anyway comes down.
No, thank you, sir. So yeah, I take your point, and this is a very important point, which when we give advisory and we do consulting, the forecasting thing which you have mentioned, and I think we had today member CA also talk about this. Forecasting is moving more from just pure vanilla Excel based projections to hardcore energy modeling and system modeling. So yeah, I take your point on that. Yeah, thank you. So now coming to you, Ms. Mukherjee, International Solar Alliance, if I can say ISA, as it is popularly called today, has been one luminary institution in the RE space, which has really taken India to the global level. So it would be useful to understand, ma'am, from ISA strategic planning lenses. You have seen the globe as far as the RE space goes. So what are some lessons which you would like to talk about across areas, be it policy design, market mechanisms, grid integration, where India can learn from those global experiences, maybe to start with?
Thank you, Ashish. Thank you, Fiki. And I must thank the audience, because we are here right in front of, dinner and cocktails. Really sorry for this delay. And I'll keep my answer short, Ashish, but thank you so much for this question. Very briefly, and maybe just, a minute or two about the International Solar Alliance. It's a UN-based intergovernmental organization based out of the Global South here in India. We are a member-based organization of 126 member countries across the Global South. And the mission is very clear. When it was sort of signed off by the two presidents of and prime ministers of India and France, was basically how do you promote more solar across the Global South. And that's where ISA stands. When it was established in 2015 and where we've come in the last 10 years is mostly we were trying to bring the membership together and build a whole alliance.
And now with the alliance in full form, our objective is really to move towards the action mode and, what our presenter was talking about, to do really to deliver on ground. And so based on where we are in terms of what we have seen across our member countries in the global south as well as countries in the global north, is that there are three critical pillars around which the solar deployment hinges. And that's where ISA is trying to focus its programs platform-based approach. One is definitely we've seen that for solar, a stable long-term policy signal is extremely, extremely important. We have seen that in India, and a lot of the success stories that we see, that unless the world looks at what your targets are, and what is the long-term stability from a policy framework, investments don't come in that easily. So that is very important also to have strong institutional frameworks which are countering risks. For instance, in the case of solar, we have a very outstanding example of the SECI model. And then also within this whole framework is where we've looked at competitive auction designs, not just in solar, but also in transmission, helping more grid build out and more capacity come on board at much more competitive costs. So these are some, strong best case that we can see, at least in the global south, which is available for the rest of the countries to, move forward with an existing model and template which is there. The second aspect is definitely predictable grid access, because the whole example about markets, market access that we're talking about hinges on a robust transmission, grid that you have. So for me, the second aspect is going to be adequate transmission build out with the transparent interconnection rules and dispatch systems that gets built, because a strong, grid and transmission backbone is critical for large quantums of solar offtake. So, and also the advanced planning of the transmission network. So for me, it's going to be the second aspect around the global south to take forward is the predictable grid access associated with offtake of solar and other renewable energy. And then finally, it's going to be de-risked capital, because while India has now moved in that journey over the last 2 decades, a lot of our global south countries in Africa, LAC, and the rest of, Pacific Island countries still have a lot of perceived risk, where it's important to take forward de-risked mechanisms through the form of, payment security guarantees and other mechanisms. And here actually ISA's role becomes very important, because it can pool and bring together large development capital. So finance is not a problem as what we've seen globally. Money exists, but how does that money actually gets utilized in the right places at the right time? And that's where I think ISA's role can, play a very big catalytic sort of place, where it's bringing together the right pipelines from these perceived risk-based countries into this, pooled capital from development funds, and then looking at innovative financing instruments to just sort of top up that, risk level for these investors. So for me, I would say these three are the critical aspects for us to work on.
So a small follow-up would be, and this comes in the background that the global solar transition has to triple by 2030. So, and given the vast experience and institutional memory and experience ISA would have, what according to you would be the single biggest institutional bottleneck? Will it be governance, finance, grid, or the political will? So I know it's a tough one, but yeah, maybe just your
It's going to be a combination all, but for me, I think what I'm going to hinge upon is more institutional capacity and coordination, because the transition is happening at such a fast pace. You have to ensure that where you are implementing solutions doesn't become a pilot and doesn't take off from there. So it's definitely going to be institutional capacity and coordination over there.
Thank you. We'll leave it here. So I'm just told one of our panelists has joined virtually, Mr. Bernard Pottinger. He's General Manager, Green Tech Valley. Can we have him on the,
Namaste.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Clearly.
So my question to you would be, Green Tech Valley, I understand, has enabled collaboration between startups, technology providers, and governments across different regions. Okay, so what global innovation or partnership models can India adopt to fast track technology deployment according to you?
So thank you so much for having me here in a virtual way. My last visit to Delhi was around the Diwali festival season in October. So when we talk about the future of innovation, it's about innovation ecosystems. So technology provider, users, research, and governments working hand in hand to get better solutions. It's not always fast at the beginning, but cleverer, more successful, and at the same speed in the end. So we, Green Tech Valley in Austria, are such an ecosystem. Some American venture capitalists voted us #1 in the world with around 20 global tech leaders, just like also the Indian-based company Andritz is providing CO2 storage solutions, hydrogen solutions, or hydropowers. And it's quite an effective tech cluster. So in our region, all of the economy, it's about 1/7 already done with green technology. So it shows that if you're doing the transition, there can be a second turn payback in terms of economic growth. And this is, I think, what the key message from my point of view is. 1/7 in our region so far. And these companies are quite, have had huge exports. So 14% of the global green electricity production is done on technologies made here in Green Tech Valley. It's mainly hydropower, but also other technologies. So my job as a cluster manager is mainly to help companies grow through collaboration and for green innovation. It's about 30 industrial innovation projects we kick off a year with industry and research. And this is a quite good example how you can have strategies for energy transition combined with economic strategies. I was heavily impressed with the speed India is taking in terms of hydrogen, for example, and what we have done here in Europe is, for example, we saw that Austria is heavily dependent on industries just like cement, steel, all the hard to abate sectors that in India is very engaged as well. One steel maker is having 15% of our our Austrian CO2 emissions. And so we started a journey towards industrial use of hydrogen, and with the flagship Hydrogen Valley being rolled out as a cluster project. For 17 projects within the next 3 years, we'll demonstrate how to use hydrogen, to produce it, to store it, to transport it, and to have the first products on the market, just like last year, the first rail for railways made 100% green hydrogen was installed here in Austria. So this is what we as a cluster try to do, have real effect when a research, industry, and government is working hand in hand.
Okay. So, as you also mentioned, hydrogen ecosystem has been one of the more established concepts in Europe vis-a-vis other parts of the world. So, would you like to just spell out maybe 1 or 2 key lessons which India can learn from the ecosystems back in Europe, here in India, which are relevant and pertinent for us?
Well, we are still learning, and I was quite impressed when working together with other Indian engineers, how to the point and how cost sensitive and how to get prices down. I think this is the key message, especially for hydrogen. Understand that the strategy of India is to get the price down to something like €1.50 per kilogram, which is a huge success. What we learned is to bring costs down, it needs an integrated approach. So, of course, cheap green electricity in combination with the commercial use of the side streams, just like oxygen, heat, and regional off-takers. Transport is quite expensive in terms of hydrogen. And just like Namsrata mentioned before, it's about industries that need planning security. Hydrogen are usually huge investments, so therefore politicians are advised to provide long-lasting, clear goals, pathways, and rules, which I see that India is rolling out quite heavily right now. What I can bring in is develop also the ecosystems. So it needs to solve the chicken and egg problem. what we did here, for example, was that all in a bottom-up approach, all industries said what energy demand will we have in the future. And with that, we started the planning. So we learned that in 10 years, we have 50% more electricity being used for industries, but they will need the same amount of on hydrogen, just like in electricity, coming from next to zero hydrogen today. So this is a huge shift, and therefore we have to have a good pathway that production and offtake goes hand in hand.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Puttinger. So now another country, I think Germany has been one nation where India has had long-standing relationship, and I think GIZ comes into the foray now. So, Ms. Kumar, I would like to start with you by asking, how is GIZ facilitating public-private partnerships to ensure alignment with India's clean energy aspirations?
Thanks, Ashish, and good evening. Pleasure to be here. Thank you also to Vicky for inviting us here. So before I start, Ashish, I think as a bilateral cooperation partner to India now, also celebrating 75 years of diplomatic relations, the challenge in front of us is actually pretty big. And that's why, because not only do we have to think of ourselves back home in Germany, but also think about how is it that we partner India aligned with its motivations, aligned with its goals. But then also, how is it that all of us sitting here are aligning? And of course, we have sovereign governments here. We also have the private sector. But how is it all of us are coming together? So I think the task is really tall. But coming back now to GIZ and the work that we've been doing, and as we celebrate the 75 years, I think the motivation has been now to become, for a while, from just a donor-recipient relationship to more of a long-standing partner, long-standing stable partner. And I think that's very important in the current geopolitical climate that we all are finding ourselves in, struggling sometimes as well. We, of course, have the length and breadth of the bilateral partnership with the financial cooperation with KfW. We also have trade facilitation agencies such as the GTAI, the IGCC, but then also GIZ coming with certain very interesting instruments such as the developed PPP, Partners in Transformation, where we are sharing risks with the private sector. Triangular cooperation, I know, South-South collaboration, something very dear to also our partners, ISA. But then also more recently, the India-Germany platform for investments in renewable energy worldwide, which is coming together as a facilitative mechanism to promote public and private sector investments in the manufacturing part of the RE supply chain. So I think there are multiple concepts, and yeah, would love to talk more, but I'll pause.
No, so I'll just from where what you just told. To preface it, I would put it this way: India is in some tearing hurry, and everyone is talking about the pace and the ambitions what we have. So the general experience has been when such bilateral and G2G facilitation programs happen, they start with some pilots and then they are taken up to scale. But I think if I may use the word, the challenge would always be from the other side of the table. How can they match up to India's speed and maybe be part of the growth story and the growth ecosystem? So what do you see can be crucial for taking up these pilots to scale under programs such as yours?
Sure. So I think Germany is pretty ready to also meet the challenge, speed, ambition, scale. I think that's something that India is providing, and I think Germany wants not just to make in India, but make with India. I think that's something which is critical to the bilateral cooperation. But two things here, Ashish. I think one is that we need to tailor make and customize solutions that are more India-centric, that we can embed in our ecosystem. So not really, international frameworks that we are bringing here, but really developing it with India. And also that how is it that we are creating an enabling environment, right? How is it that we are making this environment more familiar? European companies that have been operating in this space, international markets for over 30 years now, still find India a very risky market. So what is it that we are doing to de-risk, reduce the perceived risk? I think that's something that one of our panelists also mentioned, make the landing more softer. And I think that's exactly what initiatives such as the IGF, the Indo-German Energy Forum, that now is celebrating 20 years of its existence in India, and now the newly formed investment platform is doing, is that we're providing access to not only simplified information, but also skills, expertise, technological know-how, and also patient capital. I think I'd very like to also bring in some of the pilots that we've been engaged with. I think Dr. Rehan in the earlier session mentioned about BIPV, building integrated photovoltaics, agri-PV, and these are frameworks or rather models that we are developing to actually create and bring out the business case. And I think that really is laying the foundation for then private capital to come in and then scale it up. And I think they'll be crucial now for the investment platform to take up, bring in the capital and take it to the next level.
Thank you, Ms. Kumar, for paucity of time. I'll have to stop here. So I'll now turn to Mr. Sharif. And I always say when there are representatives from institutions like World Bank, ADB, you have vitamin M with you, vitamin money. And so to bring your perspective will be quite important. So in your view, what are three most binding constraints to scaling clean energy in Indian grid readiness? Yeah, maybe you can start with that and then I come up with follow.
Sure. Thank you very much for inviting the World Bank to this very interesting conversation and having me as part of it. So in terms of constraint, I mean, first let me start the way I see the energy transition currently in India. I think India is now, moving into a new phase where what's important is really doing things at scale, right? I think this will be really crucial in the next 5 to 10 years. So you have these ambitious targets of the government reaching 500 gigawatts of non-fossil fuel renewable and nuclear energy deployment. But today, I think we're focusing on the renewable part. So in terms of some of, the key constraints that I see, I would mention, first of all, the grid, right? The transmission grid capacity, both at intrastate and interstate. But I think the crucial bottlenecks are maybe more at the interstate level. And I'll mention, secondly, having financing in, competitive financing at scale. And the third constraint maybe is to do with land availability. Maybe that's how I would rank them. So I've mentioned, the transmission. I think it's a well-known problem. The solutions also are relatively well-known. So and we are as World Bank, I think, and other development institutions, we are involved and we are in discussion with Ministry of Power to overcome some of these bottlenecks at the interstate level, and very willing to provide financing for that. But of course, I think pure public sector solutions are probably not enough. So you need to find, and the models already exist, but they need to be scaled up, whereby you bring in, private sector financing as well, and maybe the transmission companies can issue their own bonds and, green bonds and so on, and then also deploy storage capacity that's, very important in conjunction with the transmission. So this is, the first point. I think secondly, if we look at the cost of financing for the energy transition in India, it's maybe a few percentage points more expensive than, let's say, in OECD countries. So I think that kind of gap in financing cost has to be overcome. there are many solutions. I think the most crucial part is, especially when we talk about the kind of cutting edge technologies like green hydrogen, storage technologies. It's having a well identified and secure source of revenue, right? Long term purchase contracts for green hydrogen, for example. For the storage technologies, having secure remuneration, mechanisms, including perhaps developing a capacity payment type of market. So once you have that, I think then the financing tools will adjust, right? I mean, you'll have your green bonds, you develop the local currency financing at scale, and institutions like ours, multilaterals and so on, can provide guarantee, partial risk guarantee, first loss type of mechanisms. But first, the fundamentals need to be there, and then I think these will be the crucial points. The last point is about land availability, but I think the solutions also there are well known. It's about, I think both the central government and the state governments have to adjust, a little bit the procedures for allocating land, and especially the environmental authorizations, have to be kind of, made a little bit easier, I would say, or a little bit more streamlined to accelerate the process.
Very small follow-up on this, and you mentioned that the interest rates are a few basis points higher back here in India vis-a-vis other OECD countries. So what could be just one message or one advice, if I can use the word, for financial institutions, the domestic financial institutions? How can these costs be lowered? Okay, so where are the premiums, risk premiums getting higher for a vast economy and country like India vis-a-vis those countries?
Yeah, based on what I know, I think there is no issue with the volume of financing that's available. I mean, the financial markets in India are becoming very large, but it's more about the cost of financing and the willingness to take risk for these institutions. So I think the government can do something to help. I mean, maybe like defining clearly infrastructure assets as a financing category, green, within that category, the green kind of part, like clearly, well.
So credit enhancement at the center level.
Yes, I mean, that's part of but then the institutions themselves, I think they can maybe simplify a little bit, their credit review procedures for such, assets. And so the way I see it, I mean, international finance is there to de-risk in the early phase, but then the local financial markets and the local, banks and insurance companies and pension funds have to be mobilized so that this scale effect can really happen.
I get it. Thank you. So last but not the least, I'll come to you, Mr. Joseph. Thank you for being patient. So my question to you would be, what concrete international collaboration model would you prioritize to unlock faster adoption in India? Joint R&D, innovation partnerships, technology licensing, code development, and cross-border market mechanisms. Your views on this?
Thank you, Ashish. I know that we are standing in between dinner and you guys, so I'll be brief. When it comes to the technology licensing and the partnership, my personal preference based on various projects that I have seen in the global market is all about technology partnership along with the core development. Because then, we can have the licensors' skin in the game. That gives a lot of confidence to the financial institutions to bet on your projects. And also, it is also important that we get off-takers, especially when it comes to the emerging technologies like hydrogen, e-methanol, and things like that. So that is an area that we have a lot of opportunity to have a partnership with international market. And it is also important that an element of joint R&D, also a part of the technology licensing, because during the course of the startup commissioning and operations of the plant, tremendous amount of learnings would be there. So if we have the opportunity for partnering with the technology licensor to further enhance the process technologies or equipment technologies, that will be beneficial for both the parties. And that can really drive a strong, trusted partnership on a long term, which can really help project to project, the partnership can continue. So that is what exactly my perspective is.
So just one follow-up on this, and I know Envision has worked globally. So any one or two success stories in offshore wind or any other space which you would like to talk about, which can be useful?
Sure, may not be specific to technology licensing side, but I can highlight on the offshore side, which I have not heard about offshore discussions today at all.
Yes, yes.
Like other day when I was talking to Goben, where are we on the offshore technology adaptation in India? So he said, okay, we are pretty slow. Rather, there is no major progress so far, though there are some revisions in the policy. That is a good thing. But I was also wondering, okay, why it is not happening? So Goben said, IPPs are still seeing land in India, and therefore they are not really getting outside to the land. But interesting that China has got 3 times the area as sort of India, right? But they started thinking about the offshore many years back. Okay, Envision has almost like 10 years of history now in China for the offshore. We have machines of 5 megawatt and 8 megawatt already operating in China. Close to 4 gigawatt is already in operation for the last 5 to 8 years time. And we have a pretty good order backlog of 4 to 5 gigawatt. So that is something I think we should also explore. Yes, I do understand that viability is a discussion topic, but I'm sure that government is also offering the viability gap funding, and somewhere we have to start, because if you don't start now, and land is going to go away anytime soon, and we also talked about the challenges in terms of evacuations, challenges in terms of right of way, challenges in terms of even permitting approvals and all of those things when you are in the land. So it is time for us to start thinking of offshore, and maybe initially it is challenging, but we have gone through that. It is not like solar was easy 30 years back. Like now solar is anybody can do solar, right? So we should really drive that and then see how best we can get out to the shore and get some machines out there, and hope we will see something soon.
Thank you. Thank you. On that note, that's all from my side. Over to the organizers.
Thank you so much. I think this is a very engaging session, giving us a very global perspective. Thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen. This calls for a huge round of applause once again. This has been one of the very impactful, though it has been the last session, but very impactful. Thank you so much. We have so many notes to take back home today. On behalf of FICCI, we thank each one of our esteemed panelists, and we would like to present mementos. May I request the moderator of the session, Mr. Ashish Mittal, to now present a memento to Sri Kuluru Krishnan and thank him. Thank you so much, sir. Your words been very, very enlightening, and we shall keep them in our thoughts. Thank you. We now present a memento to Ms. Christine. Thank you so much, Ms. Anderson, for joining us and sharing your thoughts with us. Very valuable inputs. A big thank you to Mr. Moez. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. And we also thank Mr. Yuta for joining us this evening and sharing his thoughts with us. Thank you so much, Mr. Yuta. A big thank you to Mr. Naveen Khandelwal. Thank you so much, sir. We now thank Ms. Kritika Kumar. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for sharing your thoughts with us. Thank you once again. Our heartfelt gratitude to Ms. Namrata Mukherjee. Thank you so much. And we also extend our heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Thomas Joseph. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us and sharing your thoughts with us. We quickly take this moment to request our panelists to give us a moment to capture this in our lenses. We request for a group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we conclude this session and also day one of the summit. We would request you to kindly join us for our networking dinner. And just a quick reminder regarding tomorrow's session. We have very engaging sessions tomorrow. We look forward to your participation there. We also have our quiz, and we have one quiz right away. If you could just give us a moment to just ask you a question if you would like to participate in this last moment of excitement. And also a quick reminder regarding the certificates which may be collected tomorrow at around 9:30. May we quickly ask you this question: which international alliance was co-founded by India to promote solar energy globally? Anybody?
International Solar
Anybody?
Alliance.
Could you please? Sorry. Yes, that is ISA. Congratulations, sir. May I request you to kindly come onto the stage? May I request the moderator of the session, sir? We have a right answer for the quiz to present a small token, and the lady in the red sari is coming to assist the moderator of the session with a small token. Thank you so much, sir. Congratulations, Mr. Manish Agarwal. We move to our next question. Multilateral agency headquartered in Abu Dhabi, supporting renewable globally. Which one is it? Yes, Irina. IRENA. Congratulations. Can we invite you onto the stage? This is a very exciting moment. We are closing on a very exciting note. May I have your name, please? Yashika, congratulations. Once again requesting moderator, sir, to present this small token to Ms. Yashika, who's given us right answer. Congratulations to you. Thank you so much for participating. With that, we once again invite you for our networking dinner. Thank you so much for joining us today. We look forward to your participation and your presence tomorrow for our all exciting sessions. Our first session begins sharp at 10:30. We request you to kindly join us by 10:20, and also in case you haven't collected your certificates, it will be provided to you tomorrow. Kindly collect them from the registration desk. Thank you so much once again. Namaskar, Shubhratri.